Welcome. We are providing Spanish interpretation for today's hearing. To listen to the hearing in either English or Spanish, everyone will need to select a language at the bottom of your screen. Click on the globe icon. Then select either English or Spanish. My name is David Cuzzy, and I'm the Deputy Director in EPA's Sector Policies and Programs Division. And I will be chairing the session for the virtual public hearing. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to share your comments on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and natural gas operations. This supplemental proposal, which EPA announced on November 11th, 2022, would update, strengthen, and expand EPA's 2021 proposal to secure major climate and health benefits for all Americans by reducing emissions of methane and other harmful air pollution from both new and existing sources in the oil and natural gas industry. Now I'd like to ask our other EPA panelists to introduce themselves. On the panel are Andy Shepard and Jamil Al-Salam. I ask that each panelist introduce themselves, beginning with Andy.
Hi, I'm Andy Shepard. I was part of the rule writing team for these rules here in the fuel incineration group within OAQPS.
Hi, I'm Jamil Al-Salam. I'm an economist in the Office of Atmospheric Protection.
Thank you, Andy and Jamil. We're also joined today by a transcriptionist who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. Okay, let's talk about how today's hearing will work. If you registered to speak, you should have received an email notification that included an approximate time window when you will be invited to speak. We will do our best to stick as close to that time as possible. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you are joining us via Zoom, the button is on the lower left of your screen. If you are joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. When you are providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you are not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute limit as we have a very full agenda of speakers. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the supplemental proposal through February 13th, 2023. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I'm able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions: morning, afternoon, and evening. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. We also may take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time to share your comments on EPA supplemental proposal. Let's get started. Our first 2 speakers are Mike Green and Margaret Mahoney. We'll start with Mr. Green.
Oops. There you go. Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, wonderful. First, let me just thank the EPA for all of the hard work that has gone into creating this rule, as well as the time to sit and listen through several days of testimony with all of us calling in from across the country. My name is Mike Green, spelled M-I-K-E, last name Green, G-R-E-E-N. And I'm here to represent the American Sustainable Business Network. American Sustainable Business Network represents over 250,000 businesses spread out across the country. We represent diverse industries, business interests, geolocation. But the one thing that brings us all together is that we realize that business can be an actor for good and can stand up for progressive climate and energy issues. It's not just business interests that we need to represent, but also full representation of our communities, as well as the environment in which our businesses are in. So we're here to testify and share in support of the rule as it's evolved into the most recent rendition. There's several reasons why our businesses and our business community are supporting the rule, and I'll go over those shortly. But in part, the process that the EPA has gone through, especially with public consultation and public engagement in the rule and strengthening it from earlier released versions, is something that can't be lost as far as how we would imagine the role between the EPA and civil society can work best. So as far as the pieces of the rule that we're most interested in and want to be following along is first, the opportunity for supporting innovation and spurring economic opportunity in the clean energy transition that this rule can harness. As many of you know, methane traps 80% more heat than carbon dioxide. And one of the ways that we can go about dealing with this issue is through creating new business modalities, new innovations and strategies and solutions that can be rolled out in order to prevent this from happening. We're also very closely following and very concerned with the direct and negative impact that methane has on our local communities, not just from a climate risk. So making sure that innovation is deployed for local air monitoring and other issues will need to be strengthened outside of this rule. So nearly 70% of companies in current methane mitigation industries are small businesses. So this creates a great opportunity for them to continue to grow and expand and make the most of the moment. Upgrading leaking infrastructure has been and continues to be a relatively short-term approach to mitigating the harm to the environment, and ultimately it's going to save customer costs by eliminating the need for delivery charges to make up for lost methane. The estimated increase in revenue for this sits at about $188 million annually if methane leaks are addressed. So it's a huge opportunity. The agriculture sector is one of the largest emitters, as you all know, of methane, mainly attributed to factory farming and cattle through the process of anaerobic fermentation. And thus, this is a large potential for reduction of methane emissions and also stronger innovation opportunities there as well. The one place that we are hoping that the rule can continue to be strengthened after this process is looking at the routine practice of flaring and acknowledging that this is essentially wasted resources. And so hopefully we can address that as well. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. You mentioned some economic data related to small business and such. Will you be able to provide that in?
Yeah, I'm absolutely happy. We'll be able to send over a letter, and the American Sustainable Business Network released a case study where we reviewed the policy and looked at a few places where it can be strengthened and why the sustainable business voice in the US supports it. And I'll be happy to pass that information along. Would it be best to use the email or to use the chat function to pass that along?
The best is to send it to the docket directly, which they express the information on how to provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any other questions from the panel for Mr. Green?
No questions here. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you for the testimony.
And
Thank you.
thank you for taking the time today. Our next speaker is Margaret Mahoney.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Good morning, and thank you for your time. My name is Margaret Mahoney, Margaret Mahoney. I live in the South Hills of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in Allegheny County. I'm a mom to 4 kids, and recently we just bought our first home here. And we chose this place for the same reason a lot of Pennsylvanians did. It's affordable. Our family's nearby. We like the mix of the city and the green spaces that are here. And specifically the green spaces, the outdoor spaces, are why we chose this place. We have space for a vegetable garden, a space for native plants. We're doing our best to improve the landscape that we own and to give back to the earth. Like I said, I'm a mom of 4 kids. My kids love playing outside. They love helping with the garden as well. We love the wildlife that comes in, and we love that nearby we have woods and local parks. And within a short drive, we can access Pennsylvania's state parks, which are beautiful. The outdoor spaces are the main reason that we chose to live here in Pennsylvania. And I'm here today to voice my support for the strongest possible methane rule. I know that we've made a lot of progress, and I thank you for your efforts and the time that you've put in order to keep Pennsylvania livable, in order to preserve all of the reasons that my family and many others choose to live here and choose to own property here. Our rule can be strengthened to close the loophole around routine venting and flaring. We know the environmental and health risks posed by the 1.1 million tons of methane that PA oil and gas operations release each year. Without the strongest possible protections for methane pollution made as quickly as possible, we're endangering the environment that we all love and the health of the people that we all love. I'm here today and I'm asking you to protect us where we live here. And we know as a nation and a world, we can't keep going like this. We can't keep feeling pity for folks who live in highly polluted areas and patting ourselves on our back for having the means to choose a place that is healthier, greener, and less polluted. We're running out of space and we're running out of time. And I'm asking you to enforce the strongest possible methane rules, closing the loopholes, and doing your part to ensure that Pennsylvanians and all of us have a healthy and livable future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for taking the time from your day to share your testimony. Our next speaker is Jenna Riemenschneider.
Great, thank you. That was pronounced correctly as well. I'm Jenna Riemenschneider. That's Jenna Riemenschneider. And I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Asthma and Allergy Foundation of America, also known as AFA. Founded in 1953, AFA is the oldest and largest patient advocacy organization for those with asthma and allergic disease, and we strongly support EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful air pollution from the oil and natural gas industry. We thank EPA for considering our previous comments and applaud the more stringent measures on oil and gas being considered today. Methane, a potent greenhouse gas, is associated with serious health effects through its contributions to climate change. Methane, along with other gases, can be released during extraction, processing, transportation, and delivery of oil and natural gas. And these emissions not only cause an acceleration of climate change due to methane's highly potent warming potential, but the toxic exposures to additional released gases can cause significant harm to human health. It's an urgent health need that the oil and gas industry be required to take the most effective steps possible to prevent fugitive emissions of methane and other natural gases from their operations and to capture those gases that do escape. Climate change is a public health emergency that threatens the health of all Americans, but which poses an even greater threat to children, older adults, low-income communities, communities of color, and people living with chronic diseases like asthma. 25 million Americans have asthma, including over 5 million children, and over 4,100 people die each year from asthma. That's about 11 people a day. It's a chronic disease that causes your airways to become inflamed, making it hard to breathe. And there is no cure for asthma. Poor air quality and exposure to air pollution worsened by climate change are significant risk factors both for developing asthma and for those who already have an asthma diagnosis. The extraction and production of methane by the oil and gas industry also leads to the release of other forms of air pollution, most notably volatile organic compounds, or VOCs. VOCs in turn contribute to the formation of ground level ozone when they mix with nitrogen oxides from diesel fueled trucks and equipment at fracking sites. Breathing ozone has been shown to contribute to a number of negative health outcomes, including shortness of breath, wheezing, coughing, asthma attacks, increased respiratory infections, increased susceptibility to pulmonary inflammation, and an increased need for people with asthma, COPD, and other lung diseases to receive medical treatment or go to the hospital. This all contributes to the almost $82 billion annual economic cost of asthma in the United States, over $50 billion of which is from direct medical costs alone. Additionally, in the United States, the burden of asthma falls disproportionately on Black and Hispanic populations, and especially on Black and Hispanic children. These groups have disproportionately high rates of poor asthma outcomes, including hospitalizations and deaths. These are the same populations that confront higher exposure to air pollution and poor air quality and require the EPA to act within its charge to protect public health for those who are at increased risk. In fact, as documented in AFA's 2020 Asthma Disparities in America report, Black Americans are 3 times more likely to die from asthma and 5 times more likely to be treated in an emergency room than white Americans. We cannot afford to delay action. Climate change exacerbates asthma today and continues to disproportionately impact communities of color and low-income populations. AFA therefore calls on EPA to finalize stronger supplemental standards, maintain the elimination of loopholes for smaller operations, and set a timeline to end venting and flaring from oil and gas facilities. It's an environmental justice imperative, and I thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. We really appreciate your testimony.
No questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today. Our next speaker is Gary Ewert.
Good morning. My name is Gary Ewert. Last name spelled E-W-A-R-T, and I am staff with the American Thoracic Society. The American Thoracic Society is a medical professional organization of over 16,000 members dedicated to the prevention, detection, treatment, and cure of pulmonary disease, critical care illness, and sleep-disordered breathing. In short, we are the lung experts. As lung experts, we are keenly aware of how human-caused greenhouse gas emissions are driving climate change. Climate change is already having a profound and negative impact on human health. One of the most important steps EPA can take to address climate change is to reduce fugitive emission of methane gas. As noted by other speakers, methane is a powerful greenhouse gas with a heat trapping capacity 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide emissions. The most controllable source of fugitive emissions of methane gas is the oil and natural gas extraction industry. The American Thoracic Society applauds EPA's proposal to reduce methane gas emissions and urges the administration to finalize a strong rule. There are several points we believe can be improved upon in the final rule. First is to ensure the public reporting of methane gas emissions. The ATS believes strongly that local communities should know the methane gas exposures that are happening as a result of extraction that are happening in their community and in their region. Further, this information is very helpful for policy planners and researchers to understand how local emissions of methane gas impact local air pollution. Second, the American Thoracic Society recommends EPA close the loophole in leak detection and repair standards by requiring regular monitoring at all oil and natural gas wells with equipment known to malfunction. Third, EPA should require regular leak monitoring at wells regardless of well size. The ATS notes there's substantial evidence to show that smaller well operators and less well-capitalized well operators are frequently the largest source of methane gas emissions. For this reason, the ATS strongly urges EPA to reject any provision that exempts smaller wells and well operators from methane gas monitoring requirements. Next, the ATS recommends an expanded requirement to prevent abandoned and unplugged wells. ATS further recommends a program to quickly address super emitters that are emitting large amounts of methane gas. And lastly, the American Thoracic Society recommends eliminating venting of methane. In addition to the elimination of the venting of methane, EPA should do more in the final rule to end the practice of routine flaring by the oil and natural gas industry. On behalf of the American Thoracic Society, I appreciate EPA holding this public hearing and the willingness to listen to the community on this. We look forward to EPA's quick finalization of a strong rule to reduce methane gas from oil and natural gas facilities. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Ewert. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Thank you.
No questions from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for taking time from your day to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Virginia Palacios and Zach Williams. We'll start with Ms. Palacios.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Virginia Palacios, and I am the Executive Director of Commission Shift, a nonpartisan statewide nonprofit focused on reforming oil and gas oversight in Texas through accountability at the Railroad Commission of Texas. I am a 9th generation Tejana, and I am a land and mineral owner in Webb County, Texas, located in the southern end of the Eagleford Shale and one of the highest gas producing counties in the state. The Railroad Commission of Texas is a state agency that oversees oil and gas development and has nothing to do with railroads. This opaque agency has allowed oil and gas companies to disregard venting and flaring limits and well plugging requirements again and again, to the detriment of our health and safety. Please finalize a strong methane rule without delay. We need strong federal methane standards to protect our health and to slow climate change. In the past decade, Texans have experienced not only extreme drought, heat waves, and wildfires, but also historic floods. In 2011, my dad sold all the cattle on my family's 4th generation cattle ranch because of a historic drought. National studies showed the heat waves lasted longer and the temperatures spiked higher because of climate change. That drought cost our agriculture sector over $10 billion. Just a decade later, we experienced another historic drought that tested our electric grid and nearly dried up the Rio Grande, Laredo's only source of drinking water. We can't keep trading basic human needs, our livelihoods, and culture for the promise of profits in a single industrial sector. In 2021, Winter Storm Uri, which was influenced by climate change, nearly wiped out our electric grid, causing hundreds of deaths and hundreds of billions of dollars in damages. One of the most powerful energy agencies in the country, the Railroad Commission of Texas, failed to respond when federal regulators recommended weatherizing the natural gas supply chain in 2011. The agency hands out exceptions to venting and flaring rules like candy, and they generously grant well plugging extensions for inactive oil, gas, and injection wells over and over again. Venting and flaring and leaving inactive wells unplugged both contribute to methane emissions and climate change. The Permian Basin and the Eagleford Shale region have some of the highest rates of venting and flaring in the country. Texas has accrued hundreds of thousands of inactive, unplugged oil, gas, and injection wells. The Texas legislature and the Railroad Commission have failed to require wells to be plugged in a timely manner. Nearly 17,000 of these unplugged wells have been inactive for more than 20 years. This has resulted not only in methane emissions, but also groundwater contamination and hazardous well blowouts. Aside from these dangers, methane emissions also contribute to air pollution that affects our health. This air pollution is associated with increased rates of asthma, emphysema, and even diabetes, which disproportionately impacts Mexican-American communities like ours in Webb County. A 2020 study conducted in the Eagleford Shale revealed that mothers living next to high rates of flaring had 50% higher odds of preterm birth, and those increased odds were only found in Latina mothers. Latinos make up more than 40% of the population in Texas, with higher proportions living in border counties in South Texas and West Texas. Despite these impacts, there are only 6 air quality monitors across the Eagleford Shale, and most are not positioned to monitor for oil and gas related pollution. There are no air quality monitors in the Permian Basin. Our health, safety, water, and food resources have been threatened for too long by over-reliance on state oversight. Our elected officials at the Railroad Commission of Texas have no reason to listen to our most vulnerable community members because oil and gas companies have far too much influence over the agency. Railroad commissioners routinely accept campaign contributions of any size from any oil and gas company official around key decision-making moments, and it's no wonder the agency has applied for primacy from the EPA to regulate and permit Class 6 carbon dioxide injection wells in Texas while simultaneously deriding these federal methane standards.
I have to ask you to end, your time's expired. So I
Okay.
need to.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
Really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time today. I don't have any questions either. Our next speaker is Zach Williams.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Zach Williams, ZachWilliams, and I'm the Health Educator and Campaign Coordinator for the Environment and Health Program at Physicians for Social Responsibility. Physicians for Social Responsibility is a national nonprofit adding the critically needed health voice to nuclear, environmental, and climate policy at the local, state, and federal level. Thank you for your time and attention today. Simply put, it is imperative that the EPA pass this proposed rule and increase regulation of methane. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reported that to keep warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius and avoid the worst effects of climate change, global greenhouse emissions will need to peak by 2025, which is a mere 23 and a half months away. CO2 emissions must decrease by 48% by 2030, and methane emissions must decrease by 34%. If emissions continue to rise and warming is not capped at 1.5 degrees Celsius, rising temperatures, more extreme weather, and rising sea levels and environmental degradation will create new and exacerbate existing public health threats. As crops begin to fail, the threat of hunger and starvation will cause the mass movement of people to regions with the most resources, sparking conflict between the haves and the have-nots. We do not have to wait to see the consequences of government inaction on climate change. It is happening today, right now. The Colorado River is all but dried up. Miami is already sinking. Millions of Californians are being affected by the enormous amount of rainfall and flooding caused by intensified storms and extreme atmospheric rivers. Government regulation must be one of the primary avenues out of this dire situation. Flaring, venting, and methane leaks throughout the millions of miles of pipelines across the country pollute the surrounding area with air pollution, most often affecting low-income, Black, Latine, and Indigenous communities more so than their wealthier white counterparts who have the economic, political, and social capital to move away from or prevent the establishment of methane industrial sites in their communities. While regulation on methane is necessary for the macro level, it is also just as important on the residential level. When you turn on your burner to cook on your gas stove, the combusted methane gas produces air pollutants, most notably nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter. Long-term exposure to nitrogen dioxide is linked to childhood asthma, exacerbation of existing asthma symptoms, and increased susceptibility to respiratory infections. Even when the burner is off, a gas stove or gas appliance emits multiple harmful air pollutants. A study from Stanford University recently concluded that even while not in use, gas stoves leak methane into our homes at a rate high enough that over 20 years, the methane emissions are equivalent to the greenhouse gas emissions of 500,000 cars. Another study collected samples of gas leaking from gas stoves not in use and found cancer-causing benzene in 99% of the samples. Indoor benzene levels reached concentrations higher than what is considered safe and comparable to secondhand tobacco smoke. So not only is methane killing our planet and thus humanity's ability to live on it, but it is also slowly but surely degrading our lungs as we continue to burn methane in our homes for heating and cooking. The EPA must pass this proposed rule and regulation in its strongest form and should consider this a stepping stone to regulating fossil fuels out of existence. It is the only way forward because despite what the oil and gas industry may think, you cannot eat money. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you. David's back. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you for your testimony. I was wondering, are there any questions from the panel?
None here. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you again for your time today. Our next two speakers are Pat Wilson and Avery Lamb. And we'll start with Pat Wilson.
Ooh. My name is Robert Pat Wilson, P-A-T-W-I-L-S-O-N. I'm a member of the Northern Plains Resource Council, and I'm also very grateful to have this opportunity to speak. My wife Lori and I are both descendants of Montana homesteaders. For many years, we operated a cattle ranch in northeastern Montana, adjacent to the North Dakota border and in the heart of the Montana Bakken field. The first fracked directional well near us was drilled in 2009, and then a hurricane of oil development began. By 2013, there were 8,000 wells in the Bakken field.
During this interval, Lori noticed increasing respiratory difficulties. She said she felt like her throat was closing up. Earlier, she had been diagnosed with asthma and treated with 2 common inhalers. Neither ever worked really well, and as time passed, became even less effective. In 2011, we began exploring the idea of retirement, but to where? We half jokingly made a list of criteria, and I remember that clean air topped our list. Lori's respiratory problems were gradually worsening, and we eventually made an exploratory trip to Silver City, New Mexico, a small city on our short list of possible retirement locations. To our mutual amazement, Lori's breathing problems started to clear up within 24 hours. When we returned to Montana, Lori's respiratory problems returned. We began wintering in New Mexico, but because our kids and grandkids still lived in Montana, we continued to live there April through October. But in 2013, Lori passed out while doing housework. She made it to the ER, but that galvanized us into real action. Several trips to Mayo Clinic confirmed she did not have asthma. She had an allergic reaction to chemicals in the air, which caused her throat to close up and render her unconscious. Convincing evidence that methane and VOCs were a root cause. Now, when she visits her Montana family, she no longer roams the pastures with her grandkids. She keeps her windows closed and worries about passing out while with them. I'll leave the last word on this topic to her. Quote, "No Montanans should have to choose between their families, their homes, and their health." Montana's Constitution considers, quote, "the right to a clean and healthful environment," unquote, to be, again, quote, "an inalienable right." When these hopeful words are seen through a chemical haze, they are rendered grotesquely ironic. Therefore, I am glad to see the EPA striving to limit routine flaring and venting. I also hope they improve the systemic monitoring of leaks and spills and tell the findings to the affected community. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. We really appreciate your testimony today.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing your story. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for taking the time from your day.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avery Lamb.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Avery Lamb. That's AVERYLAMB. And I'm a co-executive director of Creation Justice Ministries. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The mission of Creation Justice Ministries is to educate, equip, and mobilize Christians to protect, restore, and rightly share God's creation. Through our 38 denominational and communion members, Creation Justice Ministries serves about 100,000 churches and 45 million people across the United States. On behalf of these communities, I applaud the work of the EPA in strengthening methane standards, and I implore you, don't stop here, that there's still more work to be done. I want to start with a story that we Christians share with our Jewish neighbors, a story that's found in the opening chapters of the Hebrew Bible. In this creation story of Genesis 2, we read about the creation of the first human. God bends down and takes a clump of soil from the earth and breathes into it the breath of life, creating Adam. This word for breath, which is translated from the Hebrew word ruach, is so much more than just the air that comes from our lungs. It also means the air and the wind blowing around us. It also means the spirit of life. The use of the word ruach in this story unveils a reality that we have also come to see scientifically, that the breath in our own lungs is the same breath in the lungs of the world. And that inevitably, whatever is put into the lungs of the world will move through the lungs of humans. In this first act of God in Genesis 2, life is created through the exhalation of breath. Breath is life. Indeed, it does not take us long without breath to understand that reality. And yet for millions of people, the breath of life and wellness has become the breath of sickness and death. So we ask, is breath life or death? And we know that the emission of methane causes manifold health issues for people who, by the simple reality of where they live or work, have to breathe it in. Is breath life or death? We know that the emission of methane causes manifold issues for the lungs of the world. It's driving patterns of record-breaking rain and wind that destroy the people and the places we love. Is breath life or is it death? Finally, we know that we can take action to ensure that breath is life. And on behalf of our communities, I'm grateful for the work being done by the EPA to protect the lungs of the people and the planet, particularly by ensuring that regular inspections occur at all sites and by maintaining strong requirements to use zero-emitting technologies. Thank you for including these in the rule. Still, there's more work to be done. There are other steps the EPA can take to protect our people. First, I ask the EPA to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring. Second, better address emissions from storage tanks. And finally, provide a clear pathway for participation in the Super Emitter Response Program. We have the opportunity here to protect the lungs of people and the planet. And so the question is clear. Will the EPA continue working to ensure breath is life, or will you stop here? Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you again for taking time from your day to provide that testimony. Our next two speakers are Maria Catherman and Edward Ketyer. And we'll begin with Maria Catherman.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Maria Catherman, M-A-R-I-A-K-A-T-H-E-R-M-A-N. And I'm from Converse County, Wyoming, and I'd like to thank you for the chance to express my strong support for the improving of the federal rules on methane pollution from oil and gas production. My formerly rural county is now the focus of a major oil and gas play. So I know firsthand of the many negative local consequences in our community. Ms. Palacios' statement and also Mr. Wilson's statement sound very familiar to me. Methane pollution, however, is not only consequential for our health here locally. It has an oversized role, as you know, as a greenhouse gas, which implicates the health of the whole planet. Of all the improvements your agency proposes, the key for us here is the requirement for on-site monitoring and regular inspections to ensure zero-emitting technologies are installed and functioning. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, as Ms. Palacio talked about in Texas, is also chronically short-staffed. So for this to work in Wyoming, citizens should be able to access the air quality data from oil and gas fields and be able to participate in third-party leak detection. We would like there to be a clearly lined out procedure for communities and individuals to join in on the Super Emitter Response Program and access the needed equipment. If the oil and gas producers are mandated to do this monitoring, it may also mean some good, long-lasting jobs here, instead of the brief boom of drilling crews that are rarely from local workforce and do not stay in the community. In Converse County, there's still routine flaring at many sites. This is clearly visible from our ranch at night. We hope that the EPA can do more to stop this dangerous and wasteful practice and ban flaring completely unless temporarily necessary for brief periods of maintenance or production safety. This gas should be captured for beneficial use with infrastructure in place and ready when the drilling is completed on all wells and also at storage facilities and processing plants also. As is true for all oil and gas producing states, Wyoming has a problem with abandoned wells and low production sites that are not profitable to maintain for the companies. These can also be an important source of methane leaks, so it's important to include them in the rulemaking, and it is vital that they also be monitored. We in Converse County hope that you will finalize and strengthen these rules and not count on industry to self-monitor and regulate. That has never worked here. For those of us living close to oil and gas development, I thank you for getting this done as soon as possible. I'm a member of the Powder River Basin Resource Council, and this is an issue that is important to us throughout the Powder River Basin. Please act to get as strong rules as you can come up with, and please do it soon. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for taking the time for your day. Our next speaker is Edward Ketyer.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Edward Ketyer, E-D-W-A-R-D, K-E-T-Y-E-R. I am a pediatrician residing and working in Peters Township, Washington County, the most heavily fracked county in Pennsylvania's Marcellus Shale, and home to thousands of conventional and unconventional oil and gas wells. I am a member of the American Academy of Pediatrics Council on Environmental Health and Climate Change. I also serve as the medical advisor for Environmental Health Project, a nonprofit public health organization helping residents understand and mitigate threats from unconventional shale gas development in Pennsylvania and also in other states and other countries. And I'm president of Physicians for Social Responsibility Pennsylvania. Above all, I'm a husband, a father, and like all of you, a passenger on this shining ball of blue who supports the EPA's proposal to update, strengthen, and expand federal rules to find and fix all leaks of methane and other harmful air pollution from new and existing oil and gas operations. Along with my family and my colleagues, I am grateful that the agency's proposals will help secure major climate and health benefits for all Americans. Let me address the health reasons why the EPA's proposals must be adopted. We now know beyond a reasonable doubt that extracting and burning fossil fuels like oil and gas, which Pennsylvanians have been doing for more than 160 years, is inherently dirty and dangerous and pours greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, accelerating global warming and ensuring climate catastrophe in our children's lifetimes. We also know that leaks of methane occur accidentally and intentionally at every site of oil and gas infrastructure in amounts that far exceed industry reporting and government estimates. The health risks associated with exposure to fugitive emissions from oil and gas infrastructure, old and new, are too numerous and too serious to ignore any longer. Physicians for Social Responsibility has helped assemble a compendium that contains more than 2,000 peer-reviewed studies, government reports, and media investigations. The vast majority, more than 90%, show beyond a reasonable doubt that fracking scars the landscape and degrades the environment. It pollutes the air, the water, and the soil that we all share. It threatens the health of wildlife, aquatic creatures, farm animals, and family pets, and accelerates global warming. And we know now beyond a reasonable doubt that in addition to fugitive methane, fracking releases endocrine disrupting, cancer causing, life shortening chemicals, volatile fumes, and radioactive particles that make people who live nearby sick. A growing and a large body of research shows increases in reproductive harms and poor pregnancy outcomes, harms to the growth and development of infants and young children, worse heart disease in adults, worse asthma in children, more stress and mental illness, and potentially more rare cancers in children, including leukemia and possibly Ewing sarcoma. EPA must protect the health of Americans by protecting the health of the environment, and it must do so clearly without feeling the need to appease an irresponsible and amoral industry that is only making our current climate crisis worse. For this reason, I support EPA's efforts and urge you to continue pushing for the strongest possible protections to our health and communities, for you, for me, and for the benefit of our children. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time today.
And Dr. Katara, you mentioned a compendium of studies. Would you be able to submit that to the docket as well?
I would be pleased to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Nora Nash and Latricia Adams. And we'll begin with Nora Nash.
I am trying to get the video. Okay, here I am. Thank you. Good morning. I am Sister Nora Nash, Sister of St. Francis of Philadelphia, and I represent my congregation, a community of Franciscan women whose charism calls us to be strong proponents of climate, environmental, and racial justice. We accept our moral responsibility to protect our environment, speak for the human community, and for human rights. And I think this is a great day because the EPA is sort of listening to the words of Pope Francis, even though you don't know it, or you may know it. Pope Francis calls all of us to an ecological conversion. And I believe that this is happening right now, that we are tuning into the fact that our world needs us. As a resident of Delaware County, Pennsylvania, I live 5 miles from super emitters along the Delaware River, the end result of the fracking. I appreciate the opportunity to address the EPA regarding the supplemental proposal. And I appreciate the fact that you are listening to us today. The supplemental proposal is another step forward for the EPA and essential in limiting climate warming, methane pollution, and harmful volatile organic chemicals. Once in operation, it will protect human rights, health for millions of people, and especially those in vulnerable communities, such as the community of Chester and Marcus Hook on the Delaware River. Again, the end result and the final stop of some of this fracked gas. The problem is actually worse than previously understood, since there are salient and systemic issues and financial risks caused by climate change. Recent experiences provide sufficient evidence that unless we significantly reduce methane emissions now, the human community is in very serious trouble. Recognizing that our state is the second largest producing state and the third largest greenhouse gas polluting state in the nation, we bear an ecological and social responsibility to address this justice issue. I express gratitude to the EPA for the proposed update draft rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutions. I could list all those, but many have been listed by previous speakers. I stress and I propose that the EPA provide numerous opportunities for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the Super Emitters Response Program, which is designed to quickly address very large leaks from the oil and gas industry by ensuring that approved monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. As a member of an environmental justice community, I am urging the EPA to move forward with knowledge, passion, and justice to ensure that we have stronger safeguards in place to protect public health and our planet. This would include all suggested methane emitters, including wells, pipelines, transformers, compression stations, storage tanks, including caves, as we have here in this region. Thank you for considering my testimony. In summary, please close the industry-friendly loopholes and adopt a strong final rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Nora Nash. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you for taking the time.
Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Latricia Adams.
Greetings, esteemed staff and other stakeholders of EPA. My name is Latricia Adams, founder, CEO, and president of Black Millennials for Flint, a national environmental justice and civil rights organization with the purpose of eradicating lead exposure and disproportionately impacted Black and Latinx communities. We would first like to thank EPA for listening to frontline communities like mine back in 2021 to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from new and existing oil and gas operations. This is undeniably an important step towards addressing the climate crisis, safeguarding public health, and creating new jobs in the methane mitigation industry. Still, there is much more work to be done to ensure that the strongest possible methane safeguards are quickly finalized. In the cities we serve, like Flint, Michigan, Baltimore, Maryland, Memphis, Tennessee, and even in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the public health issues associated with methane, like health-damaging air pollutants, can cause premature birth, asthma, cancer, and other adverse health impacts, which further exacerbates public health issues with other legacy pollution, like lead service lines and lead paint, which cause similar chronic issues such as methane. For example, in the most recent Flint and Genesee County, Michigan Community Needs Assessment, the infant death rate for Flint is more than double that of the United States. The percentage of low birth weight infants in Flint, Michigan was 14.6%, which is 32% higher than the county average and 40% higher than the state average. We'd like for consideration of 4 core requests. Number 1, create more guardrails to monitor and assess public health implications to further align with President Biden's call to action surrounding environmental justice to reduce harm, utilizing a whole government interagency approach. 2, ensure that operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas in instances in which it is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. 3, strengthen the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks. And 4, provide a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the Super Emitter Response Program, which is designed to quickly address very large leaks from the oil and gas industry by ensuring that approved monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. Our mothers, our children, our families are counting on EPA to do more, as it is literally a life or death situation. And for my community and I, we choose to live abundantly, healthy, and thriving in communities, not merely surviving in pollution. My community and I are counting on this administration and your agency to quickly address these concerns, prioritize human life and the well-being of every American, regardless of race, gender, or zip code, and to finalize strong and comprehensive new existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector before it's too late. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate you taking the time today. Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next 2 speakers are Amy Finkelstein and Caroline Armijo. I apologize for that before. And we'll begin with Amy Finkelstein.
Today. I'm Amy Finkelstein from Bethesda, Maryland. I'm on the board of the Jewish Earth Alliance, and we're a grassroots network engaged with federal climate legislation. We mobilize Jews to raise a loud, collective voice for federal climate policies that reflect our values. What are the Jewish values that cause us to speak up? In this case, about methane emissions. Tikkun olam means taking action to repair the world and is a dominant Jewish value. We must eliminate methane pollution to save the atmosphere, sustaining all inhabitants of Earth. Equity and justice for all people is another value. Cutting methane emissions benefits those who unfairly suffer the most harmful health effects. They are people who live close to oil and gas facilities, and frequently they are communities of color. Jews also seek to pass on a better world for future generations. We must reduce methane emissions to save our children and our children's children from the destructive effects of climate change, flooding, wildfires, droughts, heat waves, and wildlife extinction. The EPA continues to strengthen its measures against methane emissions, which is encouraging to climate activists. Still, to heal the world, we can put in place more safeguards to improve our air quality. The EPA should place stronger limits on the practice of routine methane flaring and put effective regulations in place to eliminate methane leaks from storage tanks. The EPA can promote equity through the Super Emitter Response Program by ensuring citizens have equal access to approved monitoring technologies and data. Individually, each of these steps would provide incremental improvement, and collectively, they are important components to further curb methane emissions. And again, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here. Thank you so much.
Thank
No
you.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Caroline Armijo.
Yes, great job. I'm Caroline Armijo. I live in Greensboro, North Carolina. I am a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force, and I'm the founder and director of the Lilies Project, which uses art and creative placemaking to address coal ash. And I've been specifically focused at Blues Creek, which is in Stokes County, North Carolina. This plant recently shifted from primarily burning coal to being a 50-50 plant where they can switch back and forth to natural gas based on what is most cost effective for them. I echo what others have stated this morning about the need for a strong, comprehensive EPA methane rule that covers all sources of oil and gas operations, including low-producing wells. I'm very concerned about climate change since we are currently facing that daily on our news. And I believe that cutting methane pollution is one of the greatest ways that we can reduce that. Here in Greensboro, we have Colonial Pipeline, which houses over 50 huge storage gas containers along Interstate 40. There are multiple schools located within a 2-mile radius of this. I can smell the gas when I drive through this area. And so I always try to remember to close my vent on my car when I'm driving through. My children like to roller skate at Skateland USA, which is a small mom and pop roller skating in close proximity to Colonial Pipeline. And when you get out of the car, it is overwhelming, the smell of gas in that area. So I'm really concerned about the students who are spending their days learning in that close of a proximity, and also those who live close to it. Also in 2010, we had a massive fire from a lightning strike in one of the storage containers. And this summer, Colonial Pipeline had a 2 million gallon leak in Huntersville. It took them that long to notice it. So while we both have catastrophic events that can occur here at this facility, as my social studies teacher has pointed out to my middle schooler, there's also this ongoing low problem of the excess gas. Climate change has most directly impacted me recently with the rolling blackouts that we had in Greensboro on Christmas Eve. Without warning, our power was cut off from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Duke Energy did notify us on Christmas Day that we could prevent that by turning down our power sources. I just want to point out that Duke Energy made $5 billion in the third quarter alone in 2022. And my home community of Blues Creek shifted to be natural gas, and this has placed a huge burden on a community that's already lived under coal ash for over 50 years. This Christmas, a 33-year-old died of a rare blood disease that she had because her kidneys failed after having COVID. And this morning I learned of a 60-year-old man who spontaneously died. They both lived within close proximity to the power plant. The EPA hosted an EJ hearing this summer at Blues Creek, but it was not located in the highest impacted area of the community. And so there wasn't a huge turnout, and I have not received any follow-up when I expressed my concerns. So I appreciate all that y'all are doing and the Biden administration is taking, and I hope that you will continue to do what you can to reduce our pollutants to help mitigate climate change. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Appreciate your testimony.
None from me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Sean Gordon and Paige Knight. And we will ask Sean Gordon to speak first. And I ask the speakers to remember to say your first and last name and spell as well for the transcription. Thank you very much. And we'll turn to Mr. Gordon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Gordon, SEANGORDON, and I'm representing the Blue-Green Alliance. For those of you that may not be aware, the Blue-Green Alliance is a coalition of the nation's largest labor unions and environmental organization, collectively representing millions of members and supporters. Today, we wanted to talk about how methane regulations are a great example of how our environmental challenges can also be economic opportunities. At the Blue-Green Alliance, we don't believe that we have to choose between economic security and a clean environment. We can and must have both. We welcome the EPA's continued efforts to grow good jobs and protect workers and the environment by reducing methane emissions at oil and gas facilities. These standards are important for controlling fugitive emissions from the oil and gas industry, which can leak methane and other dangerous volatile organic compounds into the air. These standards would protect workers and communities, address climate change, and create jobs by driving the deployment of cost-effective and available technology and practices to reduce methane leaks. The EPA also has an opportunity to address leaks from orphan wells, which often leak methane gas and pose significant public health and environmental hazards. Lost and leaking natural gas also costs billions of dollars every year. Nationwide, these activities waste the amount of gas it takes to heat nearly 7 million homes. These emissions are often due to industry use of outmoded practices and technology. Thankfully, proven low-cost technologies are already available to cut methane emissions from the oil and gas sector. An ICF report from 2014 found that methane emissions from the energy sector could be cut by 40% just through the adoption of available emissions control technologies and operating practices. The Blue-Green Alliance will soon release an updated version of our report, Plugging the Leaks, which found that implementing practices and technologies required under the EPA methane standards would create nearly 10,000 direct and indirect jobs each year in a variety of sectors, including construction and manufacturing. More than that, the jobs created are high-quality, well-paying jobs. Since 2017, the methane mitigation industry's service sector has nearly doubled in size, while the number of manufacturing firms has grown by 1/3 since 2014. There are currently 225 manufacturing and service companies with 100 locations across the country. Moreover, 65% of these are small businesses with the potential to grow with national methane reduction efforts. These standards would not only offer steady job sustainment, they would require high-skilled trade professionals. The starting salary for methane mitigation jobs is nearly 10% higher than the national average salary, paying up to $140,000 a year. Further, full deployment of existing practices and technologies at new and modified oil and gas facilities could create an estimated 85,000 jobs over the next 10 years. Lastly, action to clean up orphan wells would create immediate job opportunities. The EPA's standards present a win-win-win situation. The United States can create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs manufacturing and installing the technology needed to stop wasteful and unnecessary fugitive emissions. Further, standards can mitigate benzene and other volatile organic compounds that have a negative impact on worker health and safety, as well as the health of nearby communities. Reducing methane leaks from the oil and gas sector
will reduce energy waste, spur quality job creation, protect workers and communities, and help to combat climate change. Thank you all for hearing this testimony.
And thank you for your testimony. You mentioned an update to the Plugging the Leaks report. Will that be available to be submitted to the docket by the February 13th closing of the docket?
That will not be available by the February 13th docket, but we'd be happy to provide the previous edition as well as any of the other sources that we used during this testimony.
Oh, great. That would greatly appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the panel?
None from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Our next speaker is Paige Knight.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and provide testimony on methane. And thank you as well for the important steps the EPA has taken to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. So my name is Paige Knight, Paigeknight, and I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico with my husband and 15-month-old daughter. I am a senior research and policy analyst with an organization called New Mexico Voices for Children. And at Voices, we work to improve the health, education, and economic security of New Mexico's children's, families, and communities. And so we do that by advocating for public policies that are well researched and supported by the data. And so when it comes to methane and the dangers it poses to the health of our communities and our climate, the research is very clear. We need to cut methane, and we need to cut methane now. Now, we know families and children, especially due to their still developing lungs, are at an elevated risk for numerous health impacts like asthma and cancer when they are exposed to methane and other pollutants from oil and gas production. We also know that methane pollution doesn't only impact the health of our communities, but the health of the planet due to its extreme potency. So continuing methane emissions will only intensify the extreme weather events and other effects of climate change we already experience today. This past summer was the worst on record for wildfires in New Mexico. So many families lost their homes and their livelihoods and parts of their cultural identities. Now, the good news is that taking action now to reduce methane emissions will have immediate benefits for the climate and our health, since reducing methane is the quickest opportunity we have to slow the rate of warming. And the state of New Mexico has emerged as a role model for other states in the nation by recently enacting rules that will curb methane emissions. And we now have a chance to be a real leader on the global level too, with the development of these federal methane rules. Again, I'm very grateful for all the progress made on these rules so far, but more needs to be done to safeguard our children's health and well-being now and for generations to come. So we need to end the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring. We need to address emissions from storage tanks and allow for greater participation in the super emitter response program. And so I urge us to open new doors to cleaner air and healthier communities by enacting the strongest possible safeguards against methane pollution. So let's create positive change and ensure that not only our health and well-being are protected from the risks associated with oil and gas production, but also our land and our climate is a place for our children and families to not only live in, but where they can truly thrive. So thank you for your time and your commitment to this issue.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Me neither. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you again. Our next two speakers are Michael Lewis and Lois Bauer Bjornson, and we'll begin with Michael Lewis.
Thank you. My name is Michael Lewis, MICHAEL-LEWIS. I'm the Clean Air and Water Advocate for Environment Texas, a statewide environmental advocacy group. Whether vented, flared, or leaked, methane emissions are environmentally damaging, harmful to human health, and just plain wasteful. I believe that the EPA's proposal has the potential to drastically reduce methane pollution. Texas accounts for 47% of vented and flared natural gas in the United States, and I've seen firsthand just how harmful that pollution can be. Over the last few months, I had the opportunity to travel across the Permian Basin and collect stories from people living and working in the region. It's important to understand these interviews were not with people inherently hostile to fossil fuels. These were ranchers, oil and gas attorneys, and others with industry ties. We're posting them to our website, environmenttexas.org, for the full interviews. One conversation that stands out was with Dr. Edward Brooks, a physician and specialist in immunology. I asked him if he'd be willing to live next to high production areas, and his response was to laugh and almost scream, "Hell no." Talking to him really drove home that methane directly harms our citizens. Simply put, the closer you live to a petrochemical plant or production area, the higher the rates of leukemia and lymphoma. Flaring releases compounds such as benzene, a known carcinogen, or toluene, a neurotoxin. One recently published study examining the Eagle Ford Shale region found that pregnant women who lived near areas where flaring is common had 50% greater odds of giving birth prematurely than those who did not. Todd Richardson, a professor at University of Texas Permian Basin, called the flaring at night a post-apocalyptic kind of nightmarescape, and I was told by other professors and students that the smell was enough to wake you up from a dead sleep. Those same students also specifically mentioned their concerns about global warming. Methane traps about 30 to 90 times more heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide, but lasts in the atmosphere for a few decades rather than a few centuries. Due to its high effect and relatively low atmospheric lifespan, reducing methane emissions is one of the simplest high-impact actions we can take to reduce global warming. Finally, methane flares are simply wasteful. EPA's regulatory impact analysis estimated a cumulative national net climate benefit from regulations of approximately $4.5 billion a year, even when accounting for compliance costs. And stopping flaring is viable. ExxonMobil has stated that, quote, experience in the Permian Basin demonstrates that zero routine flaring is within everyone's reach. The need for strong federal regulation is especially clear. Over the last 5 years, the Texas Railroad Commission, which oversees fossil fuel production in the state, has granted operators about 4,800 flaring permits annually. In 2021, 68 billion cubic feet of gas were flared. And in an interview with an oil and gas attorney, I was told the Railroad Commission is the one that needs to step in and enforce these rules, and they just don't. The EPA must use its federal authority to rein in that practice. While EPA's proposed methane's safeguards are an important step in the right direction, there is still room for improvement. We ask that the EPA consider 6 additional key measures. First, close the loophole in leak detection and repair standards by requiring routine inspections at all wells with equipment known to malfunction. Next, ensure that operators at wells capture gas and limit flaring to when it is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. Ensure zero meeting pneumatic equipment requirements for pneumatic controllers and expand the requirement to include pneumatic pumps, broaden the standards to be applicable to more storage tanks, provide a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the super emitter response program, and finally require that abandoned wells are subject to inspections until closure, and that oil and gas companies submit a closure plan and conduct post-closure surveys of the wells to ensure they are not leaking. We cannot miss this opportunity to cut methane pollution, safeguard public health, and act on climate. This means strengthening your proposed rules to finalize the most comprehensive methane safeguards and finally rein in methane waste from oil and gas companies and hold polluters accountable. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony today. I apologize. I had some technical difficulties. Are there any questions for the panels?
No, I don't have any. Thank you so much.
Thanks for sharing your testimony. No questions from me.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Lois Bauer Bjornson.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. As you stated, my name is Lois Bauer Bjornson. It's B-O-W-E-R. There's a hyphen, and then it's Bjornson, and it's B-J-O-R-N-S-O-M. I am the Southwestern Pennsylvania field organizer with Clean Air Council, and I host Frackland tours. Clean Air Council has been protecting Pennsylvanians' air and environment for over 50 years. Thank you for the opportunity to letting me comment on the EPA rules to reduce methane, changing methane and health-harming air pollution. I live and grew up in the most heavily fracked county of our state, Washington County. My home is completely encompassed by the oil and gas industry, including pads, compressor stations, pipelines, pig launchers, holding tanks, and truck traffic. At every phase of the oil and gas production, harmful air pollutants are deliberately released. These air pollutants include such things as benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, formaldehyde, and naphthalene. I have raised 4 children in my community, all who have suffered negative health impacts from the oil and gas industry and fracking. According to a recent pilot study with Environmental Health News and award-winning reporter Christina Marusic, Fractured, the body and burden of proof measured what chemicals are in people's bodies that live next or close to fracking. My entire family, including all 4 of my children, have fracking chemicals in their bodies due directly to the air we breathe. Every year, there are more studies pointing to the harms of living close to fracking operations. Recently, Yale University presented a study that children who live close to fracking operations are 2 to 3 times more likely to develop leukemia between the ages of 2 and 7. This means that not only my children, but others run the risk of developing this blood cancer. I am fortunate that I have the opportunity to support some of the impacted residents that live in Washington County. All of these people live next to oil and gas, 200 to 500 feet from their homes with no financial gain. These residents have shared with me what they have had happen to them and diseases and cancers and serious health impacts that have developed. They are as follows. Stage 4 esophageal cancer that is spread to the liver and both femurs, throat cancer, acute myeloid leukemia. This cancer has only 200 cases nationwide, and one of the known causes is benzene exposure. Other rare cancers such as Ewing sarcoma, myoepithelial carcinoma is a rare salivary gland cancer. A 5-year-old boy has no cognitive skills, is fed through a feeding tube, and had open heart surgery at 5 days old. In order to protect communities such as mine, the EPA should insist that operators of well capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas in instances in which it is necessary for safety and maintenance reasons. Strengthen the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks. Provide a clear pathway for participation in super emitter responses. Program by ensuring communities and citizens can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in areas where we live and work. And in addition to the health concerns, methane pollution from the gas industry is exacerbating climate change, further and threatening our existence. Pennsylvania's oil and gas industry is allowed to leak 1.1 million tons of potent greenhouse gas of methane annually. It is a greenhouse gas on steroids. We are already witness to the climate catastrophe today in Pennsylvania and across the country. Just look what's happening in California right now. Climate migration is happening today. As the climate continues to warm and more of our land is ravaged by drought, flood, superstorms, earthquakes, we will continue to destroy our only home. The normalization of the atrocities that the fossil fuel industry unleashes on communities needs to stop. None of this is normal. It is not normal to develop rare cancers such as at an alarming rate, and it should not be normal to be allowed that the oil and gas industry can continue to release cancer-causing pollution and air pollution at I'm sorry, my fault.
I'm going to have to ask you to wind up your testimony.
Yes, to our
time's
climate
expired.
change, like methane. So I'm grateful for this beginning, and there are more impacted people who have been harmed and need their stories told. So I'm looking to you, the EPA, to protect us. Thank you for listening and considering these comments.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your time, taking your time today to provide this testimony. Our next 2 speakers are Peggy Chaikin and Michaela Herr, and we'll begin with Peggy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to learn from and add to this hearing. I'm Peggy Chaikin, P-E-G-G-Y-C-H-A-I-K-I-N. I volunteer with the Northern Arizona Climate Change Alliance. We work to enable grassroots actions for climate resilience and adaptation through climate action plans. I'm a retired special education teacher, Head Start and elementary teacher in Northern Arizona. My students were from lower income families who moved from one poorly protected community to another. These vulnerable families often live near pollution sites that cause health and learning deficits. I taught the strategies of resilience and adaptation to these families so they could prosper despite external and internal limitations. I strongly support the EPA's rule update to move the oil and gas industries towards zero emissions for methane. These strategies will protect frontline populations and reduce methane-generated climate change damage to the environment we all share. The warming global blanket of toxic emissions is causing local changes here in the Verde Valley. Water levels due to ecological drought are lowering in the Verde River. We have dying pinyon, juniper, and ponderosa pines, leading to increased wildland fire damage and threats, and air pollution that stays in our bowl-shaped Verde Valley. For decades, I've been involved with local education and conservation groups focused on quality of life issues in the Verde Valley. I work with grassroots groups to improve practices that individuals can take as we face climate-related challenges. Lower income families are most vulnerable as they have less protection from heat and air quality related health problems. In teaching children and parents skills of adaptation and responsible stewardship of limited natural resources, I've learned that it is not a difficult concept to understand, but a challenge to implement. I continue to be actively hopeful for progress towards responsible stewardship and resiliency. The EPA's thorough and inclusive work adds to my hope. In July, and work in 2021, I worked with the residents of Sedona and the city of Sedona to develop our climate action plan to create the strategy for coordinating climate preparedness and emissions reduction activities. We followed the UN standards for reduction in our emissions. I applaud the EPA's commitment to parallel strategies for emission reductions. We know that we are not an island unto ourselves and that the EPA recognizes that methane knows no boundaries as it travels, diffuses, and lingers, affecting not just frontline communities, but our shared breathing space. Families living closest to emitting sites deserve protection from leaks, and those of us who benefit from the extraction, processing, and distribution of our energy needs are called on to insist that regulations targeting health, safety, and waste reduction be updated and enforced. I applaud the EPA. I ask the EPA to implement its proposed rules as quickly as possible and in the strongest means possible. These changes are worthy investments in our shared short and long-term futures. Let's make it one of health and abundance. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Again, thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. We greatly appreciate it. Our next speaker is Michaela Herr.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michaela Hurt, and I'm a volunteer with Mom Clean Air Force. I live in San Diego, and I'm originally from Illinois. I support the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important step towards addressing air pollution, the climate crisis, and protecting communities across the country from the harmful effects of methane and other pollutants. This first step will be impactful, but there's still so much more to do. As a child, I remember booing out my car window anytime I saw smokestacks around the Midwest and felt like I needed to do something. A lot later on, I ended up driving across the country from my home state, Illinois, to San Diego, where I went to college. On this road trip, I was amazed by the beauty of rural America. Unfortunately, though, my amazement became overshadowed by the massive amounts of polluted skies I drove by in these rural areas. I expected to encounter smog in these cities, but was caught off guard by the amount of pollution in these less populated areas. The skies were often gray and dull from the various oil and gas operations taking place around these communities. Air pollution created by oil and gas operations contributes to ozone smog that I've witnessed across the country, which can damage lungs and trigger asthma attacks. It's frustrating that thousands of low producing wells across the country generate minimal usable oil and gas, but create such outstanding amounts of methane pollution. I appreciate that the EPA is closing the current loopholes and requiring frequent inspections of all wells in the final rule. After not only seeing the beauty, but also seeing the pollution of rural America, I was inspired to switch my major from business to environmental science so I can learn to make the difference. During my studies about environmental justice, the climate crisis, and climate policy, I also learned that methane emissions are a clear and pressing environmental injustice issue due to the way that oil and gas operations are disproportionately located in low-income communities and communities of color. Knowledge is power, but in my case of methane emissions, knowledge is climate anxiety. As a young person, I'm worried about the future of the planet, but also the future of my health and the health of my generation and those that come after me. Strong methane regulations are one important way that you can contribute to making a livable, breathable planet for all. I support the EPA in the creation of strong and ambitious methane regulations and urge you all to finalize a comprehensive rule that protects current and future generations from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you again. Our next two speakers are Annika Lutz and Barbara Jarmoska. And we'll begin with Annika Lutz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hello, my name's Annika Lutz, ANNIKA and I'm from Barrington, Illinois. I'm a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force, and I support the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important first step towards addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health and safety of children, families, and future generations across the country. I'm incredibly passionate about climate action and have chosen to study it throughout my life. A few years ago, I graduated from Marquette University with a minor in environmental studies, and I am now getting a master's degree in business with a specialization in sustainability. As I've learned more about methane and its accelerating warming powers and dire threats to public health, I've only grown more concerned and more aware of the connectedness between these dirty emissions, the climate crisis, and public health. I remember my regards for the climate beginning in grade school when I learned about the significance of recycling, thinking I could change the world by separating my garbage. In high school, I've become educated on the significance of dietary choices and their impact on the environment. This inspired me to become vegan in 2016, continuing my plant-based journey since. I'm proud to take many steps in my daily life to reduce my own carbon footprint. However, I often feel powerless knowing the largest sources of emissions are oil and gas operations from large corporations. And while I believe personal actions can make a difference, it is undeniable that collective action through government rulemaking, like that of the methane rule we're discussing today, will make a much larger difference than any of our actions alone. The EPA's proposed updates to cut pollutants from oil and gas operations is a critical step to combating the deadly impacts of the climate crisis, which is fueled by these methane emissions. And it is important to understand that certain communities, especially communities of color and low-income communities, are at a substantially higher risk for the most debilitating impacts of the climate crisis. Environmental anxiety is also rising, especially among my generation, as more people realize how quickly the condition of the environment is deteriorating. Many adults my age have looming fears about our ability to have children when we don't feel that our environment will be livable in the near future. Although having children is not an aspiration of all, having to weigh the morality of leaving such a climate catastrophe for future generations should not be a worry of individuals when there are large corporations that act carelessly when emitting harmful and powerful pollutants like methane. This is why the EPA's newest regulation on methane and other unhealthy air pollutants is crucial to cleaning up oil and gas operations. I urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane regulations from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution to protect public health and future generations like mine. Thank you so much for your time today.
And thank you for providing your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Again, thank you for taking the time today. Our next speaker is Barbara Jamoska. Ma'am, you're on mute still.
Oh, there you go.
There we
Thank you. Hello, my name is Barbara Jarmoska, BARBARAJARMOSKA. I want to first express my gratitude to you, the EPA staff who are present at the hearing today, and to all those whose efforts will contribute to strengthen and expand the November 2021 proposal. The agency's work to reduce thermogenic methane and other harmful hydrocarbons from oil and gas operations is critically essential for the future of our nation and for the planet writ large. I both applaud and fully support your efforts. I live on an unleased 20-acre homestead that has been in my family for 90 years. The land is in rural Lycoming County, Pennsylvania, where there are currently 1,781 permitted methane wells. Thousands of acres of leased state forest begins immediately beside my property. Today, a massive project involving 80 new fossil methane wells and a high-pressure gas gathering line is under construction in my immediate neighborhood. I strongly agree with every aspect of EPA's supplemental proposal to tighten existing regulations. I am particularly concerned about preventing abandoned and unplugged wells, as this is an enormous challenge, both environmentally and economically in my home state. According to the Department of Environmental Protection, Pennsylvania taxpayers are now on the hook for $1,798,700,000 for known unplugged conventional oil and gas wells. That nearly $2 billion will no doubt pale in comparison with the cost incurred by taxpayers in the era of fracking. Unless stringent rules are both adopted and enforced by EPA, the future price tag of methane leaking fossil gas wells and infrastructure will be due and payable by our children and grandchildren. Many of us who have been paying attention to the realities of fracking Pennsylvania's permitted methane wells, now numbering over 23,000 and growing, have been watching in horror for the past decade as elected officials continue to hail fossil methane gas as the economic savior of our region and state. Nothing could be further from the truth. Yet we send legislators to Harrisburg who pass laws and grant tax subsidies that allow the health risks and economic consequences of our state's reliance on fossil methane gas to not only continue, but increase year after year. Unfortunately, the federal government, via the Department of Energy, is complicit in this expansion. The full economic picture of fracking is as undemocratic as it gets. Profits are privatized in the hands of the few, while billions in cost are dumped on the backs of the many, both now and for generations to come. Methane regulations are in no way the best answer to this challenge, but the EPA can't change the politics that drives the policy. But you do have the power to impact the outcome of methane extraction, production, and transport. By passing stringent regulations, EPA can offer the citizens of the extraction states and all Americans a healthier and more just and prosperous future as you put regulations in place and hold fossil fuel corporations accountable for the methane being released and the harms being done. As long as we continue to elect lawmakers who embrace the lies of the industry and ask us to join them in a dance with the dinosaurs, EPA regulations remain our best hope for controlling climate warming methane emissions. Please do whatever you can. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your comments today.
Me neither. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Marianne Graffinino.
Yes. Good morning and thank you.
My name is Mary Ann Graffignino, MaryAnnGraffagnino. I am a member of the Arizona Climate Action Coalition and supporter of Sierra Club and the Environmental Defense Fund. As a caring and concerned person and a retired pathologist and physical therapist, I am testifying and urging the EPA to take even stronger actions than the supplemental proposal. What compels and inspires me the most for urging stronger actions, besides the health and well-being of all and the smiling and innocent faces of children, is found in the UN Global Methane Assessment, UN Environmental Program of 2021, and include methane's atmospheric lifetime of approximately 10 years is a potent greenhouse gas 10 times more powerful than carbon dioxide in warming the atmosphere. Unfortunately, its concentration has more than doubled since pre-industrial times, and it is second only to carbon dioxide in driving climate change during the industrial era. Methane contributes to the formation of ground level ozone due to environmental change, directly or indirectly by people, and causes 500,000 premature deaths per year globally, and harms ecosystems and crops by suppressing growth and diminishing production. Methane's atmospheric concentration is increasing faster than any time since 1980. Limiting methane concentration would rapidly decrease the rate of global warming and ozone pollution. Per the UN assessment, for every million tons of methane reduced, prevents approximately 1,430 annual premature deaths due to ozone globally, could avoid approximately 4,000 asthma-related accident and emergency department visits per year and 90 hospitalizations per year, avoid the annual loss of approximately 400 million hours of work, approximately 180,000 years globally due to extreme heat. The benefits of annually avoided premature deaths alone from a 1.5 Celsius consistent methane mitigation strategy is approximately $450 billion per year. Methane reduction measures also contribute to multiple sustainable development goals, including climate action, zero hunger, good health, and well-being. In summary, thanks to the UN Environment Program of 2021, we have all the needs, reasons, and urgencies to support the strongest methane reduction actions possible. On a personal note, such strong methane reduction plans would greatly help extend the life of my 81-year-old husband, who already has benefited from 6 coronary bypasses in 1997, a chemotherapy in 2000 for chronic leukemia, and ongoing medical treatment for his asthma. So stronger methane regulations are a terrific way to go, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here. We really appreciate your comments today.
Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
At this time, we've caught up to with all our registered speakers. We're going to take a short break. Again, my name is David Cuzzy. I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on today's EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We will resume the hearing at 11:55 a.m. Thank you. Welcome back from the break. My name is David Cussy, and I am the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I am chairing the session of today's hearing on EPA Supplemental Rule, New Source Performance Standards for Crude Oil and Natural Gas Facilities. Joining me on the panel are Andy Shepard and Jamil Assalam. I'll ask them both each to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Andy Shepard. I'm part of the rule writing team for these rules here in OAQPS within EPA.
My name is Jamil Al-Salam. I'm an economist in the Office of Atmospheric Protection.
I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. If you have any questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you are joining us via the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Our logistics teams will add you to today's agenda if there are any time slots available. Please note, by registering for this event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing today. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you are providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. Our next two speakers are Ann McCartney and Kara Cook. And we'll begin with Ann McCartney.
Good morning. I'm Ann McCartney, ANN, McCartney, MCCARTNEY. I am co-chair of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light and live in Belen, New Mexico. I do appreciate this opportunity to provide public comment and to meet the three of you, who sounds like have worked very hard on the rules and the economics involved. I know firsthand how harmful methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is to our health, our safety, and our planet. As you likely know, New Mexico is the second largest oil and gas production state in the US. As a result of the two regions in our state have heavy concentrations of methane and resulting health issues from deteriorated air quality. In June 2022, I personally observed in the Permian Basin in the southeast region of New Mexico, significant amounts of methane flaring, and by easy observation, many dirty flares. By report, the dirty flaring in the Permian is an ongoing and persistent problem. The veracity of those reports is borne out by the photographs and the imaging showing the methane cloud over the Permian Basin in New Mexico on an ongoing basis. Meanwhile, my husband has developed late onset asthma as a result of the air quality pollution in our state. A strong and active man, he now must use an inhaler in order to do the mountain hiking that he loves. Methane pollution is dangerous for him and for all New Mexicans. I am grateful your agency is taking steps to address methane pollution, including ensuring regular inspections occurring at all sites, really important,
maintaining strong requirements to use zero emitting technologies, but there's more work to be done. I ask you to please limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring, which I described. Please address these emissions from storage tanks and provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. We have super emitters here in our state and recent really extreme events, and it would increase more timely and effective responses to emission events if citizens can access the data and the technologies to help reduce methane where we live, hike, and work. My community and Interfaith Powered Light are counting on the EPA and this administration to quickly address these concerns and to finalize strong, comprehensive new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from all oil and gas production before it is too late for us and the generations to come. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
No questions. Really appreciate your time today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to provide that testimony. Our next speaker is Kara Cook.
Thank you. My name is Kara Cook, C-A-R-A, last name C-O-O-K. I'm a public health nurse and the director of programs for the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. Nurses are immediate responders to those affected by climate-related threats. We work to prepare patients and communities for the impacts of climate change that are already here, while also working to support protections that will make those threats less likely. Methane is a potent climate pollutant, and climate change is a health emergency. Warming temperatures contribute to more ozone pollution, wildfire smoke, extreme heat, severe storms and flooding, the spread of disease, and more. Strong action from EPA to reduce methane emissions from the oil and gas industry would be a crucial step forward towards slowing the acceleration of climate change and protecting human health. Decreasing methane emissions is an essential step to reduce the burden of climate change, but the benefits go far outside the impact on the climate. By reducing methane emissions, we would see immediate reductions in the emissions of volatile organic compounds that are released with methane during oil and gas operations. Some VOCs can cause cancer, affect the nervous system, or cause birth defects. Certain populations in the more than 12 million US residents that live within a half a mile of an oil or gas well or facility are disproportionately harmed by methane and air pollution. Reducing the emissions of these harmful pollutants will ensure that people with asthma and other lung diseases, people of color, children, the elderly, and individuals with pre-existing conditions are at less of a risk for developing or having worsening health conditions, which will result in fewer healthcare visits and the need for treatment. Our organization supports the many improvements in the EPA's updated rule from the original draft rule that was released in 2021, specifically because the updated rule closes a loophole in leak detection and repair standards by requiring regular monitoring at wells with equipment known to malfunction, because it also maintains the zero emitting pneumatic equipment requirements for pneumatic controllers and expands this requirement to include pneumatic pumps. It creates a program to more quickly address super emitters and requires that abandoned wells are subject to monitoring until closure, and that oil and gas companies submit a closure plan and conduct a post-closure survey of those wells to ensure they are not leaking. EPA's proposal is a good start. However, we strongly encourage EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefits for public health by additionally setting a timeline to eliminate the practice of flaring and ensure continued collaboration with frontline communities in documenting leaks, flaring, and other problems associated with oil and gas operations. So in closing, again, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. The Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments urges EPA to finalize strong, new, and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector, as this is a necessary step to address climate change and improve the health of all Americans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Really appreciate your comments.
None for me. Thank you very much.
Our next two speakers are Susan Hendershot and Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar. And we'll go along with Susan Hendershot.
Hi. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Reverend Susan Hendershot, S-U-S-A-N, last name Hendershot. And I'm here today as the president of Interfaith Power and Light and as an ordained clergy person in the Christian Church Disciples of Christ. IPL's mission is to inspire and mobilize people of faith and conscience to take bold and just action on climate change. I speak on behalf of our 40 state affiliates, thousands of faith leaders, and more than 22,000 congregations that are part of our national network, urging the Biden administration and the EPA to finalize strong, comprehensive, new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector. Methane pollution from the oil and gas sector is accelerating the pace of climate change and harming the health of families and communities across the country. We only need to take a look out our windows to see the devastation that climate change is causing to individuals, families, businesses, and communities. From the biblical floods taking place in California to the deadly snowstorms that shook the country in December, the time to act is now. The updated draft rule improves upon or maintains many of the standards in the original draft rule released by EPA in 2021 that were identified by climate, public health, and environmental justice advocates. In addition to ensuring that each of these key provisions remains in the final rule, more work must be done to ensure that the strongest possible methane safeguards are finalized by the EPA to address climate change and protect public health, including ensuring that operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas only to instances in which it is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. Strengthening the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks, and providing a clear pathway for participation in the Super Emitter Response Program, which is designed to quickly address very large leaks from the oil and gas industry by ensuring that approved monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. Ultimately, my advocacy and my testimony here and the work of people of faith around this country who have been supporting stronger methane standards for years is about living out our love for God and for neighbor. When we love God, we protect what God has given us as a gift to be nurtured and tended, not sullied with methane pollution. When we love our neighbor, we don't pollute their land, their water, or their air, causing harm to their health or the climate in which they live. I implore you to use your power for good and quickly address these concerns and finalize strong, comprehensive new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector. Thank you for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to speak today. May God grant you wisdom and guidance as you seek the common good. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Hendershot, and thank you for taking the time today to provide this testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you.
No clarifying questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar.
Hi, I'm Danielle Berkowitz-Sklar, and I'm the National Events Coordinator with Moms Clean Air Force, a community of over 1 million parents and caregivers who have joined forces to protect the health of children and youth by fighting air pollution and climate change. I'm here today to support EPA's updated rule to cut methane and harmful pollutants from the oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important step towards protecting the health of families and addressing the climate crisis, since methane is one of the most potent contributors to global warming. I'm from California, where my family relocated after raising me, my twin sister, and 3 younger siblings in Costa Rica. At a very early age, I was involved in community-based efforts to protect the environment and public health, and I hope to continue fighting for these causes. My upbringing in rural and urban Costa Rica sensitized me to the reality that some of the most intense impacts of climate change manifest themselves in issues of public health for vulnerable communities. I witnessed firsthand how the compounding effects of climate change and social inequalities can exacerbate public health issues through vector-borne diseases, food insecurity, and natural disasters. Coastal communities directly rely on the health of their environment for their own livelihoods, nutrition, and well-being. Vulnerable communities within the US are also affected disproportionately by the consequences of methane emissions. As a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, the United States must act where we can, and methane is a perfect opportunity. California, my other home, is a state that suffers the worst air pollution in the country, and this has been exacerbated by wildfires. In the summer of 2019, my brothers, one of whom is asthmatic, and parents had to evacuate for a short period of time due to the unhealthy yellow air caused by wildfires a few miles away. On the opposite coast, in my birthplace of Miami Beach, my grandparents, who have very serious health issues and insufficient care as it is, now worry about floods regularly. No matter where you are not exempt from the impacts of climate change. Methane, the main component of natural gas, is a potent greenhouse gas fueling global warming. Significantly reducing methane pollution now is one of the best levers we have to slow the rate of climate change. Oil and gas operations are also releasing chemicals such as benzene and contributing to ground level ozone that damage children's lungs and weaken their immune systems with each passing day. Cutting methane pollution will have the benefit of reducing associated harmful volatile organic compounds such as benzene that can cause respiratory diseases, asthma attacks, neurological problems, and cancer. As someone who was brought up in communities that suffered disproportionately from the impacts of environmental injustice and climate change, and as someone who hopes to be a parent in the future, I am thankful that the current administration has proposed a rule that will protect communities from the oil and gas industry's climate warming methane and harmful toxic pollution. We are depending on the EPA to protect present and future generations by finalizing this rule with the urgency the moment demands. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you again for taking the time today. Our next speakers are Robert Allison and Rachel Dawn Davis, and we'll begin with Robert Allison.
Hi. Thank you for having me today. My name is Robert Allison, ROBERTALLISON. I am a resident of Denver, Colorado, and I'm here in connection with the National Parks Conservation Association. I am a volunteer with NPCA and serve on the organization's advisory council for the Southwest region, covering Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona. Personally, I'm a frequent visitor to our national parks and other public lands, spending 3 to 4 months each year touring parks and national forest, BLM, and state public lands. Too often, and increasingly over the last few years, I have been forced to alter or cancel plans to visit places like this due to events related to climate change. Wildfires and smoke closing large areas and making outdoor recreation too dangerous. Floods closing large areas for weeks, even months at a time, and warming waters closing entire river basins to fishing. National parks across the country, and particularly in the West, are already experiencing the devastating effects of climate change. Due to their sensitive natural environments, wildfires, floods, drought, and rising temperatures threaten our national parks with disproportionate frequency and severity. In October, I toured the northern third of Yellowstone National Park, an area that was almost completely closed for the summer and fall seasons this year due to unprecedented flooding in June. In our national parks, climate change is not a future risk. It's a current, rapidly increasing problem that is costing us our most precious public resources. With this supplemental set of proposed rules, the EPA has made significant progress in the areas of direct measurement of methane emissions, leak detection requirements, and accountability for low production sites. In particular, I believe moving from estimated emissions based on outdated benchmarks to empirical data from direct measurements will provide much more accurate information to the agency and the public, and will properly differentiate operators, rewarding those who do the work to reduce emissions and motivating those underperforming operators who do not. I applaud these efforts and encourage the EPA to adopt these stronger provisions without any exceptions or exclusions. In contrast, I believe the EPA has more work to do in these supplemental proposed rules to address the following. First, the need to eliminate routine flaring nationwide. There is no valid reason the no flaring rules already in force in Colorado and New Mexico should not be adopted nationwide. Second, increasing the opportunity for community groups and other third parties to participate in the super emitter response program. In very similar circumstances in Denver around a refinery here, I have witnessed firsthand the interest in and the effectiveness of community monitoring programs in helping identify significant leaks and enhance enforcement. In order to have any chance of meeting our country's climate goals and those of the Paris Climate Agreement, I believe we must do everything we can right now to reduce our emissions of methane and other greenhouse gases. With this set of supplemental rules, I encourage the EPA to implement and enforce the strongest set of rules possible. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, Mr. Allison?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your comments today.
Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you again for taking the time today. Our next speaker is Rachel Dawn Davis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. I'm in a conference, so I'm glad to know that you can hear me. Okay, Rachel Davis, and that is spelled RACHEL-DAVIS. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we'll also share comments in writing if possible. Okay, my name is Rachel Dawn Davis. I'm the Public Policy and Justice Organizer for Water Spirit. I'm speaking on behalf of our thousands of members throughout the Northeast and globe for 25 years. I work to fully realize Water Spirit's mission of hearing the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. EPA is clearly working to put forth the effort to make better what has been an allowance of polluting without accountability, especially by FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. I've advocated for the interagency coordination on this issue, specifically with respect to methane emissions. Public health is in crisis, and this will continue as government allows polluters to conduct business as usual without any potential for accountability. Allowance of fossil fuel dirty gas projects in the form of subsidies or permits sets humanity up for perpetual sickness and death, which, as some have outlined, we all have experience with up close. There's a lot that's been left to be desired when it comes to allowance of methane release, planned or fugitive. We encourage public ownership and trust in monitoring. Again, as has been mentioned before, that works. When there's trust in a community established, it really does help everybody. I work in communities that are deemed sacrifice zones, and we know no area should be designated, let alone designed in this way. Trust is really not easy to build, and this is something that I emphasize every single time I speak with the EPA. I was fortunate enough to spend my summers in Pike County, Pennsylvania, in Milford, Pennsylvania, right next to Dimock, which you may have heard of. Even with attempts at accountability for Cabot Oil and Gas, Cortera now, we see loopholes. We need more work, and we look forward to continuing supporting this proposal and future changes. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you again. Our next two speakers are Reverend Thomas Smith and Rosemarie Caccini. And we will begin with Reverend Smith.
Hello, my name is Father Tom Smith. I'm a priest, Catholic priest. I'm also a Franciscan. And St. Francis of Assisi, our patron, is the patron of ecology. And I've had for all my life, even growing up on a farm, a great love for the earth and care for it. I'm also a member of a director of a Holy Cross Retreat Center in southeastern New Mexico, or southern New Mexico, where we have a Laudato Si committee, which is promoting care for the earth and care for all the people. I lived in Artesia, New Mexico for a while, where they had the flaring of the gas in the backyard right behind us for the whole time I was there, and I can see the effects of that. I know that New Mexico depends on gas and oil for a lot of income into the state, but I also know that we can regulate the way that we receive that. And I think it's important that as a community of people in the United States, that we respect the earth and try to take care of it so that we don't harm it for the future people to come. We work hard at that here, and I believe it's my faith, my conviction that it's something that is not just done because it's economically feasible or what's best, but we have to do it because it's right. The earth is certainly one of those things that we only have one of. We can't like go to another earth. And I think the environmental controls are very, very important. Pope Francis, who is our Catholic Pope, of course, has been very outspoken on this, and we continue to work with him and with others to promote this locally, state level, as well as nationally. Your efforts to reduce the pollution and the methane would be much, much appreciated. I don't need to get into the details, you know that better than I, but just from a faith perspective, it's certainly very, very important, and that we care for the people who are affected. And most often it's the poor, it's those who can't move out of the way from that, who are affected deeply. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your taking this into consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend Smith. Are there any questions from the panel?
Nothing for me. Really appreciate your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Rosemarie Cascini.
Good morning. I'm Rosemarie Cicchini, a Maryknoll sister, and I serve as director of the Office of Peace, Justice, and Creation with Catholic Charities of Gallup Diocese in Gallup, New Mexico. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on why strong methane rules are urgently needed to protect our communities, natural environment, and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Through visits to people and communities that we serve in McKinley and San Juan counties in northwestern New Mexico, people have shared with me the adverse health and environmental impacts they continue to experience and suffer from caused by heightened air pollution. Oil and gas companies continue to in the region intentionally and routinely leak methane gas from poorly maintained equipment, deliberately vent it into the atmosphere, and burn it as a waste product from oil drilling. And local people in the Four Corners area report how impacts from these sources of environmental pollution are causing increases in asthma attacks, especially in children and elders, breathing discomfort, lung inflammation and injury, heart disease, respiratory-related hospitalization, increased risks of cancer, and increased vulnerability to the virus pandemic. Last October, I also visited the Permian Basin in southeastern New Mexico with a faith-based group, traveling over 100 miles through this landscape, punctuated in every direction with jack pump oil rigs, fracking towers, stacks spewing methane-laced flames, breathing in the overpowering nauseous smell of toxic gases. We met and listened to the stories of people living in this toxic environment who testified to the illness, suffering, death, and losses resulting from unregulated activities of the oil and gas companies. As our faith traditions teach, creation is God-given and sacred, intended for the well-being and flourishing of all life on earth. So clean air in the atmosphere is a sacred commons, providing oxygen and breath for all living beings. We all share a sacred responsibility to ensure clean air and a safe environment for all present and future generations of life. We urge the federal EPA to adopt strong methane rules, which include the following: close a loophole in the leak detection or repair standards by requiring regular monitoring at all wells with equipment known to malfunction, such as tanks and flares, using gas imaging cameras. Maintain the zero-emitting pneumatic equipment requirements for pneumatic controllers and expand this requirement to include pneumatic pumps. Ensure that frontline communities can access data and technologies and have a voice to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the area where they live and work. We urge the EPA to resolutely address climate change, which calls for responsible, immediate action steps to reduce the carbon emissions, which will result in increasingly destructive weather events we're all witnessing in our country and worldwide. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for taking the time today to provide your testimony. Our next two speakers are Robin Sunbeam and Gabriel Lawrence, and we'll begin with Robin Sunbeam.
Hi, my name is Robin. Oh, start my video. Okay. Uh-oh, but I didn't comb my hair. Okay, is my video on? Yeah, you can see me. Okay, my name is Robin Sunbeam. I'm from Mendocino County in California. I'm a registered nurse and an avid wilderness camper. I'm shocked at the cavalier attitude held by our elected public servants who play power games with our lives, choosing to kick the can down the road rather than protect the environment now. It's too late now to stop the worst of the climate change. Like a person with a fatal diagnosis, I've had to resolve myself to the impending destruction of all life on Earth by climate change, except, of course, the cockroaches. I will never have grandchildren because my adult children see the handwriting on the wall and have chosen not to bring another precious human life into a world in decline. For over 3 decades, the petroleum industry has known that burning fossil fuels would increase greenhouse gases and that it would warm the planet. Yet these industries, which have led the entire world to the brink of destruction, have never been held to account. Neither have our elected representatives held the industry to account for the malicious damage to lives that they have caused, but also have dickered in Congress about Green New Deal legislation that has done too little, too late. Gasoline cars and coal-powered energy plants should have been eliminated a decade ago. But instead, our elected representatives have kicked the can down the road to the year 2050. That's 27 years from now. Considering that the last 5 years have broken all records for the hottest years in history, increasingly severe storms are causing untold damage on cities and industries. Island nations can no longer survive. The rise of the ocean and the world's corals have been killed and bleached white from the dissolved greenhouse gases that have acidified the ocean. How much more damage will there be before 2050? Now that our elected representatives have betrayed the American people for so long, and climate catastrophe has amplified, now it's time for draconian methods. It's time to stop fossil fuel now. Now, not 2050. How much more damage are we gonna tolerate? That's my statement. Thank you for letting me speak, and I didn't take my whole 4 minutes up.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions, but really appreciate your comments today.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Gabriel Lawrence. Gabriel Lawrence.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you now. Okay.
I'm having trouble getting my video. Oh, wait a minute. There it is. I guess it just had to take a minute. Okay. My name is Gabrielle Lawrence. I'm a PhD psychologist. My name is spelled Gabrielle, Lawrence, Lawrence. I am here representing the Arizona Action Climate Coalition, the Care for Creation from the Franciscan Renewal Center, and Citizens Climate Lobby. And I've lost the picture. Oh dear, that's not good. Can you see me? Hello?
We can.
Okay, because I can't see you at okay, I'm going to go on. I'm a psychologist in Scottsdale, Arizona. I work with children and adults. During the last decade, I have been involved in working to solve climate issues. Today, I speak in support of the new APA rule proposed on November 11th, 2022. The new rule will help reach our 2050 zero emissions goal and slow global warming by cutting methane and eliminating other harmful air pollutants. The new rule will support a plan to monitor methane leakage from the nation's new and 1 million older existing oil and gas operations. The most important, most importantly, it will also support the physical and mental health of our adults and children, who and younger children are particularly impacted by air pollution from soot and other pollutants caused by global warming. As a psychologist and a mental health provider, I work daily helping children and adults deal with anxiety and depression. Climate warming is now a known reality. Because of increased media climate coverage, there is a growing realization that we and our climate are in serious danger. Children watch television and see reports of melting sea ice coupled with starving polar bears, severe air pollution, rapidly decreasing water supplies, and ever-increasing, often fatal and stifling temperatures all over the country. The reality is that we are in danger and our world is not moving towards safety. For my patients, this abundant, unavoidable level of information adds to a constant low-level worry and confusion that significantly increases anxiety and adds to a feeling of hopelessness. This is particularly dangerous for children and adolescents. This information resonates as low level of fear, always there sounding as they go about their daily tasks. The yearly number of suicides and suicide attempts among children and adolescents are increasing rapidly, along with other forms of intentional harm. As children watch, they see our nation's leader ignoring the climate crisis, ignoring the increasing heat and flooding, and building bigger and bigger developments, wasting water, and doing little to clean the air that they must breathe. Their hopelessness about the future of our planet increases along with their confusion, fear, and depression. In our country, climate change is not only a climate crisis, it is also a health crisis and a mental health crisis for our children and for the future. In order to help our children and our planet, we must create laws and regulations to help us clean up our air and water and stop global warming. Working to
Time.
Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for providing your testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I asked that if you have written testimony that, submit it to the docket as well, and then the rest of your testimony will be considered in those comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Westman. You're on mute. There you go. Oh, you're back on mute again.
Oh, okay. So now am I on now?
You are on now.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Westman, KATHIE-WESTMAN. I'm from Gibsonia, Pennsylvania. Thank you for this opportunity for us to share our concerns as citizens. I am a registered nurse who has been very concerned about the environment and the health as our climate destruction continues. And I am a person of faith, active in the creation care team of our local Lutheran Synod. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I do support the EPA's proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollutions from the oil and gas operations. I urge you to increase safety standards for U.S. oil and gas operations. As a nurse, I call upon you to recognize that methane pollution is not only accelerating the pace of climate change, but please acknowledge it is extremely harmful to the health of families and communities across the country. This should not be allowed to continue. Coming from Pittsburgh, I know personally and professionally of the many health problems related to pollution, and many of those have already been shared with you. And I personally am acquainted with many residents of Western Washington County whose health and quality of life have been adversely affected as fracking in their communities has escalated. It's a real sad situation. And I know that across Pennsylvania, there are so many people who have suffered, as witnessed, for example, in the Pennsylvania grand jury testimony that was held in June of 2020. Today, we now have a large number of health studies and their concerning results, which reflect the danger of these industries. We now know better than when the industry claimed no harm when taking advantage of the Marcellus Shale here in our state and across the country. We now must do better. Our communities deserve swift and strong regulatory action now. I support many of your goals. They can even be stronger. I urge EPA to finalize strong, comprehensive, new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector, please, as quickly as possible. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time today.
Thank you.
At this time, we do not have any more registered speakers ready to speak. So if there's anyone listening that is not registered and would like an opportunity to speak, please use the raise your hand function, and our logistics staff will identify you to provide testimony. And I see a hand from Stan Renfro. You'd like to go ahead?
Yeah. Did show yourself. Okay. Howdy. I'm here and appreciate the chance to share with you some hope. I'm wearing a shirt. Extinction Rebellion is a group in England who has been foremost in trying to cope with our modern world. They're changing their tactic. Instead of disrupting the public, they are going to do this. This year, we prioritize attendance over arrest and relationships over roadblocks as we stand together and become impossible to ignore. They want to have 100,000 people go to the Houses of Parliament on April 21st of this year. And they're not going to be negative. They're going to be positive. Here's what they say. The confluence of multiple crises presents us with a unique opportunity to mobilize and move beyond traditional divides. No one can do this alone, and it's the responsibility of all of us, not just one group. It may be uncomfortable or difficult, but the strength of all social, environmental, and justice movements lies in working together. As our rights are stripped away and those speaking out and most at risk are silenced, we must find common ground and unite to survive. It is so moving that our people, our 8 billion people on this planet, are starting to really see how we can be together for our planet. Here's what they go on to say. It's no secret that those in power are hoarding wealth and power at the expense of ordinary people, while ignoring the consequences of their greed. Emissions continue to rise, but they couldn't care less. But people do care. And changes to democracy that free and empower the voices of the people through citizens' assemblies could balance the tables and bring about the positive societal tipping points we all need. Choose our future, this group says. And believe me, if you go to YouTube, you can see how hard they're driving this prong of possibility. April 21st and beyond, the big one, Houses of Parliament, 100,000 people. They want to start there, but not end there. Let me finish with an Inuit statement from Sheila Watt-Cotier. If we allow the Arctic to melt, we lose more than the planet that has nurtured us for all of human history. We lose the wisdom required of us to sustain it. I want to really thank the EPA for their work on the neonicotinoid pesticides lately. They finally came out against them. Thank you so much, EPA. Maybe you can be the prong of government that we can rally behind.
Sir, your time has expired. I have to ask you to wind up.
Yes, I sure appreciate it.
Thank you for taking the time for this testimony today. Are there any questions from the panel?
None here, thank you.
No clarifying questions, thanks.
Thank you again for taking the time today. Our next two speakers are Joanna Ward and Elaine Cimino, and we'll begin with Joanna Ward.
Hi, I'm Joanna Ward. I've been a transformational leader for women and children's service lines, working with hospitals and their communities across the country. And I just got rid of what I wrote down because I have such anxiety for what's happening. And I'm just going to try to talk truth. And right now we are fracking the most of any country in the world today, when we should be doing the opposite as a leader. And I think what started it, well, I know what started it. It was the the election of Bush Cheney versus Gore. And the rush to do fracking without looking at the consequences, the fallout, as I do for when I work, and the fallout now, it's besides the Middle East, it's that a recent Yale study has shown that cancer, children living near fracking fields, is causing cancer. And we have a governor in Texas, Abbott, who wrote a bill that said, when Denton tried to stop it, that communities can't stop a protest against fracking in their communities. Rex Tillerson even said fracking's fine as long as it's not in my community. But fracking is, Texas has the most fracking in the country. And I spoke because a little piece of heaven on earth, the lower Rio Grande Valley, where the Cancer Valley from Louisiana starts, goes all the way down the coast of Texas, and it stops right now because we fought so hard. I stopped my working as a consultant to fight LNG exports there. And now I just find out that, of course, too, but I think we're still fighting the good fight. In that piece of heaven on earth where birds have been migrating for thousands of years. We have the Bahia Grande, the largest restoration project in North America that we got to protect. We can't let those egrets, that heaven with the egrets and the herons, be cemented over those wetlands for refineries to take out the dirty fracked toxins into the air where there be fetal anomalies and where children and babies live and kids practice football. We can't let that happen in the lower Rio Grande Valley. Let Australia do more. Let's stop fracking. It should have been banned. But anyway, geothermal, other things. So what's happening is, I'm sorry, but I sold my bird and butterfly garden, moved up to Philadelphia, spent all that money renovating my condominium. And I look out the window on my 21st floor, and most days the ozone layer and fog's too bad. The particulate matter, I have to go out. Even if there's not a pandemic, I should be out there with the mask. Only on clean air days, very rare anymore because of the shale boom. I've learned that our lives are shortened for those of us who live in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, highly dense populations, because of the shale boom. And now they want to do export terminals. EPA, since first disapproving the Biden, the EPA must set some standards. How far away could a community fracking take for a community to protect those children? How far away from highly densely populated areas should they allow exporting? They want to do things in Gibbstown. They want to use it. Trump stopped this thing that was banned. Rails, we can have it explode the whole place. They want to rail liquid natural gas through these highly populated communities or on our highways in Philadelphia. I think it's one of the big.
Just a reminder, the time has expired.
Okay, I'm sorry, but anyway, you got to do something. Set standards, set limits. How far away should they? From a community, we can't let this happen in Gibbstown.
Ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you to.
Portugal.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your heartfelt testimony. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions here. Really, really appreciate it.
Billions of dollars have bought our senators from Cornyn, Cruz, and Romney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
At this time, we need to move on. We have other speakers that we need to move to. Thank you very much for your testimony. This time I call forward Elaine Chimino.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elaine Chimino. I am the director for Common Ground Rising, an Albuquerque citizens organization working in coalition with several local and nationwide environmental justice organizations. I will share my comments in writing as well. We are requesting that the EPA insert our submittal of cumulative impact language into the draft and to use the precautionary regulatory approach in decision-making. The language for adoption on cumulative impacts to be codified comes from long years of political and social work in New Mexico, New Jersey, and Minnesota. We in New Mexico have seen a 5-fold increase in methane and greenhouse gas emissions that continue to climb. In 20 years, there have been several executive orders, yet the implementation of cumulative impact regulations have not happened. Rarely has community requests become codified. This precautionary approach deserves to be included. It reverses the burden of proof so that the health and the environment gets the benefit of the doubt. EPA has an ethical and mandate to prevent suffering and harm, and the fossil fuel industry has no right to destroy the ecology, degrade the environment, and impose the health hazards for profits. And we must find balance. It's time to codify the ethics into regulation on climate impacts from the oil and gas operations and prevent the harm from emissions of greenhouse gas and methane, and put our language into rulemaking. Here's what we see in frontline communities. A lifting of the non-attainment order in the Permian Basin has high ozone levels and is dangerous to human health and ecosystems. The public sees EPA's capitulation to the oil and gas interest. In New Mexico, fossil fuel industry self-reported excess emissions 1,341 times in the past 12 months. And NASA's emit technology found super emitters, and this finding spotlighted the gross undercount of greenhouse gas emissions by EPA. We are living in degraded ecosystems plagued with disease, living and dying one climate crisis and catastrophe after another. And the public expects the EPA to act with urgency to protect the public health and climate, but most of all, to save lives. Inserting this language would be a start to rebuild our way towards resilience. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
And thank you for your testimony. You made reference to some language like inserted, and will that be submitted in your comments to the document?
Yes, I'm up to 30 pages. So I will be submitting that. Thank you.
And a reminder that the comment period closes on February 13th.
Yes, I'm almost done.
Are
Thank you.
there any other questions for the panel?
No questions here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Right. At this time, we have no additional registered speakers. If there is anyone on the phone or in the Zoom session that is not registered to speak but would like the opportunity to speak, please raise your hand. All right. At this time, I don't see any hands raised. We have no additional registered speakers. We're going to take a 5-minute break to see if anyone that had registered for this morning session, this first session today, shows up. And so we'll take a 5-minute break. Again, my name is David Cuzzy, and I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about today's hearing or interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to let you know if there are any time slots available. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We'll resume the hearing at 12:59 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is David Cuzzy, the Deputy Director of the Sector Policies and Programs Division in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I've been chairing this hearing session. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers for this session. I want to thank my fellow panelists, Jamil and Andy, everyone who offered testimony today, and everyone who took the time out of their schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and natural gas operations. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through February 13th, 2023. We will now take a recess. The next session will begin at 1:30 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started in just a second. Welcome, everyone. We are providing Spanish interpretation for today's hearing. To listen to the hearing in either English or Spanish, everyone will need to select a language at the bottom of your screen. Click on the globe icon, then select either English or Spanish. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications in EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I will be chairing the session of this virtual public hearing. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to share your comments on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and natural gas operations. The supplemental proposal, which EPA announced November 11th, 2022, would update, strengthen, and expand EPA's 2021 proposal to secure major climate and health benefits for all Americans by reducing emissions of methane and other harmful air pollution from both new and existing sources in the oil and natural gas industry. Now I'd like to ask our other panelists to introduce themselves. Can I start with you, Stephanie?
Certainly. Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Hogan, and I'm an Assistant General Counsel in the Air and Radiation Law Office at EPA.
And Dan?
Hi, I'm Dan Pastor. I'm an economist in the Health and Environmental Impacts Division of the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards, and I help to work on this related to this rule.
Dan. We are also joined today by a transcriptionist who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. So we're going to start with some ground rules. Before we begin to hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language or images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. Everyone at EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on the panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note that by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. Okay, so let's move on to how today's hearing will work. If you are registered to speak, you should have received an email notification that will include the approximate time window when you will be invited to speak. We will do our best to stick to this as close to that time as possible. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen, and we will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We may also use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn, and let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us via Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. If you are joining us by phone, then you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. When you unmute yourself, first, please state your first and last name and spell it for the record. When you are providing testimony, you are welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom of your screen. If you're not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to deliver their testimony. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it's time to stop. If you are testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we are going to strictly enforce the 4-minute rule. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit them to the docket for the supplemental proposal through February 13th, 2023. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you provide today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you are finished speaking, please remain on the line until I am able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker, and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support. That's attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions: morning, afternoon, and evening. We are in the afternoon session. If there are no additional speakers, we may close the session 15 minutes after the last registered speaker has testified. And we may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you for taking the time to share your comments on EPA's supplemental proposal. Let's get started. Our first speakers are Cynthia Gonzalez and Gwen Lachelt.
Hello. Hello. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez, CYNTHIAGONZ, and LES, Gonzalez. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez. I live in El Paso, Texas, border city on the U.S.-Mexico border. I work with the St. Columban Mission for Justice, Peace, and Ecology. It's a Catholic nonprofit organization. And I also serve on the board for Interfaith Power and Light, New Mexico and El Paso region. I appreciate the opportunity that you're giving me and many of the other speakers that have been participating in the last sessions to speak with you today, specifically on why strong rules are important to me and my communities, and also the communities that I work with. Through my work with impacted communities and as a border resident myself, I have witnessed firsthand how harmful methane pollution from the oil and gas company is to our health, our safety, and the overall, and causes overall destruction to biodiversity in our planet. In my community and nearby communities in West Texas and New Mexico, hundreds of families are being impacted by the activities of the oil and gas industry, with many of them already seeing severe impacts on their health. This rule is an important step to ensure we protect them and protect the future of young people. In a recent visit to a community in South New Mexico, I was able to meet with a group of women and mothers who were deeply alarmed by the lack of sufficient monitoring and regulation of the industry. During a presentation and after hearing from that group on the health impacts that they are already seeing, one of the women asked in Spanish, with clear worry and disbelief in her tone, "I just don't understand if they," meaning the leaders, politicians, and government, "know that this is happening and is harming us. Why don't they do anything to stop it? Doesn't our health matter? Don't we matter?" And these words to me and to all of us should show us the desperation and the need to protect these highly vulnerable populations. I trust that through this rule, the EPA can grant these families the protections they deserve. I'm particularly grateful to the EPA for taking steps to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, including by ensuring regular inspections occur at all sites and maintain strong requirements to use zero-emitting technologies. The EPA and all society must do everything we can to ensure we are addressing impacts of climate change and protect the health and safety of communities like mine and those in New Mexico and Texas. This rule is an important step in that direction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for testifying. Are there any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And up next, Gwen Lachelt.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Gwen Lachelt. That's Lachelt. I have been working professionally to reform oil and gas policies and practices since 1988, when a natural gas drilling boom came to my community and region. I am also a former elected official. Today, I'm the director of Western Leaders Network, a coalition of 450 local, tribal, and state elected officials across the interior West. Our leaders represent millions of Westerners, many directly affected by oil and gas in their backyards. Western Leaders is headquartered in the San Juan Basin of Colorado and New Mexico, and most unfortunately, under the Four Corners methane hotspot. This hotspot is a methane cloud the size of Delaware and is caused by emissions from tens of thousands of gas and oil wells and facilities in our basin. Over the past 4 decades, the people who live near oil and gas operations in my region have lived with a staggering number of health and environmental impacts, including round-the-clock drilling and fracturing operations, deafening noise levels, homes that vibrate from nearby wells and compressors, fumes and odors, choking dust and noise from constant heavy truck traffic, poor air quality, methane migrating into water wells and homes that have led some families being able to light their tap water on fire, an entire subdivision having so much methane trapped in basements and crawl spaces that the homes had to be evacuated and abandoned. One man's home exploded from migrating methane, leaving him with severe burns and scarring over most of his body. Another home spontaneously combusted from migrating methane. Wildlife habitat and corridors have been degraded and in some cases obliterated. Many of our once peaceful agricultural communities are in the middle of an industrial spiderweb of wells, pipelines, tanks, and compressor stations. And these are just a few examples of the impacts. The people who live with oil and gas operations in their backyards and neighborhoods have done their part. Their right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes and properties has been sacrificed. Every day they bear the burden of what it means to supply our country with energy. It's time our local, state, and federal agencies do all they can to control and prevent further impacts and ensure our children have a safe and healthy future. They need the EPA in their corner, and we all need the EPA in our corner. We are all affected by climate damaging methane emissions from oil and gas, and we deserve the very best protections. I appreciate the EPA's hard work in drafting a strong supplemental rule, and I urge you to go even further to adopt the most robust methane rules to control methane emissions. Please strengthen the draft rule by requiring that gas associated with oil drilling is captured. Expand emission standards to cover a broader range of storage tanks, and allow a clear pathway for community participation in the super emitter response program. Thank you. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I did have a question. If you could, if you had anything more to say about the last part about the public participation in the super emitter program.
Just that we would appreciate that communities and organizations would be able to access tools and the technology available to be able to help our communities respond when there are major emission events. And I can certainly supply more written information.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the panel?
No further questions. Thank you so much for your testimony.
No questions. Thank you, Gwen.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Up next, we have Brian Hutchinson, and then following Mr. Hutchinson will be Coralie Pride. Mr. Hutchinson?
Yeah, good afternoon. It looks like I'm being unmuted. Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Hutchinson. That's spelled Hutchinson. And I'm a resident of East Goshen, Pennsylvania. I would like to thank the EPA for the opportunity to provide this public feedback on the current proposal to update, strengthen, and expand its November 2021 proposal on reducing methane and other harmful byproducts from new and existing sources in the oil and natural gas industry. According to the International Energy Agency, methane is responsible for around 30% of the current rise in global temperatures. Methane is more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, even though it only persists in our atmosphere for only around 12 years, while carbon dioxide persists for centuries. Every day we hear about scientific studies showing that human activity is warming the climate even more and more quickly than predicted just 10 to 15 years ago. If we keep up with this pace, the world will face dire environmental consequences that we can't reverse. And that's assuming we survive. As we increase the amount of harmful gases in our atmosphere, we are also seeing increases in natural disasters. Given all the science behind the connections between these two areas, it is hard not to believe that these two outcomes are coincidences. Our government and industry leaders must do everything possible to reduce emissions, especially methane, due to its high impact. The EPA's supplemental proposal is based on sound science and considers competing priorities between the oil and the natural gas industry and long-term public health. Public health should always take precedence to ensure the health of the human race and our natural world. If adopted, the proposed regulations for the oil and natural gas industry will help us achieve critical reductions in methane, smog-forming VOCs, and other harmful gases. At the same time, it will be cost-effective and promote technological innovation. The proposed regulations forecast an additional increase in the recovery of natural gas valued at $3.3 to $4.6 billion over 12 years. This increase should benefit the oil and natural gas industry greatly and help to defray the costs to implement the requirements. Before I leave this planet, sometime in the next, hopefully next 20 to 30 years, it's imperative for the US to take the lead to reduce fossil fuels and the harmful effects that these products create. My family has done a lot to reduce our energy consumption, electrify our home, and use renewable sources, including a rooftop solar system. But there is only so much that our families can do and so much impact that we can have. It's imperative for all of us, private citizens, industry, business leaders, and the governments to do whatever it takes to save our planet and our human race. Adopting this proposal would be a giant step in the right direction. Thank you again for allowing me to provide this public comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Any questions from the panel?
Don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your time, Brian.
Okay, up next, we have Coralie Pride.
Okay, my name is Coralie Pride. It's C-O-R-A-L-I-E. Last name is Pride, P-R-Y-D-E. I'm a member of a number of organizations looking into environmental issues, but today I'm speaking just on behalf of myself. The past year has seen an increasing number of reports showing that methane emissions at drilling sites and downstream are far greater than estimated by the EPA and also far greater than companies have been reporting. Measurements of leakage were taken at 27,000 drill sites by a small plane flying over gas and oil fields in New Mexico. And the total leakage came to 9.4% of the total amount of gas extracted. This would make gas from this part of the Permian field 3 to 4 times as dirty as coal in terms of global warming, without even considering the inevitable losses during downstream operations. Other studies determined that emissions from 72,000 individual sources worldwide, including power plants, steel mills, urban roadways, and along with gas drilling sites and related infrastructure such as pipe storage and processing facilities. The results indicated that actual emissions were as much as 3 times more than had been reported. This situation cannot be allowed to continue. It will certainly make us unable to meet even our most modest climate goals. At worst, we will move into a situation where methane and methane hydrates from thawing tundra and warming waters will create a feedback loop increasing at a rate beyond our control. It is now possible to get accurate measurements of methane emissions from any site. Climate Trace, a collaborative effort launched by Al Gore and now comprising more than 90 contributing organizations, is offering to take measurements at the request of industries, countries, or other groups. Measurements are taken from satellites, and artificial intelligence and machine learning have been used to obtain data on individual plants or over a full country. Measurements of methane leaks at specific sites, such as compressor stations, can be made with optical gas imaging as an alternative. The EPA must ensure that companies can no longer get away with underestimating their emissions. They must use data obtained from a reliable third party. Leaks at every point in the extraction, processing, transport, distribution, and use cycle need to be minimized. Companies that will not or cannot meet these stringent requirements must be shut down. The EPA's current approach to reporting data does not sufficiently highlight the near-term danger caused by our increasing extraction and use of natural gas. Because methane is destroyed quite rapidly, reporting methane as CO2 equivalents or listing its global warming potential over a 100-year span does not properly represent the warming it causes in its first 2 decades. However, this is the time scale we must focus on to prevent catastrophic warming before 2050. At a minimum, global warming potential should be reported for either 10 or 20 years. I've mostly concentrated here on global warming, but I would like to join others in talking about the harm of the other contaminants that come with natural gas in human and health and the environment. It should not be forgotten that toxic carcinogenic compounds such as benzene are present in the leaks, and wherever they are present, they are also present in the bodies of those living near drilling sites and downstream. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Pride. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Ms. Pride. I would just to suggest that you made mention of a number of emission measurement studies over the recent years. If you have access to those and want to submit them to the docket, I think we would appreciate seeing them.
I will do that in a longer written comment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coralie. That's what I was going to ask you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. Coming up next, we have Susan Morosky. Excuse me, please correct me when I'm disastrous here. And then Sasha Tannenbaum will be after that.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, you sound great.
Yeah, my name is Susan Morosky, and that's spelled M-U-R-A-W-S-K-I. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts about proposed EPA rules regarding cutting methane pollution from oil and gas operations. I live outside of Erie, Pennsylvania, and today I represent the Presque Isle Audubon Society and the Pennsylvania Audubon Council. We all know that greenhouse gas emissions into our atmosphere are the main source of climate change. Methane itself has 86 times the warming potential of carbon dioxide over a 20-year time frame. Yet each year, oil and gas companies in Pennsylvania release over 1 million tons of methane into the atmosphere. Methane emissions are estimated to make up 11% of Pennsylvania's total global warming pollution. Shockingly, conventional oil and gas facilities account for 80% of methane emissions in Pennsylvania because little or nothing is done here to control them. I have a personal stake in this matter as there are 3 low-producing gas wells within 1/2 mile of my home. After recently perusing the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection's website, I found out that one of these wells was abandoned and uncapped in 2021. While they represent only 6% of total U.S. gas and oil production, low-producing wells like my neighbors release 50% of all methane emissions. I fully support EPA's revised approach that requires all low-producing wells to be routinely monitored for leaks. Methane emissions cause global warming. Birds and amphibians are the most threatened by global warming and climate change. About 90% of some bird populations have already declined due to climate change. The National Audubon Society states that climate change is today's biggest threat to birds. Climate change has caused advanced spring migration, changes in birds' habitats, higher possibility of disease transmission, earlier egg-laying time, less food availability, and a decline in the bird population. I am counting on EPA's new rules to significantly decrease methane emissions from oil and gas operations. I also want EPA to do more to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine methane venting and flaring. Methane flares present a hazard to birds from burning, entrapment in pipes or vents, or direct mortality from the flare. The flame emitted to burn off gas during a flaring event can attract birds, especially at night. Birds may fly through the superheated gas or flame, resulting in feather damage, which grounds the birds, or scalding of lungs and other tissues with inhalation. Birds can also be killed or injured if they perch on burner pipes. Reducing methane emissions is the fastest, easiest, and cheapest thing we can do to immediately slow the pace of climate change. We need the strongest possible supplemental methane rule to protect the health of humans, our feathered bird friends, and all other living beings on our planet. I urge the EPA to enact the strongest possible methane safeguards and quickly finalize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I have no questions. Thank you, Ms. Moraski.
No questions. Thank you, Sue.
Okay, coming up next, we have Sasha Tenenbaum.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Hello, my name is Sasha Tenenbaum. That's spelled S-A-S-H-A, last name T-E-N-E-N-B-A-U-M. I live in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., with my husband and 2 school-age daughters. I am the senior manager for media and public engagement at Moms Clean Air Force. As a media specialist, I've been really encouraged to see so much clear-eyed reporting about methane, with an emphasis on what we can and absolutely must do. There is so much that we know about this dangerous problem with an easy solution. It's why now is our methane moment. This message came across loud and clear at the last 2 COP summits with urgency, because we have an opportunity we can't afford to miss. Why? Cutting methane emissions is the fastest way we reduce the rate of global warming. And regulatory action on wasteful methane pollution is the fastest way that we avert some of the most dire climate risks that we face: crop loss, wildfires, extreme weather, and rising sea levels. Speaking of climate risks, let me give you some examples from my own family. I grew up in Oregon, a state offering a high quality of life with legendary natural perks, mountains, coastline, old growth forest, and more. But these perks are no match for the climate crisis. Just ask my newly retired parents, who have been shut in for weeks at a time to avoid a heat dome and seemingly endless wildfire smoke. Last year, the smoke was so bad that Portland's air ranked among the worst in the world for several days in a row. Or just ask my younger brother, whose livelihood as a wage earner depends on stability in the agricultural sector. When the water supply plummets in the summer, he might suffer. We all might suffer, in fact, because climate impacted water supply is connected to wildlife, recreation, and commerce. You see, climate touches everything, and everything touches us. Today is about meeting the methane moment. Today is about doing it with conviction. Today is about the art of the possible. Today is also about my family's health and yours too. In closing, with stakes this high, I fully support EPA's updated rule to cut oil and gas methane pollution. I urge the agency to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive version of these rules to protect children's health, including my own 2 girls, from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your time, Sasha.
Okay, coming up next, we have Manuel Salgado. And please, again, fix that, because I'm sorry. I'm sure I've mangled it. So please tell me how to pronounce your name.
It's my name is Manuel Salgado. You were close. It's okay. I am a geoscientist with a remote sensing and atmospheric science background, and I'm currently a research analyst at We Act for Environmental Justice. I really appreciate the opportunity to deliver comments today. For too long, low-income communities, communities of color, and tribal nations, especially in energy-producing states, have been treated as sacrifice zones by the oil and gas industry. This sector is our nation's largest source of methane, a highly potent greenhouse gas, and leaks, flaring, and venting during their operations are a significant source of harmful VOCs and air toxics that disproportionately and adversely impact the health of frontline and environmental justice communities, from lung damage and heart disease to cancer and premature death. We want to commend the EPA for taking into consideration feedback and strengthening the November 2021 proposed methane standards and putting forward greater measures to combat climate change and reduce methane emissions and other toxic air pollutants from the fossil fuel industry. To further safeguard communities overburdened by this pollution, we urge the EPA to, in regards to the super emitter program, promote transparency and accountability by making the reports from EPA approved and qualified third parties on super emitting events and corrective action plans publicly and easily available using various forms of media and outreach, especially for frontline communities. Also, EPA approved and qualified third parties should be made publicly available for scrutiny to avoid any possible conflicts of interest. We would also ask that the EPA ensure that third-party emissions monitoring is equitable and that no communities are left behind without monitoring, especially in areas where state agencies cannot, or worse, are unwilling to step in and provide adequate monitoring. In regards to flaring, we ask the EPA use its authority to disallow routine flaring. If flaring must occur, it should meet the 95% threshold in terms of reductions of methane and VOCs, and it should never be considered a long-term solution. We also recommend that the EPA carefully weigh the benefits of requiring owners and operators capturing gas for quote-unquote beneficial uses, such as on-site power or re-injection into wells for enhanced oil recovery, with the potential climate, safety, and environmental justice impacts of those uses of the captured gas. In regards to unplugged and abandoned wells, we ask that the EPA conduct a proximity analysis of abandoned and unplugged wells in relation to disadvantaged communities and ensure that owners and operators of these wells take necessary remediatory actions outlined in submitted closure plans to properly plug and prevent methane leaks. The EPA should also require owners and operators to monitor these wells annually in the event that plug-in materials have failed and results in fugitive emissions. In regards to community air quality monitoring, we ask that the EPA support community programs, including providing financial assistance and technical training to certified members of impacted communities. EPA should deploy and maintain continuous emissions monitoring within fence line communities using the best available technology, ensuring that this community managed data is accepted and offers credible evidence to showcase non-compliance by oil and gas companies. Moreover, there should be immediate follow-up on any complaints filed by certified community members, swift mitigation, and recourse if there is continual non-compliance. In regards to state guidance and enforcement, we ask that the EPA provide guidance on undertaking robust, inclusive, and meaningful outreach and engagement with affected communities and tribes when developing state plans to establish methane reduction standards for existing sources as prescribed under Section 111D of the Clean Air Act, while also intervening when states that do not for EPA review and do not have existing and or refuse to develop new programs that are as effective as the standards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for that testimony. I hope that when you provide written comments, you can also elaborate on your thoughts about transparency and related to data and making sure that no one is left behind. Any specifics you have about that would be most welcome.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the panel?
No further questions. Thank you.
No questions. Thanks, Manuel.
All right, up next, and I see him on the screen. Andrew, Mr. Klug, would you like to begin your testimony? Welcome.
Thank you. And my name is Andrew Kluge. It's spelled ANDREWKLUGE. And I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to share with you why strong federal methane rules are important to me and my community. I live in the city of Ravenna, which is located in Northeast Ohio, where I also serve as Ravenna City Council President. And I know firsthand just how harmful methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is to our health, our safety, and our planet. With its legacy of fossil fuel development, Appalachia is also a major producer of methane and and local leaders must act to protect their communities from environmental, health, and economic impacts of this pollution. That's why I'm a part of the Appalachian Leaders Network, which is a coalition of pro-conservation, local, tribal, and state elected officials, which are working to advocate for our natural resources, public health, and local economies. Our focus is on regulations to reduce climate damaging methane emissions and protect our public lands and waters in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and the West Virginia regions. I'm encouraged by the steps that the EPA is taking to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, including regular inspections at all sites and strong requirements for the use of zero-emitting technologies. There's still much work to be done to confront the climate crisis head-on and protect the health and safety of communities like mine. In particular, I urge the EPA to do more to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring, as mentioned before, better address emissions from storage tanks, and provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. Members of my community are eager to help cut methane emissions, but we need access to data and technologies to do so effectively. It is important to note that the EPA has also proposed an updated draft rule to cut methane and other pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country earlier this month. This proposal is a significant step forward in addressing the climate crisis, protecting the health and safety of communities across the country, and creating quality, family-sustaining jobs. Despite these positive steps, there is still more work to be done to ensure the strongest possible methane safeguards are finalized by the EPA. My community and I are counting on this administration and the EPA to address these concerns and finalize strong, comprehensive, new and existing source rules to cut methane pollutions from the oil and gas sector before it's too late. We must take action now to protect our health, our safety, and our planet for the future generations. I appreciate your public service, your time and attention to these matters.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Kluge. I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Andrew.
Great. Thank you so much. Up next, Delvin Rabbithead Sr.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, my name is Delvin, D-E-L-V-I-N, Rabbithead, R-A-B-B-I-T-H-E-A-D, Senior.
And you can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Delvin Rabbithead Senior. I'm the president of Fort Berthold Protectors of Water and Earth Rights, also known as POWER, a grassroots organization created to work for strong regulations that protect me, my family, and my tribal community. I appreciate this opportunity to share why strong and lasting federal methane rules are important to me and my community. I live in Parshall, North Dakota, in the heart of the Bakken oil play. I know firsthand just how harmful methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is to our health and our safety and our planet. My community is greatly impacted due to decades of heavy oil and gas extraction in the Bakken. This is an environmental justice issue, health issue, and environmental issue. I am grateful that your agency has taken steps to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, including by ensuring regular inspections occur at all sites and maintaining strong requirements to use zero-emitting technologies. But there is more work to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis head-on and protecting the health and safety of our communities like mine. Today, I'm asking that the EPA does more by eliminating the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring. Routine flaring is a major source of methane and other pollutants must be eliminated. Colorado and New Mexico have already done this, so I know EPA could do the same to help states like North Dakota do the same. This is vital to me personally because I live in the part of North Dakota with the most flaring, and according to the Rice State Energy Study, North Dakota has 7 times the flaring intensity than the next closest state. In addition to eliminating flaring, I asked the EPA to better address emissions from storage tanks and provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. Members of my community want to help cut methane, but the EPA must ensure that we can have access or that we can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the area where we live and work. In conclusion, EPA must enact a strict methane rule to cut methane production 65% by 2025. That also does the following: end the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring in oil and gas facilities. Install more monitors, assist, support government and community groups in developing air monitoring programs. Incorporate emission monitoring results generated by community groups and other third parties into the rules and regulation. My community and I are counting on this administration and your agency to quickly address these concerns and to finalize strong, lasting, and comprehensive new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
No questions. Thank you so much.
No questions. Thank you, Delvin.
Yes.
Up next, we have Scott Skokos.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right.
Welcome.
Thanks you. Thanks for the chance to testify. I'll spell my name and everything. My name is Scott Skokos, SCOTT-SKOKOS. I am the executive director of Dakota Resource Council, a statewide family farm and conservation organization in North Dakota. We've been engaging on methane rules since the EPA first proposed the rules back in 2015, 2016. So we really appreciate the fact that this is continuing and the EPA's steadfast work to get stronger rules passed in this new administration. The reason I'm speaking here today is the previous speaker, Delvin Rabbit Sr., is a member of my organization. And like he said, he lives in the heart of the Bakken oil fields. And he experiences, many of our members experience the negative impacts of oil and gas extraction, like degraded air from flares, leaks, and venting. And I regularly meet with folks from our organization that live in our western portion of North Dakota, where our heaviest oil and gas development is. And anecdotally, people get sick. They have a lot of, you can just see clearly that there's air quality issues going on in certain areas. So I'm glad that this is happening, and we're trying to get more monitoring as far as inspections, leak detection, repair requirements, and things like that. But I think the biggest thing that's missing from this proposal, like that could be the most helpful for a state like North Dakota, is a ban on routine flaring and venting. So North Dakota, as a state, is, as Delvin mentioned, is one of the worst states for routine flaring. Some studies, like Delvin mentioned, the Rystad Energy study says that North Dakota has about 7 times more flaring intensity than the closest states like Texas and others, which is you can see it visibly with your naked eye if you go to certain areas, and you can really see that. And the majority of that flaring occurs on the Fort Berthold reservation, so it particularly affects the indigenous community that lives on that reservation. And what flaring does is it increases healthcare costs and reduces life expectancy. And by the transitive property, it also impacts our economy in North Dakota, because people, if you're sick, you can't work, etc. And so because of that, it's even more important that the EPA addresses the routine flaring problem. Beyond that, communities like Fort Berthold and others in North Dakota that are in the heart of oil and gas development do not have proper or ambient air quality monitoring in place. For example, Fort Berthold, where the heaviest oil and gas extraction is going on and the heaviest flaring, does not have a monitor located on it. an ambient air quality monitor. There's ones that are near it, but they're not actually on Fort Berthold. So we're never getting in North Dakota an actual clear picture of what that air quality is. So what I would like to see from EPA is more work with these communities that are highly impacted to establish air quality monitoring. It could be community air quality monitoring, or it could be helping them get ambient air quality monitoring systems and assisting them with that through grant programs. And I'm aware of some things that exist through different bills that have been passed in Congress, like the Inflation Reduction Act and things like that. But for the EPA to help in those contexts to get better data for those communities. So in conclusion, EPA must enact a strict methane rule to cut methane pollution by 65% by 2025. The first thing that we would like to see at Dakota Resource Council is the end of the wasteful practice of routine flaring and venting. We want more monitoring and assistance from EPA and other agencies to get air quality monitoring, particularly on areas like Fort Berthold that are environmental justice issues where you lack the data and the ability of that community to look after its own people. And then the last thing is just incorporate air emissions monitoring results generated by community groups and other third parties into the rules and regulations. Thanks for the time to submit testimony.
Thank you for joining us today and for going through that with us. Are there any questions, follow-up questions from the panel?
No, thank you for your testimony.
Scott, I would encourage you to submit the documentation or the evidence of those studies that you cited in your testimony. And otherwise, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Reagan Fields.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me okay?
We can. You sound great. Thank you.
Perfect. My name is Reagan Fields, REAGHAN in Fields, FIELDS. I'm a junior at Colorado State University in Fort Collins, Colorado, studying international studies, minor in Spanish, with the hopes of going into environmental policy abroad one day. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak on my experiences and concerns regarding methane and the need for an immediate resolution in the reduction of methane production to slow the rate of global warming. I've lived in Colorado my entire life, and I've noticed many changes in these short 20 years. Over time, forest fires have become increasingly and alarmingly normal. My family lives in Black Forest, Colorado, the home of the Black Forest Fire back in 2013. So I have seen firsthand the devastating effects a forest fire has on a community and the extenuating process of rebuilding. Slowing the rate of global warming by reducing methane production will alleviate the frequency of forest fires, as well as stabilize extreme weather and rising sea levels, and also reducing crop loss. Methane also has a negative effect on ozone pollution. Fort Collins, which is where I live, is ranked the 18th worst city in the country for ozone pollution. This is an evident example of how poor air quality is affecting health and the safety of the people in my community. The depletion of the ozone layer increases the risk of cancer due to UVB rays and has a negative impact on the agricultural sector of the community. This depletion creates issues in plant competitive balances, herbivory, plant diseases, and biogeochemical cycles. Oil and gas extraction is a predominant cause of these pollution levels. There are several other health effects becoming more prevalent in the Fort Collins and Denver area. Methane pollution can also have many effects on health, such as smog, which can cause heart disease and lead to early death. Toxic air pollutants can increase the risk of cancer, asthma, immune system damage, and developmental problems. Colorado is currently leading the country in the reduction and regulation of methane production. While we are making the strides necessary to make changes in our current climate crisis, pollution is not borderless, and for many years, methane was not a prevalent issue in the climate change conversations. Now is the time to take action to reduce methane emissions. I'm very excited that the EPA is taking the steps to address methane pollution. I look forward to seeing the efforts of what can be done to protect the health and safety of communities like mine, and for future generations to come by ensuring inspections, requiring zero emitting technologies to prevent leaks or production from the oil gas industry, and strengthening the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks. But there is so much more work that needs to be done to protect the health and the safety of communities like mine. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fields. Any questions from the panel?
No, thank you, Ms. Fields.
No questions. Thank you, Regan.
Okay, up next, we have Rebecca Flannery.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. It's not letting me start my video, but let me just give it a try. Okay, perfect. There we go. The spelling of my name is REBEKAHFLANNERY. And I am here representing Defend Our Future from Fort Collins, Colorado. I value this opportunity to share why strong federal methane rules are important to me and my community. Living in Fort Collins, I see the harm methane pollutants have on the environment, health, and safety. Environmental justice is of the utmost importance when addressing climate change, as ensuring a safe environment for all people is a human right. Farms are greatly impacted by methane, as 11.1 million acres of cropland is used within Colorado for farming. With this act is addressing this by acknowledging that communities of color are at a higher risk for damaging effects of air pollution due to often being in close proximity to the sites where pollution is at its highest. As a part of the definition of environmental justice, the people who face these risks should be actively involved in the decision-making process and in naming what the highest needs are. They are the ones who face the brunt of side effects of the oil and gas sites, and therefore should be present in helping determine what is going to change and how. The lack of protection these communities have historically faced with a wide range of environmental problems displays this need. With the states that have the largest number of oil extraction sites, and giving funding and resources to these communities first will ensure these issues are being dealt with justly. Within Colorado, seeing how Fort Collins and Denver have the worst ozone pollution shows even within states that are taking action, there's a large need to continue to address the pollutants because, as we know, pollution has no boundaries. In the Battlement Mesa, there were sites being built in residential communities, which resulted in fumes from tanks causing odor problems, chemical spills leaking into the Colorado River, and toxic fumes. Ensuring just enforcement of the new methane regulations is an important place to start in reducing pollutants and greenhouse gas emissions for all. A specific example from residents within Weld County, which contains 20,000 oil and gas wells, involves a couple who experienced a leak in a natural gas pipeline that was run underground on their farm. This leak caused a multitude of health problems for the couple, trees dying on their property, and ultimately the loss of their farm. A $2 million project was conducted by the Pipeline Construction Agency to respond to the disaster. These residents who are victims of this spill have spoken out about the need for protection of their neighbors and fellow community members. Schools, homes, and farmlands that lie in proximity to oil and gas pipelines and drilling sites are all in danger of facing the same issues. Having strict monitoring of these pipelines and restructuring them to prevent the possibility of leaks is vital to ensuring protection of our communities. In addition to health and safety benefits, an increase in these efforts will prevent the cost of cleanup projects being conducted in response to the leaks. We applaud the EPA's efforts to more strictly enforce methane pollution regulations and urge you to ensure that resources are devoted to protect the most vulnerable communities, that the farmlands we all rely on for our survival are preserved, and that monitoring and improving both new and existing oil and gas wells and pipelines is increased to ensure a safe and healthy future for all. I am grateful that your agency is taking steps to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, including by ensuring regular inspections occur at all sites and maintaining strong requirements to zero emitting technologies. But there is more work to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis head-on and protecting the health and safety of communities like mine. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony today and for the time to be here.
Thank you so much for providing that testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
No questions. Thank you for your time, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Patricia Shealy.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Patricia Shealy. I grew up in Ohio and have spent the last 30 years in Gallup, New Mexico, at the edge of the Navajo Reservation. I am a retired dietitian. My faith background is United Methodist. These days, I follow an interfaith path. I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak. I believe that we need strong regulation of methane emissions. This must be done at the federal level rather than state by state. While New Mexico has strong methane rules, other states do not, and methane knows no boundaries. I have two overriding concerns. The first is the health of the people living near oil and gas fields, especially the children and women of childbearing age. The second is the climate crisis. The people who live in the Permian Basin in southeast New Mexico and in the San Juan Basin in the northeast corner are already in danger of poor health. Our native population and low-income families are the most affected, and they are suffering. They do not have the resources to move, nor should they be forced to leave their sacred homelands. Breathing methane causes asthma and heart disease. Our highest priority should be on the health of our infants and children, as they represent our future. Besides affecting a person's quality of life, health problems raise the cost of health care for all of us. The climate crisis is an existential crisis. I never thought I would live to see and experience the changes that are taking place in our weather patterns. Our climate is changing faster and in ways that scientists have been unable to predict. This has resulted in an unprecedented loss of biodiversity that is only going to increase. People are not able to live in their homelands due to sea level rise and extremely hot temperatures. This puts stress on migration. Crops can't be grown for lack of water and high temperatures, resulting in less food production. Agricultural and construction workers cannot tolerate the high temperatures. More pandemics are predicted. The climate crisis is affecting all aspects of our lives, and it spares no one, especially the sick and the poor. I want to ask you to think outside of the box and consider possibilities that are beyond business as usual. For too long, the policies of the United States have been driven by economics, jobs, and the cost to the corporations and their profits. We must now make the health of children and the environment our priorities. I agree with the philosophy of Native peoples. All decisions should be made by considering how this decision will affect the seventh generation. This prevents the problems that arise from short-sighted thinking. We must think long-term as we act quickly in the short term. The universe has moved forward over billions of years by exploring new opportunities for advancement. We as people and society can do the same. The universe is asking us to do just that. I fear that if humanity is not willing to act in this way, the earth will evolve forward without us. My goal today was to speak for our children, the entire earth community of plants, animals, and humanity, and the environment that supports us. I ask that the EPA move quickly on methane rules that address venting, flaring, and low-producing wells. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate that very much. Are there any questions from the panel?
No, thank you, Ms. Shealy.
No questions. Thank you, Patricia.
Okay. Up next, we have John Fitzgerald. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I am John Fitzgerald, Counsel to Methane Action, which is a nonprofit public interest group of scientists, lawyers, policy and communications professionals devoted to the development and governance of methods of removing methane from near sources and from the ambient atmosphere. I'm testifying on behalf of Methane Action, and we will submit detailed written comments before the 13th of February. It happens that I told Joe Goffman in a recent webinar that I would repeat some of the information we provided earlier, but in more updated detail in these comments in this iteration. He was rather excited to hear that we have methods of removing methane that have been developed at Stanford, MIT, University of Copenhagen, being developed in Cambridge now and various places, and are quite close to being available if we have enough support. And indeed, EPA has just been given $1.5 billion for that kind of things in your section 60113, for which you're soliciting input now, which is a very good opportunity for us all. So let me point out that we have maintained a catalog of methane removal methods on our website at methaneaction.org/technology. That catalog lists about 19 different projects, most of which are scientific methods for removing methane, some of which are devoted to the governance that will be necessary to do these things properly, make sure they're not underdone, overdone, or improperly done. But they promise a considerable amount of effectiveness in removing this important pollutant. We now have your specific proposal is a distinct advantage and improvement over the previous one, but still there are three main things we need to do. One is to ensure that operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas to instances in which methane removal is not available and where flaring is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. Number two, address emissions from more storage tanks, a broader set of storage tanks. Number three, provide a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate in the super emitter response program to address large leak and include leaks, and include in that methods of removing methane that are appropriate for such near source major leaks. And where methane emissions cannot be contained, the regulation you're writing ought to be requiring, as part of the best system of emission reduction, an appropriate form of methane removal. Our catalog lists at least two, and probably more, that can probably be adapted to this, particularly with the assistance of EPA. In, as I said, the section 60113 program and beyond. Finally, international and related governance. We need to make sure that this process is fair to the American producers and to make sure that our trading partners, be it Mexico or anyone else, adopt similar restrictions. And we need to make sure that we're ready to encourage them to do that through trade and aid mechanisms, including potentially tariffs, but also direct assistance. So I'll hope that you can check not only what we're doing, but also look at the UNECE's suggestions. On the 16th of December, they came out with a report saying we can do a lot more. The European Commission of the UN, which specializes in this kind of regulatory development. Check on your own Section 115 in the Clean Air Act about what we can do in international programs and sharing international responsibility. And between all that, I think we're going to have a very, very important regulation and a very good one for the rest of the world to follow. Thank you for opening this up, and I wish you all the best in this effort. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Could we just, I'm not sure you did this at the beginning, but could you just spell your name for the record, just to make sure we have it correct?
Certainly, it's the rather standard spelling of Fitzgerald, which is Fitzgerald, and the John is John.
Great, thank you so much.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions? Any questions for Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Fitzgerald, I think you said you were going to do this, but I'd certainly encourage you to submit with your written comments the information about the methane removal technologies that you noted at the beginning of your discussion today.
I will. I will certainly do that. But just to be clear, it is methaneaction.org/technologies. The catalog is listed there and will be updated fairly often.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. I don't have any further questions.
All right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your time. I also wanted to just remind folks that we have put in the chat the link to how to submit comments, written comments for this proposal. And the closing period, comment period for that is February 13th, 2013. Okay, up next, I have Emily Carroll as the speaker. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reverend Emily Carroll, EMILYCARROLL, And I serve as the pastor of Shady Grove United Methodist Church in Mansfield, Louisiana, which is located in DeSoto Parish, a parish that as of January 9th, 2023, held 15 active rigs. Our small parish held the largest number of active rigs in Louisiana for that particular week. I also served as the National Field Director for Green the Church, a national initiative created to tell the story, supply resources, and empower African-American congregations and organizations in the environmental movement. I appreciate this opportunity to share why strong federal methane rules are important to me and my community. The methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is harmful to our health, our safety, and our planet. I pass a Haynesville shale operation at least 3-4 times a week, and there's fracking and various industrial entities in my area. We get smells, and sometimes it appears clouds linger over sites that have plant activity. My mother and father grew up in these parts. Their parents were sharecroppers, and we continue to own land that has been passed down. However, the quality of the land has deteriorated, the quality of the air has deteriorated, the climate of the area is changing and not for the better. It's much warmer in the summer and colder in the winter. And I fear the water, land, and air is more contaminated than we know. In June of 2022, a writer with Bloomberg shared the following story. Louisiana probe source of methane cloud spotted from space. A story and images of high concentrations of methane in an area not far from my home. I'm grateful that your agency is taking steps to address methane and pollution, steps ensuring regular inspections occur at all sites and maintaining strong requirements to use zero emitting technologies, but there's more work to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis heads on and protecting the health and safety in Holly, in Mansfield, in Kingston. These are areas in which I live and the surrounding areas that might not be on the map, but are important to the communities that reside there. All of these surrounding areas are areas we enjoy. Several studies show that there's a high concentration of plants in areas that have persons of color. Some studies show communities of color that bear a disproportionately high exposure to all of these activities in industry. And I represent one of those places, Mansfield. Almost 40% of the residents live below the poverty line, and 85% of the population is African American. As each day goes by without these critical protections in place, emissions at oil and gas sites continuing to jeopardize the health and safety of workers and the communities living closest to development, I am counting on EPA to do more to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring. I am counting on the EPA to do better to address emissions from storage tanks. I am counting on the EPA to provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. EPA must ensure that we can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the areas we live, work, and play. Once again, I am grateful to be offered space and place to share these comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Reverend. You noted some studies that you're familiar with that show increased concentration of facilities in certain communities. If you are able to submit those during your public comments, I would encourage you to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions. Thank you, Reverend.
Great. Up next, we have Arandi Torino, please. And please spell your name for the transcriber.
Erandi, last name Trevino. Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments with you today. My name is Arandi Trevino, and I am the Texas Field Organizer for EcoMadres, the Latino Outreach Program of Moms Clean Air Force. We fight for justice in every breath, recognizing the importance of equitable solutions in addressing air pollution and climate change. I support the updated methane rule and urge a finalization of the strongest rules to protect children's health from all sources of air pollution, from oil and gas pollution, especially routine flaring, which is a prominent pollution source in Texas. My family lives in a multi-generational home in Houston, where we are impacted by the poor air quality due to many sources such as oil and gas operations, oil refineries, petrochemical facilities, transportation, and the Houston Ship Channel. My 4-year-old niece suffers from severe allergies and breathing problems that often disrupt her sleep. My mother and I both have fibromyalgia and a series of other chronic conditions that are made worse by air pollution. We live here because this is where our work and family is located. Other families live here because they may not have the financial means and support system to move somewhere with better air quality. What makes this tragic reality an injustice is that air pollution from sources such as oil and gas operations is not distributed evenly. Methane and other accompanying pollutants, such as volatile organic compounds, add to the burden of existing pollution problems in communities of color and low-income communities, exacerbating inequities and putting families at increased risk of serious health issues. Air pollution from oil and gas industry can increase the risk of adverse birth outcomes, low birth weight, preterm birth, and birth defects. According to a study published in 2020, living near oil and gas flares in the Eagle Ford Shale, located in South Texas, was associated with a 50% higher chance of preterm birth and shorter gestation periods as compared with mothers who were not exposed to gas flares. These findings were observed almost entirely among Hispanic women. This is an injustice and environmental racism. For the health of all Hispanic mothers and their babies, EPA needs to eliminate air pollution from routine flaring at oil and gas sites in the final rule. Not only does oil and gas pollution impact health, it also contributes to climate change impacts we are experiencing in Texas. More frequent hurricanes, powerful winter storms, and extreme heat all further contribute to the public health impacts that have hit hard in Houston. My family's home was flooded during Hurricane Harvey, and our home was damaged during Winter Storm Uri. The boil notice that lasted for days left my family without basic needs such as potable water. This past summer, my family experienced the hottest July on record in Houston. The hot summer days turned into high ozone days, causing my mother and I to struggle with shortness of breath and days of incapacitating fatigue. During high heat days, my family is fortunate enough to be able to turn on air conditioning. However, due to a condition called Raynaud's type 2, the air conditioning causes my blood vessels to severely restrict my blood supply, triggering my fibromyalgia. That means that during those 5 weeks of 100-degree weather, I had to sacrifice my health. I am urging the EPA to go further by finalizing rules that protect children from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution and eliminating all pollution from routine flaring. Latino children deserve to breathe clean air.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it very much. And you had referenced a 2020 study. If you have that at your fingertips and would like to submit it to the record, that would be very helpful to us. So thank you.
Okay.
Any questions from the rest of the panel?
No questions for me. Thank you very much.
Okay.
No questions. Thank you for your testimony, Randy.
Okay, up next, I believe we have Nancy Boxer. Ms. Boxer, are you able to unmute and give your testimony? We're unmuted there for a second, but you're back. Looks like you're.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Nancy Boxer, Association for Climate Health. Thank you for letting me speak today. First, I want to thank the EPA for proposing further regulation of dangerous VOC and methane emissions. VOCs create smog, which threatens public health. Methane is the biggest part of natural gas, and while CO2 is the major cause of climate change, methane is smaller but mightier. It is the Napoleon Bonaparte of greenhouse gases, leaving devastation in its small but potent path. As with any proposed change, there may be resistance from people who don't want to pay more or risk losing value in their assets if asked to change how they do business. Yes, jobs and profits may be at risk. Producers may claim they do fine policing themselves and argue why would they allow much leakage of this valuable product. The answer is that it costs more to repair pipelines or refit wells than to lose the gas leaking out right now. It is more profitable to ignore losses even when they poison drinking water or make children sick at nearby schools, as happened in my home state, Pennsylvania, even when these emissions threaten world food supplies, coastlines, and national security due to global warming. Yes, some jobs may be lost and dividends may be cut. I'm a shareholder and I respect the pain this represents. But when a contractor lets their supplies spill into the streets, we make them clean it up. Why? Because it is wrong to let business create a public hazard. If a drug company makes medication with life-threatening side effects, we make them take it off the market until they can make a product without sickening people. The oil and gas industry should be no different. Yes, there will be costs, but we all bear costs for the sake of public safety. Children must be immunized before they start school. Homeowners must comply with fire and electric codes, even though it costs more. Businesses must maintain safe workplaces and produce products without endangering the public, even if such requirements make them less profitable or occasionally drive them out of business. And so it is with these regs. They should be imposed to protect all of us, employees, shareholders, ordinary citizens. To fail to do so threatens the safety and welfare of our own and future generations. We support the proposed regulations, but we also urge EPA to go even further in writing and administering them. 1, prioritize going after super emitters to cap them and shut them down first. 2, prioritize getting funds from the owners and operators of wells, pipelines, etc., who should cover the cost for mitigating emissions and no longer be able to just walk away. 3, we propose removing the exemption for sites with no access to electricity, when today any site can install solar panels or windmills to power their equipment. 4, we suggest random assignment of inspectors and random audits of monitoring systems to reduce the risk of corruption. 5, we suggest requiring follow-up inspections 6 months or a year after the final survey of each closed well to monitor the integrity of closure. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time. I wanted to ask you if you had any specific details that you could submit in writing about the random assignment of inspections that would be helpful to us. Any other questions from the panel?
Do not have any further questions. Thank you, Ms. Boxer.
Thank you very much.
No questions from me. Thanks, Nancy.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Mr. Clark, and after Mr. Clark's testimony, we're going to take a short break, but we invite Mr. Clark to come forward now.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, my name is John Clark, John Clark, and I am mayor of the small town of Ridgway, Colorado. I very much appreciate the opportunity to share why strong federal methane rules are vitally important to me and my community. While there are no significant oil and gas operations very nearby to Ridgway, there are a lot elsewhere on the western slope of Colorado, and I've seen firsthand the impacts those operations are having on neighboring property owners. There really is no excuse Those operations continue to emit methane in the quantities they have for years through everything from lax well maintenance to outright flaring. I am encouraged that the EPA is taking steps to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry, including by ensuring regular inspections occur at all sites, including abandoned wells, and maintaining strong requirements to use zero-emitting technologies. But there is more work to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis head-on and protecting the health and safety of communities like mine. I'm particularly excited to see that the updated draft rule closes the loophole in the leak detection and repair LDAR standards by requiring regular monitoring of all wells with equipment known to malfunction, such as tanks and flares, using gas imaging cameras. Additionally, I'm counting on EPA to do more to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring, better address emissions from storage tanks, and provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. I know everyone in our region is eager to help cut methane, but the EPA needs to make sure that we can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the areas where we live and work. From the tragic Marshall Fire that occurred just over a year ago outside my hometown of Boulder, Colorado, to the historic, devastating, and deadly flooding that has been plaguing the California coast just in recent weeks, we don't need more evidence of the horrific and increasing impacts of climate change. One of our best tools for beginning to turn these impacts around is to reduce methane emissions to the greatest extent possible, if not completely. And these updated rules can do just that. In short, my constituents and I are counting on this administration and your agency to address these concerns as soon as possible and to finalize strong, comprehensive new and existing rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector before it's too late. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clark. We appreciate your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you so much for your testimony.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, John.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. So we are going to take a short break. Why don't we take a 15-minute break, and then we will return. Folks can continue to watch us on the Zoom or on the live stream. You are welcome there as well. Thank you, and we'll be back in a few moments. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications in the U.S. EPA's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. I want to thank everyone who has taken the time to share their comments so far on today about EPA's proposed action. If you have any questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a message in the Zoom to attendee support, and we will be able to help you there. If you are joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you and let you know if there if either are any slots available or if you have any other questions. So to recap, if you are registered to speak, thank you for joining. And if you have decided you would like to speak but have not yet registered, please direct message attendee support in the chat box, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9 and our logistics team will help you out. I'm gonna, just because we've returned from a short break, I'm gonna ask the panelists to reintroduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Hogan, and I'm Assistant General Counsel in the Air and Radiation Law Office at EPA.
Everyone, I'm Dan Pastor. I'm an economist in the Health and Environmental Impacts Division, part of the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards.
Thank you both. So I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing, and we will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, as I mentioned earlier, please direct message attendee support in the chat box. Please note that by registering for this event, you are agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing, and that includes the rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing today. EPA expects all participants, including the panelists, registered speakers, and attendees to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to make sure that to ensure that common standards of decencies are upheld. Quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you are providing testimony, you are also welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon, and please state and spell your name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. So with that, let us proceed. And the first two speakers are Brian Loma, and well, let's just start with Mr. Loma. Could you, if you're ready and available, please unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Good morning. I guess I'm very shocked. I was not expecting to be so early in the lineup, and I'm looking for my notes of what I was going to speak upon.
We didn't mean to put you on the spot. We can just wait just another second while you get yourself together. We're looking forward to your testimony.
All right, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brian Loma. I am here today as owner operator of Cut the Plastic EMS and as a member of the Green Latinos, and a Denver resident who this last November helped promote a ballot measure that is significantly going to be reducing Denver County's methane emissions via our trash by diverting recyclable materials and food waste out of the landfill and into modernized waste disposal practices like recycling and generating soil. So our one of the worst things that we as a human population are dealing with. The impacts of our consumption and as the impacts of climate change. Methane is 80 times stronger than carbon dioxide in the short-term effects. For the last decade, I've been working here in the state of Colorado to help reduce the impacts of the oil and gas industry and the emissions from taps from wells and the like. We know that the oil and gas industry releases a significant amount of methane and toxic co-pollutants through the operations. And in the state of Colorado, we have just, I believe, reinstituted air quality monitoring because some of those wells are just next to school children and in their daily attendance of school. We also know that over 1.6 million Latino people live within 1/2 mile of an active oil and gas facility in the United States due to issues of redlining and zoning. Chicano and African American indigenous populations as well are more likely to live in these zones built where housing is close to the industrial infrastructure. As I live in Denver, Colorado, and here we just had our local gas plant shut down due to a fire, but we're already experiencing, as we did during COVID, changes in the brown cloud and clearer skies due to lack of all the emissions that are going. So I'm very grateful to be here today to speak to the EPA, and that we're looking at improved rules in the supplemental draft by ensuring that regular inspections occur at all sites, maintaining strong requirements to use zero emitting technology, and that we need more work to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis head on. I believe that the EPA should strengthen the rule limiting wasteful and dangerous practices of flaring, better addressing emissions from storage tanks, and providing clear pathways for community members to participate in super emitter response programs. We know that members of the EPA and the community at large are eager to safeguard all of the community's health and well-being, as well as protecting our air and water quality. In order to do so, we strongly encourage the EPA to address emissions and strengthen rule making in every chance that they can. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Loma. I don't have any questions.
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your time, Brian.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Celera Hughes, and please help me pronounce your name correctly. I apologize.
Oh, thank you, Celera Hughes.
Celera, great, thank you. How beautiful.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Celera Hughes, and I am a project manager with Moms Clean Air Force living in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I grew up in New Mexico, but today I'm deeply concerned that the home my daughter will grow up in will be very different due to the public health and climate impacts we are experiencing. Climate impacts are made worse by methane, a powerful greenhouse gas pollutant that is fueling the climate crisis and is responsible for 25% of the man-made global warming we are experiencing. I support the proposed EPA methane rules, and I urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules for oil and gas methane pollution. The improvements made since 2021 are a great step forward. The inclusion of routine monitoring at low-producing wells that are responsible for half of all methane emissions, as well as improved leak detection and repair standards, will go far to protect the health of our children from the impacts of air pollution and climate change. Climate change is greatly impacting New Mexico and the Southwest, with drought and longer, more intense wildfire seasons and increased heat waves that threaten the health of New Mexico's families. In April of 2022, New Mexico had 20 wildfires burning in 16 counties across the state. half of the state was on fire. This included the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak wildfire, which was the largest and most destructive wildfire in New Mexico history. Even for those not living in evacuation areas, smoke from the fire impacted our air quality, keeping children and other vulnerable populations inside throughout the summer. While climate impacts are of concern to residents in our most populated areas, they are also greatly affecting communities in oil and gas regions. The areas with the most oil and gas operations in New Mexico are also primarily minority communities, such as the Navajo Nation. Indigenous and Latino communities in New Mexico are disproportionately exposed to dirty air, including harmful pollution from oil and gas operations because of where they live, learn, work, and play. San Juan County is a perfect example. According to analysis by the Environmental Defense Fund, nearly 9,000 children under the age of 5 and 78% of young kids in San Juan County live within 1 mile of an active oil or gas well. While the proposed super emitter response program and this rule has the potential to help frontline communities like these, EPA must provide a clear pathway for them to participate and engage with this program. Prioritizing environmental justice and frontline communities is imperative, as they've historically shouldered an outsized burden from the impacts of air pollution and the climate crisis. Federal regulations are extremely important because even as New Mexico has issued a state rule curbing methane pollution, the reality is we are impacted by methane pollution that does not respect state boundaries. It is in the air, the wind, and it spreads. The air in the San Juan and Permian basins, where a majority of oil and gas production is occurring in the state, covers multiple states, and New Mexico's rules will not protect all of the people living nearby. EPA can do more by ensuring methane rules to limit the pollution from flaring are as strong as New Mexico's, by requiring operators to capture associated gas and limit flaring only to instances where it is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. We know that without federal action, methane pollution from oil and gas industry will continue to increase. The Biden EPA can set us on a path forward with a strong and comprehensive rule. Cutting methane pollution is one of the fastest ways we can reduce the impacts of climate change and also air quality and public health. We don't want to waste this opportunity to make a difference for our children's future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Hughes.
Solera, I would encourage you to include the Environmental Defense Fund study that you referenced in your testimony. If you submit public comments, that would be very helpful.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker we have is Dylan Weiss. And just a reminder of two things. One, when you're testifying, please spell your first and last name for the transcriptionist. And also, if you are interested in having this proceeding available to you in Spanish, you can click down on the globe at the bottom of your screen that I believe says interpretation, and that is the way to get to access that service. So, Mr. Weiss, are you available?
It's Miss Weiss.
Oh, Miss Weiss, my apologies.
It's that name is that's my pen name. I'm a writer. So would you like my real name?
I would like to know whatever you would like to be called in this proceeding, and if you could spell it, that would be the best thing.
Dylan is D-Y-L-A-N. Weiss is W-E-I-S-S. Okay. All right. I'm speaking as an individual who, although in support of the proposed supplement, still has some questions. Several years ago, I lived directly next to an unregulated landfill found to contain arsenic, barium, and other toxic chemicals in the soil due to the undisclosed dumping of frac fluid. I developed severe asthma and was found to have barium in my blood, which remained there for several years. I now live not far from the Shell cracker plant in Beaver County, and I'm concerned for my community and especially for friends living within what is considered to be the sacrifice zone. I wish to thank the many environmental organizations, activists, and advocates, and individuals for voicing their opinions, and many thanks to EPA for listening to us and responding. How timely that yesterday in Egypt, at the COP27, the EPA said the U.S. is strengthening its proposed standards to cut methane and other harmful air pollution. Noted in a news release I read just this morning, quote, if finalized, these critical common sense standards will protect workers and communities, maintain and create high quality union-friendly jobs, and promote U.S. Innovation and manufacturing of critical new technologies, all while delivering significant economic benefits through increased recovery of wasted gas. This is timely good news and a great start to remediate an old and ever-growing industrial program. However, I have one major concern. What about water? The emphasis in the proposal and supplement is obviously on the air we breathe. But however, I've not seen one reference to the water we drink. Both air and water are negatively affected by methane and other harmful chemicals created by the gas oil industry. The following reference was made by the EPA at yesterday's COP27 regarding the Clean Air Act. Quote, the Clean Air Act standards in the supplemental proposal will complement President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act, providing resources for financial and technical assistance and a waste emission charge for applicable oil and gas facilities that exceed statutory specified waste emissions thresholds, end of quote. Why no reference to the Clean Water Act established in 1948 as the Federal Water Pollution Control Act, but renamed in 1972 after amendments? This important act regulates the discharge of pollutants into the United States waterways, as well as establishing quality standards for surface waters. And why no reference to the Safe Drinking Water Act passed by Congress in 1974, with amendments added in 86 and 96 to protect our drinking water? Under the Safe Drinking Water Act, the EPA sets standards for drinking water quality and monitors states, local authorities, and water suppliers who enforce those standards. Why is there an absence of regulating the gas oil industry to adhere to safe standards for the water we drink, as well as the air we breathe? The answer possibly lies in a loophole established in 2005 when the 109th U.S. Congress passed the Energy Policy Act with an exception for fluids used in hydraulic fracking, known as the Halliburton loophole. Thus, as amended, the Safe Drinking Water Act, a major tool used by the EPA to keep our drinking water safe, has not had the legal authority to regulate fracking fluids for the past 18 years. This remains unacceptable. That said, the devil is in the details. So let's take a quick look at a few legally loaded words which appear repeatedly in the supplemental proposal, which I feel need greater definition. The word exception, routinely, leverage, cost effective, and unless. These are all words requiring specific definition to assure that continuous quality assurance is established in all processes.
Time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
I would just encourage you, Ms. Weiss, to certainly submit written comments outlining your concerns about the definitions of legal terms. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you, Dylan.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Up next, we have Michelle Fetting. Welcome.
Yes. Hi, thank you so much. My name is Michelle Fetting, Michelle with one L, Fetting, Fetting, and I am a program director at the Breathe Project based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a city in an ever shrinking donut hole surrounded by oil and gas operations. Thank you to the EPA for the improvements you've made on this rule since last year, and also for the inclusion of tribal nations in your efforts. EPA is hoping this rule will both fight the climate crisis and protect public health. We have big problems on both fronts in Appalachia. We have a brand new petrochemical plant with far-reaching tentacles of well pads, pipelines, compressor stations, and cryogenic facilities. There are regular and ongoing failures in this infrastructure that expose communities to massive amounts of pollution. Just a few weeks ago, on Christmas Eve, a cryogenic facility had an explosion and a fire that lasted 11 hours. Families were evacuated, holiday plans interrupted with a traumatic experience. The very next day, Christmas Day, At a petrochemical facility connected to this plant by over 15 miles of pipelines, there was massive flaring on all 7 flares plus other emergency flares on site, causing terrible alarm for families near the plant on Christmas. I asked the EPA to consider ensuring the installation of 24/7 cameras on these plants, these super emitters, for important visual evidence. EPA must also ensure adequate air monitoring equipment is installed to assess pollution from every direction. When flaring happens, EPA must ensure proper testing and sharing of public health concerns with communities. I also urge the EPA to consider the great harm of water pollution from these super emitters. This is a major public health crisis. EPA must require better testing for the massive amounts of radioactive material in fracking waste. I think one of the panelists mentioned that she was in the radiation division. We need to use gamma spectrometers on the well site, at the wellhead, and throughout the transportation and disposal of this waste. Drinking water authorities cannot handle fracking waste. Systems have already been shut down. And radium, as you know, is abundant in oil and gas waste. And it is also known by doctors and scientists as a bone seeker. Southwestern PA has high rates of Ewing sarcoma, a rare pediatric bone cancer. The connection between fracking and bone cancer is currently being studied by the University of Pittsburgh, but we cannot afford to wait for the results. We need the EPA to put strong rules in place now. We also know that PFAS chemicals are used in fracking. This presents a serious public health crisis. If these chemicals are in our water supply, which they are forever chemicals. EPA must address the slow generational poisoning that is happening as a result of oil and gas pollution. Please continue to strengthen this rule to have a rapid and measurable outcome for climate change and the protection of public health. We have the intellect to move beyond this harmful practice. We already have the technology to replace a practice that is harming people and our scarce resources. EPA holds the power to make this transition happen faster. Write the rules with teeth to change the trajectory of our energy economy and save lives. EPA can set an example for the rest of the world to follow, all while improving public health, strengthening the economy, and avoiding a climate catastrophe. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it very much. Stephanie, Anne, any comments, questions?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Petty.
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Okay, up next we have Samantha Schmitz.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Samantha Schmitz. That's SAMANTHA I live in Washington, D.C., and I'm part of Moms Clean Air Force. I've been inspired by the other people here today advocating for strong methane regulation, and I'm hopeful about the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important step forward to protect communities from pollution and the climate crisis, but we must remember it's only a first step. Growing up, I remember learning briefly about global warming in middle school, and then chose to take an environmental science class in high school. In college, I took numerous classes across disciplines on climate change. Now working at Moms Clean Air Force, I see the firsthand impacts of the climate crisis in communities and the most updated research coming out. Over time, I've seen the ways that climate research has evolved to prove what an existential threat that the climate crisis really is. We've also seen public outcry in favor of climate action grow rapidly in recent years, as we see today. The EPA's regulations must now progress as well to finalize a comprehensive rule to curb methane and other pollutants from oil and gas operations. I have my degree in economics with minors in energy and environment and public health from Harvard University. I explored the supposed tension between economics, climate, and public health, hoping to better understand what was fueling arguments against curbing emissions. However, the research is clear. Harmful pollutants like methane are costing the economy, government, and communities unfathomable amounts of money in medical bills, climate-related disaster relief, and lives lost. And yet this fact still doesn't even begin to account for the traumatic human impacts of living near oil and gas operations or experiencing a climate-related disaster. If we don't act now, the cost of mitigation will grow exponentially with time, and more importantly, the human impacts will only grow more dire, unjust, and inequitable, hitting communities of color and low-income communities the hardest. For that reason, environmental justice, rather than corporate interests, need to be at the forefront of consideration in the fight against climate change and air pollution. Curtailing methane emissions is a positive and straightforward first step, as methane accounts for 25% of man-made global warming. In addition to disproportionately affecting communities of color and low-income communities, the climate crisis also disproportionately impacts younger generations like mine. The climate crisis will only get worse by the time that I want to start a family of my own, and research has found that air pollution from the oil and gas industry can increase the risk of adverse birth outcomes such as low birth weight, preterm birth, and birth defects. This issue is so dire already that many in my generation are grappling with whether it's justifiable to have children of our own because of the trauma of watching the climate crisis unfold throughout our lives with minimal government action. Bold EPA regulation of methane emissions is an imperative first step, not only for the sake of my generation, but also for the economy and for the sake of combating inequities among the most marginalized communities across our country and the globe. I appreciate the proposed EPA methane rules and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive regulations as soon as possible to begin combating methane pollution and the climate crisis. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much for taking the time. Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Schmitz.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you, Samantha, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Faith Embler.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Faith Embler. That's FAITHEMBLER, and I'm here with Moms Clean Air Force. I support the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important step towards addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health and safety of children and families across the country. Incorporating routine monitoring at low-producing oil wells that are responsible for half of all methane emissions, as well as improved leak detection and repair standards, are a great step forward. I am from Friday Harbor, Washington, a small town in the San Juan Islands where my parents and two younger siblings live. The San Juan Islands are one of the most beautiful places, home to a plethora of wildlife and almost 19,000 people. My family loves spending time outdoors there at the beach or park, especially my 7-year-old sister, whose future I especially worry about as it relates to methane emissions. Right outside my county on the ocean shore is an oil refinery. This oil refinery is one of the biggest polluters in Washington state and is only 20 miles from my community and family. Air pollution is bad for everyone, but those that live closer to oil and gas operations are more at risk for health issues due to this pollution. Scientists have known for decades the harmful effects of air pollution, and those effects are especially bad for older adults, people with underlying health conditions, pregnant women, and children. Methane emissions are also a tremendous environmental injustice due to the fact that oil and gas operations are disproportionately located in communities of color and low-income communities. Not only are these air pollutants bad for the health of my fellow community members and everyone, but they also worsen climate change. Methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that warms the planet 86 times more than any other carbon pollution over 20 years. This warming leads to extreme weather changes that are affecting my community. This previous summer, my region of Washington experienced extreme heat waves. This temperature rise halted daily life and put people at risk of heat exhaustion. As I live in a place that never gets that warm, many households were ill-equipped to deal with such heat, especially lower-income households that did not have air conditioning. Additionally, my islands are impacted by the effects of climate change because of wildfires that leave the skies covered in smoke and make the air quality terrible. These warmer temperatures caused by climate change will make air pollution worse, fueling this vicious cycle. I want my little sister to be able to play outside during summer breaks without having to worry about breathing dirty air. I urge you to pass the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules to protect all of us, including my own community and future generations like mine. Keeping our air clean and our planet livable is critical for everyone, and it is essential to cut methane pollution from oil and gas industry to do this. I urge the EPA and the Biden administration to take swift action to cut methane, to move us towards a more sustainable future, clean up our air, and protect public health. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony. Sorry, there's an echo. Any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Thanks for your time today, Faith.
Okay, up next we have Peggy Berry, please.
Hopefully, yeah, there I am. Hi, I'm Peggy Berry, PEGGY-BERRY. I'm a PhD prepared registered nurse from Dayton, Ohio. I'm the executive director of Between the Waters, as well as a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force and other groups who've probably already spoken in the last couple of days. I appreciate the opportunity to share why strong federal methane rules are important to me and the communities surrounded by oil and gas industry. I've seen and read how methane leaks affect children and adults. Back in 2006, I came to Washington, D.C. I might have even seen you, Mr. Pastor, when I said, I am so glad that you guys have started the rules on new source methane. And I said at that point, they didn't go far enough. They just didn't go far enough. I have been at an EPA testimony in Pittsburgh where I heard how methane exposure caused nosebleeds, headaches, anxiety, and asthma exacerbation and new asthma cases. And I was moved to tears when I heard about the kids in and around the Pittsburgh area ending up with bone cancer. This industry is decimating the human population by creating this mess in our environment. That said, I just want to say I'm so grateful for your agency taking steps to address the methane pollution. As a registered nurse, I am glad this updated draft rule helps improve community health by closing the loophole and the leak detection and repair standards by requiring regular monitoring at the wells with equipment known to malfunction. And I've heard testimony of people where equipment has malfunctioned. I had a friend actually talk about passing out when a compression station backfired or whatever it's called. And this is like horrible to hear this. And I'm glad I don't experience, but I am downstream from the Pittsburgh area. I see this stuff coming down the Ohio River Valley Basin, affecting our water and affecting our health. You can go further with this, please. I urge you to do more to limit methane pollution from wasteful and dangerous practices of routine flaring, and to better address emissions for the storage tanks themselves. We owe it to our future generations to act now, but there's so much more to be done to ensure that we are confronting the climate crisis head on and protecting the health and safety of communities. We need you to act now. Our communities are counting on the administration and the EPA to quickly address these concerns. And I am grateful that I got to express my concerns today with you guys. Thank you.
We are grateful that you shared them with us. Thank you, Dr. Berry. Are there any questions from the panel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your time, Dr. Berry.
Questions? Dr. Berry, thank you for sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Up next, I believe we have Karen Smith. If you
Yes.
like
Yes.
to join us, thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Karen Smith. KARENSMITH. And I appreciate this opportunity to promote strong federal methane rules. I live in New Mexico, and I represent Interfaith Power and Light and also Green Justice at First Congregational UCC in Albuquerque. We are advocates for those who are most adversely affected by methane pollution, such as those who live in the Permian and San Juan basins. We have heard and witnessed their testimony about how it compromises their health from cancer to asthma and negatively affects their standard of living, keeping them from feeling safe to go outside or drink their water. Of course, we are also concerned about how methane accelerates the climate crisis for all of us. Our drought and devastating wildfires here in New Mexico were just examples of the effect of global warming. While I appreciate the updated draft rule to cut methane and other pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country, I'm urging the EPA to do more to limit routine flaring, to better address emissions from storage tanks, and to provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. People of faith, such as myself, who care deeply about the environment and environmental justice, are counting on you to quickly address these concerns and finalize strong, comprehensive, new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the gas and oil industries. I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from the panel?
Appreciate your time. I don't have any questions.
Karen, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to remind folks, if you've been listening but not yet testified and would like to do so, what we would encourage you to do is to go to the chat function and choose attendee support, and our logistics team will help get you situated so that you may testify. And as just another quick reminder, if you are joining us, there is interpretation in Spanish available, and you can get to that by clicking on the globe at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation. I'm not seeing anyone online, so let's just pause for a moment and see if anyone would like to testify who has not yet testified. And we'll be back in we'll just pause for a moment. We're not taking a break. We're just going to turn our cameras off for just a second. Hello, everyone. This is Jenny Noonan, and I'm the Director of Policy Analysis and Communications at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards. And I'm here with my fellow panelists. And I believe that we have a speaker who is ready. Ian, is that correct? Maybe calling on you unexpectedly. So if that is the case, my apologies. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you. We can
All
see
right.
you too.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. Actually, on the screen, I'm trying to make sure I can see all of you. My name is Ian Thomas Safoya, and I am the Colorado State Director for Green Latinos. We're a national environmental justice organization that brings together Latino members from across the sectors to collaborate for our environmental liberation. I'm here today to ask you all to take action now. The ecology of this planet is severely in danger as we read articles that the Salt Lake may dry up in coming years, damaging entire ecosystems. We need to take on methane and do so much more. I think people know that. Across the state of Colorado, I've had the opportunity to travel and meet people at different stages, upstream, downstream, the pollution impacts from water, degradation associated with the cumulative pollution and co-pollution that's related to methane. So I guess, and you've heard all day about how methane's bad and we all know it. So let's get this done and move on to the next thing, collaborate, because we're running out of time according to the science. I think that we can do it if we work together. We've made historic investments in renewable energy, and this is just part of the puzzle that we need to solve right now. And I appreciate the work that's been put into creating it to this space. Thank you for working with the environmental justice community around language access and language justice. We know more needs to be done. But overall, I'm positive and I feel good about this rule. I think the community's come together to get behind the idea of passing these rules. We're grateful that we're here. So let's get it done. Let's keep moving. And thank you so much. And just know that, Green Latinos and our coalitions are our doors are open too. We appreciate how all the federal agencies are working really collaborative with us and here in Colorado in particular. So thank you. And I hope that you all have a good day.
Thank you. And before we let you go, could you spell your name for the transcriptionist?
Yeah, my first name is Ian with an E, E-A-N. And my last name is Tafoya, T-A-F-O-Y-A.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the panelists?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Shapoya, for your time.
For me either. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today. So at this time, it's 4 o'clock, which is the scheduled end of this session of this public hearing, which has been going on. This is the third day. We have one session left this evening. It's 4 o'clock Eastern time, obviously. And I'm gonna just close this down and then we will reconvene, I believe, at 5 o'clock. Unless anyone, let me just sit before I close it down, just give one more chance. If there is anyone who has been listening, not yet spoken, and would like to speak now, this would be a great time. If you want to get your thoughts together and come back at 5 o'clock, we would also take them then. And we do expect to have some slots available. So I'm just going to pause for a minute. And if anyone wants to contact attendee support in the chat, we'll just give it a minute or two, and then I'll go ahead and close things down if there isn't someone who would like to speak. All right, I am not getting any notes from the amazing technical support team that's working very hard behind the scenes, and I wish to thank all of them, as I wish to thank my fellow panelists, Stephanie and Dan. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers in this session, and I want to thank everyone for attending today and for everyone who offered testimony and who is listening, and anyone who's listening online as well. Thank you for that. This has been a hearing, this has been a session on today's hearing on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and natural gas operations. As a reminder, you can submit comments through the docket. That information is available in the chat, and the comments are due, the deadline for that is February 13th, 2013. So with that, thank you all. It's been an honor to be here, and I look forward to hearing more in the session that begins 5 o'clock Eastern time this evening. Thank you.
You have to turn your sound down when you speak? I have no idea.
Thank you for attending. We're ready to begin.
Good evening and welcome. We're providing Spanish interpretation of today's hearing. To listen to the hearing in either English or Spanish, everyone will need to select a language at the bottom of your screen. Click on the globe icon, then select either English or Spanish. My name is Jeff Robinson. I'm the branch manager in EPA Region 6 for air permitting, air monitoring, and grants, and I will be chairing the session of this virtual public hearing tonight. Thank you for taking time out of your day to share your comments on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and gas operations. This supplemental proposal, which EPA announced on November 11th, 2022, would update, strengthen, and expand EPA's 2021 proposal to secure major climate and health benefits for all Americans by reducing emissions of methane and other harmful air pollution from both new and existing sources in the oil and natural gas industry. Now I would like to ask our other EPA panelists to introduce themselves. On the panel are Amy Branning and Claudia Smith. If you could please introduce yourself with your title and EPA office.
Hi, I'm Amy Branning. I'm with the EPA Office of General Counsel in the Air and Radiation Law Office.
Hi, I'm Claudia Smith. I'm with the EPA Region 8 Office of Air and Radiation.
We are also joined today by a transcriptionist who will produce a written transcript of today's hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. I next want to talk briefly about ground rules. Before we begin hearing from you, we have a few ground rules and housekeeping items to review to help make today's hearing run smoothly. First, EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. We want to hear your views on the proposed rule today. However, the agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing. EPA expects everyone participating in this hearing, including registered speakers, attendees, and those of us on this panel, to conduct themselves in a respectful and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. Please note, by registering for this event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. How the hearing will work. So let's move on and talk a little bit about how today's hearing will work. If you're registered to speak, you should have received an email notification that included an approximate time window when you will be invited to speak. We will do our best to stick to as close to that time as possible. If you have joined us through Zoom, please keep the chat box open. It is at the bottom of your screen. We will put the names of the next speakers in the chat box. We also may use the chat to communicate directly with you during the hearing. I will call on each speaker when it is their turn to speak. And let me apologize in advance for any mispronunciations of anyone's name. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. If you're joining us by Zoom, that button is on the lower left of your screen. And if you're joining us by phone, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. When you begin to speak, please state your first and last name and please spell it for the record. When you're providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your video camera by clicking on the Start Video icon at the bottom left of your screen. If you're not testifying, please keep your camera off. Each speaker will have 4 minutes to give comments. A 4-minute timer will be displayed on the screen to help you keep track of your time. The timer will start when you state your name. When your 4 minutes are up, it is time to stop. If you're testifying by phone, the timekeeper will alert you when you have 1 minute remaining. To be fair to everyone, we're going to strictly enforce the 4-minute time limit. If you have additional items that you would like to share, such as slide presentations or videos, you may submit those to the docket for the supplemental proposal through February 13th of 2023. We encourage you to also submit a written copy of the testimony you're providing today. We will post information on how to submit written comments in the chat box throughout the hearing. We are here to listen to you today. However, panel members may ask questions to clarify your comments. When you're finished speaking, please remain on the line until I'm able to confirm that there are no further clarifying questions from our panel members. Once we are done, please remute your line and turn off your camera. I will then call the next speaker and so on. If time allows, we may be able to add additional speakers. If you did not pre-register and are interested in speaking, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. Our logistics team will let you know if there are any time slots available and assist you with registering. Finally, today's hearing consists of 3 sessions: a morning session, afternoon session, and evening session. If there are no additional speakers, we may close a session 15 minutes after the last speaker has testified. We may also take short breaks as needed. Thank you again for taking the time today to share your comments on EPA's supplemental proposal. Let's get started. And so I will call on the first 2 speakers. The first speaker is Dennis Gross.
Yes, that's correct. Dennis Gross. My name is spelled DENNIS-GROCE. I'm speaking to you this evening from Northwest Pennsylvania. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking as a person of faith, the Christian faith in particular. Most all faith traditions do have tenets that respect the earth, and ours, of course, is one of those. Now, the technical aspects of climate change, gas regulation are pretty well known and have been discussed in this hearing. I want to just speak for a few minutes about that from a faith perspective. I would note that I think the earth is going to continue regardless of these regulations and many other measures that are taken. The question really is how will it continue, and will humans continue with it? And what quality of life will human beings have? For that matter, though, what about animals and plants? The whole nature of our ecosystem is in question here. We live in a time that I guess you might call all hands on deck. We all need to do as much as we possibly can. The fact is, while some of us are on deck, there are others that are below decks. Some of them are even below the water line, drilling holes in the hull almost. From my point of view, we need to stop the drilling in the hull as well as in the earth. I know that it's difficult to stop things all at once, but continuing with a drip, drip, drip of more here and more there, that's what has to stop. These regulations make a good step towards drawing in, reining in the use of fossil fuels and the harmful effects of their emissions, including from the gas wells. That's pretty much all I have to say. I just want to encourage these regulations to proceed and the earth to benefit as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Amy or Claudia, any follow-up or questions?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Next speaker is Tim Olson.
Good evening. My name is Tim Olson, T-I-M O-L-S-E-N. I am speaking formally as the Upper Midwest Coordinator with the Evangelical Environmental Network, and personally as a Christian leader, husband, father, and grandfather. Thank you so much for introducing the new supplemental methane proposal and for inviting public comment. The updated draft rule improves upon or maintains many of the standards outlined in the original rule drafted in 2021, which included ensuring all wells are inspected for leaks that outdated pneumatic equipment is replaced with zero emitting options. This addition of new standards is important to defend the public health of children, families, and communities, and in the faith legacy of the stewardship of creation. For me, the faith legacy is illustrated in the words of the biblical Old Testament psalmist. The earth is the Lord's and everything in it. The world and all the people belong to him. Growing up on a farm in Minnesota, my grandfather told me that when you rent a farm, you leave it in better condition than when you found it. Following my grandfather's advice, I believe we are all tenants of the earth, which we proclaim is the Lord's. As tenants, we are stewards on behalf of what belongs to our landlord. I believe we both have spiritual and social contracts to leave the earth, in the words of Grandpa, in better condition than when we found it. Unfortunately, we're failing as tenants if we do not proactively set in motion supplemental standards that potentially mitigate the rise of global temperatures and negate influence in human health caused by rising levels of methane. The medical and scientific literature illustrates that people living within 1/2 mile of methane extraction or production sites can harm both the health of children and the elderly. Well, I'm fortunate to live in the upper Midwest, where I'm not impacted directly by health maladies of methane extraction and production sites. The methane-induced global warming is exacerbating the frequency and severity of weather extremes. In the upper Midwest, those extremes are challenging agricultural sustainability and food security for the nation and the world. As a grandfather, I'm concerned that methane compromise long-term ag sustainability and security could negatively impact the lives of my grandchildren and their contemporaries. Though methane extraction and production aren't in my backyard, I'm obligated by the words of the psalmist, the world and all the people belong to God, to offer my support of 3 major improvements to the supplemental standard. Therefore, I encourage you to further strengthen the rule by ensuring operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas to instances in which it's necessary for safety or maintenance reasons. Standards are strengthened to address emissions from storage tanks by making standards applicable to more tanks, and a clear pathway is provided for participation in the super emitter response program by ensuring communities and citizens can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the areas in which we live and work. Our children, our families, communities deserve clean air. I'm grateful to you all for listening. I'm grateful for you considering the methane supplemental rule. And I urge the EPA to finalize this proposal with limited flaring, strengthen emission standards for storage tanks, and a pathway for enhanced community monitoring to ensure that all of God's children can breathe clean air. We're reminded, the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. The world and all of its people belong to him, and we are to leave this world better than we found it. Thank you for your important work.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Any follow-up from Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
No, for me either. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle Ubera-Agua.
Just waiting for my video to start. Here we go. Hi, thank you so much for your time today. My name is Michelle Uberaga. It's a mouthful, it's Basque, and it's spelled U-B-E-R-U-A-G-A. And I am a mother of 3 and a member of Moms Clean Air Force. I live on the unceded lands of the Apsilica and Shoshone people in Livingston, Montana. I'm testifying today because I am concerned about the impacts of climate change that are already starting to impact our lives and will continue to impact my children's future. We need the EPA to take swift action to help protect the health and safety of my children and future generations by working to reduce methane pollution, which is a potent greenhouse gas responsible for 25% of man-made climate change. I support EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is an important demonstration of EPA's commitment to the mission of protecting human health in the environment. So thank you. Like I said, I'm a mother of 3 My youngest is Mario. He's just 2 years old. And among the many things he needs every day, like all children, he needs clean air and a safe future. He'll turn 30 in 2050, the year scientists say we should reach net zero carbon emissions. I worry that we are not acting quickly enough. And I also worry about the hardships that his generation will face as a result of our decisions today, and that will irretrievably influence his future and all of our children's future. Livingston is a small town. We're in a rural county on the northern edge of Yellowstone National Park. You might imagine that we have pretty good air quality, and we do, but we also have oil and gas leasing across Montana and around small towns, communities, and schools. And like almost every other community in this country, we're seeing the impacts of climate change firsthand. This past summer, our community faced devastating floods after the Yellowstone River reached unprecedented levels. The river's rising waters took out bridges, roads, caused billions of dollars in damage to Yellowstone and surrounding communities, and devastated our community. Many families had to evacuate their homes, and many lost everything. We are still recovering, and we will be for a very long time. Ironically, we are still in the midst of drought here and all across Montana, and we are living in constant fear of wildfires. This summer, a dust fire at a nearby lumber yard sent black smoke hurling through our windows as we slept in the early morning hours. I was home alone with my kids, 3 of them, and terrified. Thanks to the quick response of local firefighters, many of whom are volunteers in my community, the fire was out within a few hours and no other structures were impacted. But this is just one example of why I spend many restless nights thinking about how I would evacuate with my children, carefully considering whether it will be safe to get in the car or whether I should run right to the river. This is the current reality of our climate crisis, and we already know that it's going to get worse. We need your help. We're anticipating an increase in oil and gas development in Montana as neighboring states are already impacted by oil and gas and working to protect their communities. Our communities have been faced with potential oil and gas development. We're worried. When oil and gas leases were up for auction on the outskirts of our town, hundreds of people turned out in opposition, and we realized at the local level, we have very little power. Unfortunately, communities living adjacent to oil and gas development are oftentimes communities that don't have the same resources to fight that development. Often it's poor communities and communities of color. This is why the EPA exists, and this is why we need your help to safeguard and protect everyone equally from pollution. I respectfully request the EPA adopt the most stringent methane rules to protect children's health and their futures. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Any follow-up, Amy or Claudia?
I don't have any. Thank you very much.
I don't have any either. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker is Sarah Busick.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Sarah Bucic, S-A-R-A-H, last name B-U-C-I-C. And thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm speaking today as a member of the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. We're the only national nursing organization specifically working at the intersection of health and the environment. And I've been a registered nurse since 2001. And I'm also speaking as a community member who's lived within 2 miles of an oil refinery and is the parent of a child who has experienced asthma. In 2019, the refinery, which I lived near for years, agreed to pay nearly $1 million penalty to my state's Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control for violations of the Clean Air Act during the prior 10 years. Their releases included VOCs, hydrogen sulfide, and sulfur dioxide. These pollutants are known to cause human health effects, including respiratory difficulties. The refinery has also been cited for the release of methane, one of the most powerful heat-trapping gases that contributes to climate change. One leak in 2015 alone released 11,200 pounds of methane. While flaring during oil and gas operations is sometimes necessary, flaring is often not as efficient as it was once presumed. In some cases, methane plumes simply are not combusted at all. A recent study shows that flaring emits 5 times more methane than previously thought because of how often flares are unlit or malfunctioning. The primary greenhouse gases emitted by petroleum refining are carbon dioxide and methane pollution from oil and gas development is released alongside dangerous pollution which can harm human health. Methane alone has more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide over the first 20 years after it reaches the atmosphere, And while my experience is with an oil refinery and downstream methane emissions, my neighbors in Pennsylvania have additional exposures with oil and gas wells upstream. Living near these oil and gas wells is associated with a higher risk of cardiovascular disease, impaired lung function, anxiety, depression, preterm birth, and impaired fetal growth. Leaks present in these oil and gas production processes are critical to address, and I'm very glad to see that the EPA's updated draft rule improves upon many of the standards in the original rule from 2021. These improvements include routine monitoring of low-producing wells for leaks, requiring the abandoned wells to be monitored with closure plans, and the creation of programs to more quickly address super emitters. However, there's more work to be done by EPA to ensure we're protecting the health and safety of communities. This includes doing more to limit the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring, strengthening the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making standards applicable to more tanks, and providing a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the super emitter response program. While leading states like Colorado and New Mexico have acted to cut oil and gas methane, many large energy producing states like Texas have not. 80% of the problem is concentrated in just 2 states, North Dakota and Texas, and they have not taken sufficient action to address routine flaring. We need strong federal rules to address pollution from routine flaring, and federal methane rules create a level floor to ensure nationwide protections. Communities across the nation are counting on the Biden administration and the EPA to quickly address these concerns and to finalize strong, comprehensive new and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from oil and gas sector before it's too late. Please act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Mesnikoff.
Yep. Hi, thank you very much. So my name is Ann Mesnikoff. It's A-N-N, and the last name is Mesnikoff, M-E-S-N-I-K-O-F-F. Can you hear me? Okay, great. The timer went away, so I wasn't sure. There we go. Okay, so my name is Ann Mesnikoff. I'm the Federal Legislative Director for the Environmental Law and Policy Center. ELPC is based in the Midwest, and we are the leading public interest, environmental, and legal advocacy organization in the region. First, I just want to thank Nan for accommodating my request to reschedule my time. I know you have a lot of people and a lot of slots to juggle, so thank you. ELPC appreciates the opportunity to testify today in support of this important supplemental proposal to reduce pollution from oil and natural gas operations. We welcome the improvements in this proposal over the November 2021 version. Regulating emissions from the oil and gas industry is critical to addressing the climate crisis. The UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports make clear the causes of climate change, its devastating impacts, as well as the need to act now. The urgency is there. And President Biden has made important commitments to achieving important US climate reductions. Climate change is already wreaking havoc globally, and we are seeing impacts across the Midwest and in the Great Lakes region where ELPC works. Climate change threatens the Great Lakes ecosystems, fresh water supplies, and the economies that depend on them. The changing climate is bringing increased storm intensity, changes to water temperature, flooding, runoff, and algal growth, all presenting a significant increasing threat to the lakes. Changing weather patterns, heat, drought, and flooding impact agriculture. EPA must do all it can to avert the worst impacts of climate crisis by finalizing the strongest possible rules for methane, as well as VOC pollution from the oil and gas industry, while also pursuing strong rules for vehicles, power plants, and other sources of climate pollution. Reducing emissions from methane is an important step that we can take to address the near-term climate crisis. Methane is a climate superpolluter, more than 80 times more powerful than carbon dioxide on the 20-year timescale. Reducing emissions of methane will also have important health benefits because methane emitted from oil and gas sites is mixed with health-harming pollutants like VOCs and benzene, and these VOCs are emitted from equipment along the supply chain. While the oil and gas industry may oppose strong standards as burdens on them or as unnecessary, on the other side are the many communities who have already testified and people who've testified over the last 3 days that suffer the health and costly burdens of the harmful pollution and the consequences of the climate crisis. These standards, if done strong and implemented well, can make a real difference in people's lives and in the climate and in addressing climate change. Based on the oil and gas threats map, there are 4.5 million people in the Midwest, 3.3 million in Ohio alone, who live within a half mile of oil and gas sites or equipment. And there are thousands of schools and other facilities such as daycare centers, nursing homes, and medical facilities near this equipment and the air pollution they emit. ELPC supports EPA's proposal to do more to limit the wasteful and natural and dangerous practice of routine flaring, better address emissions from storage tanks, and provide a clear pathway for participation in the super emitter response program. Those are all important steps. We also strongly support EPA's proposal for zero emission standards for pneumatic pumps and to set standards for dry seal compressors, equipment that is near communities that can result in dangerous pollution. I want to thank you all for your patience. I've listened to some of the testimony over the last 3 days. You've heard from people whose lives are directly impacted by the oil and gas industry and the pollution associated with it. Strong standards can make a real difference in people's lives and make a real difference for the climate crisis. I will just conclude by urging you to finalize this rule swiftly. It's been, since November 2021 from the original proposal. The urgency of the climate crisis demands swift action. And thank you very much for your time and for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
I don't. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tammy Murphy.
Hello, my name is Tammy Murphy. That's TammyMurphy. And I use, thank you for having me here today. I use she, her pronouns and am the advocacy director of Physicians for Social Responsibility in Pennsylvania. I've been part of the editing process with PSR and the Concerned Health Professionals of New York in publishing the Compendium of Scientific, Medical, and Media Findings demonstrating risks and harms of fracking and associated gas and oil infrastructure. I agree with the conclusion of the editors of this compendium that there is no safe or healthy way to frack based on 2,000 scientific studies, government reports, and a few investigative reports where the government failed to adequately report. The peer-reviewed journals depict a clear correlation between living, working, going to school, and playing in proximity to fracking and the entire infrastructure of unconventional gas development industry. And there's an increased risk of cancer, birth defects, infertility, heart disease, neurological diseases, asthma, and other lung diseases. These illnesses lead to severe impacts on our individual health in terms of both morbidity and mortality. These are public health impacts and community health impacts that are imposed on communities and individuals without their consent. Leaking equipment such as valves, pumps, and connectors are a large source of emissions of volatile organic chemicals and compounds and volatile hazardous air pollutants. And the EPA and its state counterparts, such as the Department of Environmental Protection in Pennsylvania, must improve and increase the work of leak detection and repair. We have a massive amount of orphan and abandoned wells in Pennsylvania and across the country. Additionally, intentional gas flaring and venting, in addition to accidental leaks, are dangerous for communities as well as our climate. Existing regulations are not adequate, and worse still is the fact that corporations self-report and proper oversight, is not happening. Yes, we do need to strengthen the rules, and we also need to get serious about investigating the industry and holding them accountable to regulations and shutting them down and blocking permits for violations. Okay, thank you.
Any questions from Amy or Claudia?
I don't have any. Thank you.
I don't have any either. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marie DeMarco.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marie DeMarco, spelled Marie-DeMarco, using pronouns she, her, and I have my bachelor's and master's degree in public health. I am a health educator and medical advocacy coordinator for Physicians for Social Responsibility Pennsylvania, In my experience as a health educator, I have learned just how the oil and gas industry disproportionately affects marginalized communities. As a result of the excessive environmental pollution caused by oil and gas drilling in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and all over the United States, many communities are suffering. The harmful effects fracking has on the public health of our communities are detrimental. By reducing methane emissions and advocating for methane safeguards, we can improve air quality, water quality, and our health. It is essential to place emphasis for those living nearby oil and gas operations that methane emissions can increase
I'm
risk.
sorry, if I could ask you just to pause for a second. We've got a glitch and we'll let you start over if you'd like, or you can pick back up. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Let's see if we can get, is it fixed?
Amigo, cambio tus canales al español.
I think we have the Spanish interpreters on the wrong channel, possibly.
The Spanish interpreter is on
Yeah,
the
it's
wrong
showing up on the
channel.
English channel right now. Okay, is that what you wanted, Ms. DeMarco?
I'm sorry. I'm unsure what you're asking.
Jeff, you're muted.
Yeah, Marie, I don't think she's speaking with you. Let's hold for 1 second just to
No
make sure.
problem. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
So I apologize. If you guys will just hold tight, we'll get this straightened out. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thanks, Joanna.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. And Ms. DeMarco, if you would like to start over, that's fine, and we'll reset this clock. Or you can pick up where you were. My apologies. Thank you, and thank you everybody for your patience.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just start over if that's all right.
Please, yeah, thank you, Clock's ready, thank you.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. My name is Marie DeMarco, spelled MarieDeMarco, using pronouns she, her, and I have my bachelor's and master's degree in public health. I am a health educator and medical advocacy coordinator for Physicians for Social Responsibility, Pennsylvania. In my experience as a health educator, I have learned just how the oil and gas industry disproportionately affects marginalized communities. As a result of the excessive environmental pollution caused by oil and gas drilling in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and all over the United States, many communities are suffering. The harmful effects fracking has on the public health of our communities are detrimental. By reducing methane emissions and advocating for methane safeguards, we can improve air quality, water quality, and our health. It is essential to place emphasis for those living nearby oil and gas operations that methane emissions can increase the risk of heart disease, lung disease, asthma, infertility for both men and women, cancers such as acute lymphatic leukemia, otherwise known as ALL, and Ewing sarcoma, and other skin diseases such as eczema, as well as reduced life longevity in comparison to those that do not live within a close proximity to an oil and gas drilling site, according to the compendium published by Physicians for Social Responsibility and Concerned Health Professionals of New York, with scientific, medical, and media findings demonstrating the harms and risks of oil and gas drilling. According to the Environmental Rights Amendment in the Pennsylvania Constitution, quote, "Every resident of Pennsylvania has a right to clean air, pure water, and the preservation of natural, scenic, historic, and aesthetic values of the environment. Pennsylvania's public natural resources are the common property of all people, including generations yet to come. As trustee of these resources, the Commonwealth shall conserve and maintain them for the benefit of all people," end quote. Almost 1.5 million Pennsylvanians live or work within a half mile of an active oil or gas well and are being denied this right every day. These individuals and their communities are exposed to methane emissions from fracking that has a significant impact on their health. As a public health professional, I ask that the EPA imposes an updated draft rule with the following: closing a loophole in the leak detection and repair standards by requiring regular monitoring at all wells and on tanks and flares, and use of gas imaging cameras. Move away from production-based LDAR requirements. All low-producing wells will be required to have routinely monitoring for leaks, maintaining zero emitting pneumatic equipment requirements for pneumatic controllers and expanding this requirement to include pneumatic pumps, create a program to more quickly address super emitters through third-party monitoring, and require that abandoned wells are subject to monitoring until closure, and that oil and gas companies submit a closure plan and conduct a post-closure survey of these wells to ensure they are not leaking. Although the EPA has done so much work, there is still more work to be done to ensure the strongest possible methane safeguards are finalized to protect public health, including ensuring that operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas in instances which it is necessary for the safety and maintenance reasons. Strengthening the safeguards to address emissions from storage tanks by making standards applicable to more tanks, providing a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the super emitter response program by ensuring that approved monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. Most importantly, we must protect our public health and climate. Thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Any follow-up from Amy or Claudia?
I don't. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Scott Smith.
Great. Thank you very much, Jeff. Good evening. My name is Scott Smith, and that's SCOTT SMITH. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Environmental Health Project, EHP. EHP is a data-driven public health organization headquartered in McMurray, Pennsylvania, just south of Pittsburgh. EHP provides wide-ranging support to communities whose residents believe that their health has been or may be impacted by shale gas development, sometimes called unconventional gas development or fracking. EHP is in full support of the EPA's updated methane rule and its goal to reduce methane emissions in the US. We believe a stronger rule will help to curb air pollution from the shale gas industry, which jeopardizes the health of countless Americans. Improved standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources, as well as emissions guidelines for existing sources, will better protect health and save lives across the nation. Methane emissions put public health at risk in a number of ways. A potent greenhouse gas, methane worsens the effects of climate change, which carries with it a wide range of public health concerns. Additionally, leaks of methane and other harmful pollution, VOCs, PM2.5, radium, and other toxic substances, can contribute to the worsening of air, water, and soil quality. They can seriously impact the health of residents living near wells, pipelines, processing plants, compressor stations, and other shale gas operations. Studies have found that these pollutants raise the risk of asthma and other respiratory illnesses, heart disease and heart attacks, birth defects and preterm deliveries, mental health issues, and cancer, among other health impacts. We have witnessed these health impacts firsthand in communities we serve. Improved regulation of these pollutants would help protect public health from their harmful effects. While EHP is in favor of the proposed rule, there are some areas in which EHP believes there is still room for improvement. EHP urges the EPA to look at providing a clear pathway for communities and individuals to engage in the Super Emitter Response Program, which is designed to quickly address large oil and gas leaks while providing monitoring technologies and data to all. Ensuring well operators capture gas and limit flaring when it's necessary to do so for safety or maintenance reasons. Strengthening the rule to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks. The EPA's updated methane rule is an important step forward in addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health and safety of communities across the country. EHP fully supports the EPA in this updated rulemaking and urges its approval to better protect the health and residents from hazardous air emissions. Thank you so much for caring about the health of our families.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
I do not. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mariela Ruacho.
Hi, my name is Mariela Racho. It's Mariela, Racho, Ruacho. I'm here as an individual who has been impacted by, who has been impacted by methane and other air pollutants from the oil and gas industry. Hold on, I keep getting notification. Sorry about that. I grew up in South Los Angeles in a Black and brown community. I lived there for over 25 years. My home was just 5 minutes from the Bluewood oil fields. Growing up, my family and I were impacted by emissions and flaring from these wells, which we could see from our home. Methane emissions and other air pollutants are a major concern due to the impacts of climate change on the community's health. My family and I have been negatively impacted by harmful air and climate pollutants being emitted from these wells. I have 3 siblings, and out of the 4 of us, my 2 siblings and I grew up struggling and continue to struggle with asthma. Methane is a powerful climate pollutant. Its heat trapping capacity is more than 80% of carbon dioxide. We are all seeing the devastating effects of flooding, storms, and hurricane force winds hitting California right now. Los Angeles, like many places in the United States, has experienced extreme heat events due to methane and other climate pollutants. In addition, according to the American Lung Association State of the Air report, which found that Los Angeles is the most polluted city in the nation when it comes to ozone pollution, that these heat events worsen air quality and have made it difficult to breathe, especially during summer months. We are in a terrible cycle of climate-driven emergencies that are costing lives, destroying homes and infrastructure, and costing billions annually. The community I grew up in is one of California's top 10 most disadvantaged communities, already experiencing poor air quality, and climate pollution and climate pollutants such as methane have only made it even more difficult for Black and brown communities to breathe clean air. This is why it is so important for EPA to act quickly to strengthen and finalize the rule. As proposed, the rule is designed to reduce methane emissions from the source. It covers by 87% below 05 levels in 2030 alone. The rule also ensures that smaller oil and gas operations aren't exempt from critical requirements. In addition to eliminating venting of methane, EPA should do more in the final rule to end the practice of routine flaring by the oil and gas industry. Growing up, I was able to see occasional flaring from these oil and natural gas wells from my home. My community and other frontline communities see flaring as the inescapable evidence of the dangerous air we are forced to breathe on a daily basis. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. On behalf of my family who still lives close to an oil and gas operation location, I urge EPA to set stronger standards, eliminate loopholes for smaller operations, and end venting and flaring for oil and gas facilities. Finally, I urge EPA to finalize the rule making as quickly as possible. There is no time to waste, and we cannot miss out on this opportunity to protect health, particularly the most vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Marcia Haley.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marcia Haley. It's spelled Marshahaley. I'm a physician and I'm a member of Moms Clean Air Force and Physicians for Social Responsibility. I live in Seven Fields, Pennsylvania. I support EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations. Living in Butler County, Pennsylvania, as well as working in Washington and Westmoreland counties, which are heavily fracked areas, puts me close to oil and gas operations. As a physician who does environmental research, including research into the health effects of oil and gas, I have seen firsthand the effects of methane and its accompanying airborne chemicals on the people who live and work nearby. We know that along with methane release comes other chemicals such as VOCs and radon. Over the past 15 years, the oil and gas industry really took off in Pennsylvania thanks to fracking technology. The regulations lagged behind and harm was done to people in those affected communities. We must now provide proper oversight to the industry to maximize public safety, not only to those living and working close to these sites, but to the workers who are breathing the air every day on the sites. In the journal Science, we learned that emissions due to unlit flares and inefficient combustion mean that methane emissions are 5 times higher than previously thought. From these increased emissions, we see increases in respiratory illnesses and ground level ozone and smog. In addition to addressing the health issues, increased oversight makes economic sense. Over 80 companies, including Shell and BP, have joined the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0. This group of over 80 energy companies advocate for improved accuracy and transparency of methane emissions reporting, and also supports addressing active leaks and evaluating the root causes of emissions to identify and address potential sources of future emissions. The proposed rules from EPA include important steps such as finding and reporting leaks, eliminating venting, strengthening requirements for storage tanks, and increased monitoring of compressor stations. These proposals make sense from a public health and an economic standpoint, and I believe they would make our community safer. Therefore, I support the proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcia.
Our next speaker is Linnea Bond.
Hi.
Good evening.
My name is Linnea Bond. I'm a health educator with Physicians for Social Responsibility Pennsylvania, living in Philadelphia. PSR and Concerned Health Professionals of New York have routinely published a compendium of scientific, medical, and media findings demonstrating risks and harms of fracking and associated gas and oil infrastructure. My compatriot Tammy mentioned this in her speech a few speakers ago. Now in its 8th edition, the compendium includes 2,000 scientific studies and government reports that conclusively reveal that fracking causes widespread and severe harm, including toxic air pollution, water contamination, radioactive releases, earthquakes, and methane emissions. The compendium also reports that living near gas infrastructure means increased risk of cancer, birth defects, infertility, heart disease, neurologic diseases, asthma, and other lung diseases. For one example, researchers from Yale University reported that children 2 to 7 years old have 2 to 3 times the risk of developing leukemia if their mothers were pregnant near an unconventional gas well. In Dimock, Pennsylvania, residents have waited 14 years for potable water after they found methane polluting their groundwater. For this reason, I support all stricter new regulations. However, the EPA needs to go further. The EPA continues to allow unnecessary gas flaring and venting. If a company claims it's unable to capture and repurpose gas that is released during oil drilling or liquids unloading activities are a significant source of air pollution in Pennsylvania, affecting both our environment and our health. The EPA should also expand the zero-emitting pneumatic equipment requirement to include pneumatic pumps. I would also point out that while the EPA supplemental rule importantly focuses on methane and VOCs, essential protections against radioactivity are not included. While new regulations are important, equally as important is the EPA as well as the DEP more effectively tracking and eliminating current and future violations? Gas companies are, in most cases, responsible for monitoring themselves and reporting failures. I'm speaking from Pennsylvania, where Governor-elect Shapiro's 2020 grand jury report, as our AG, found that, quote, fracking companies were given a free pass by unprepared agencies, unquote. Lack of oversight has repeatedly put residents at risk for polluting events where industry is left to self-report and companies are not held responsible. Apropos of these violations, I'll end with a quote from a Washington County resident who has, from her own property, taken photos of a flare at the Harmon Creek cryogenic plant. From September of last year, quote, when it's black and I send it to the DEP, they ask me, did you doctor this? Because this company is saying, oh no, we don't have a problem. The DEP relies on the eyes and ears of the neighbors. That's not my job. It's not my job, and I don't pay taxes to have that be my job. But this industry will fight with you, and they are not truthful. So it's really a burden to the residents that have to experience this. Their health is in jeopardy, and they're having to defend themselves with what they've experienced. End quote. The EPA must do more to ensure gas companies are preventing, reporting, and taking responsibility for violations that are poisoning and at times killing residents across America. While strengthening regulations is essential, they require adherence to truly protect us. Thank you for your attention.
Linnea, can you spell, please, your first and last name?
I'd be happy to.
Sure.
Linnea. And my last name is Bond, Bond like James Bond.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melanie Beekman.
Hi there, my name is Melanie Beikman. It's spelled Melanie, last name is Beikman. I'm with Arizona Interfaith Power and Light. We work with people of faith and conscience across Arizona who are calling for the US to act swiftly to curb carbon pollution. These are people who prioritize the health of the planet and the health and safety of our neighbors. We are concerned about the effects of pollution for residents near oil and gas facilities, and we are also alarmed at the rapidly worsening climate crisis. In Arizona, the heat has intensified and the climate crisis is having real effects on our neighbors right here in our state. We are seeing increased heat-related illness and even death, drought that is already impacting communities, and dangerous wildfires. Last year, Phoenix had 22 days at 110 degrees or over, and those dangerous heat days are expected to increase from 50 to 80 by the year 2050. Maricopa County continues to break that grim record of heat-related deaths with 378 lives lost last summer. It is the most vulnerable who suffer the most from extreme heat. While solar energy is plentiful in Arizona, methane remains the primary source of energy generation at 43%. As electric customers, we are captive users of methane. We can conserve electricity and we can promote alternative energy. Those who can afford it can purchase solar panels. However, we rely on the EPA to set strong rules on the methane gas production to protect our neighbors, both in Arizona and in frontline communities across the US. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback. Our next speaker is Jim Danforth.
Hello, and thank you to the EPA for doing what you're doing here. My name is James Danforth. It's Jamesdanforth. I'm a retired family physician. Was formerly certified in family medicine and hospice and palliative care. A member of the Colorado Academy of Family Physicians and the American Academy of Family Practice. Are you seeing me or? I'm not seeing you, but I'm speaking
We
for
can
myself.
see,
Okay, I'm speaking for myself today. I live in Loveland, Colorado, and I've been interested and concerned about the health effects of unconventional oil and gas development for 12 years, and have taken courses through Harvard and Columbia University on the health effects of climate change and harvesting of fossil fuels. But it wasn't until 3 years ago that we began in the Front Range of Colorado to really recognize what's going on. As you well know, at the EPA, we have a severe ozone problem in our Front Range. Probably between 2020 and 2021 summers, we had probably close to 100 ozone alert days. And we lived through orange skies full of ash from the fires of 2020. We have 50,000 wells in neighboring Weld County, and the Larimer County commissioners have determined that the vast majority of our ozone problem is coming from oil and gas harvesting and development. And recently, the Regional Air Quality Council here in the state substantiated that we're getting more ozone from oil and gas development than we are from cars and trucks running up and down I-25. And as you know, methane is a volatile organic compound, and mixed with NOx and UV, we get ozone. Immediate release of methane has immediate risks as well. Now, methane by itself, other than being explosive, if it's in a clean state, is not a major risk, but it travels with some unsavory characters, including benzene, sulfur dioxide, formaldehyde, acetaldehyde, and PM2.5s. And it's been concerned that perhaps even radioactive substances are returning with methane as it comes out of the ground. Ozone damages children's lungs, and it can be permanent. It can affect the growth of children's lungs. Those with asthma already are subjected to asthma flares when ozone levels go up. That means missed school. If you're an employee, that might mean missed work as well. If you're elderly and have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, you're also at risk for experiencing exacerbations. If you have coronary artery disease, the additional stress on your cardiopulmonary system from those ozone days can trigger significant problems. We have to worry about our outdoor workers, the military attempting to work in this type of situation, and our young athletes who are trying to work out. And we do know that even COVID is complicated by ozone days and can contribute to acute respiratory distress syndrome, which can be deadly. National Jewish toxicologist Dr. James Crooks has stated that probably over 350,000 premature deaths occur in the US every year because of air pollution, and methane and fossil fuels are directly or indirectly responsible for half of those. And worldwide, we're losing 10 million people prematurely from air pollution. The long-term effects of methane are that 30% of climate change is caused by methane release into the atmosphere. And this is coming from the Energy Technology Perspectives of 2023. Climate change fuels weather events. And according to NOAA, climate change has cost in this past year $165 billion in structural damages and at least 474 lives. The bottom line is we cannot control climate change without controlling methane release. It is 80 times more climate warming over the first 20 years of its release than CO2.
Mr. Danforth.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Danforth, we're past the 4 minutes, so if you can wrap up.
Well, and just in summary,
thank you.
The release of methane into our atmosphere during oil and gas harvesting and transport have immediate and long-term risks to the health of humans and the climate that we depend on. The price paid will be in lives lost and an economy burdened by more and more costly environmental catastrophes. Thank you very much for your work on this subject. It's critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Oh, thank you.
Our next speaker is Hunter Knopfsinger.
Hi, my name is Hunter Knopfsinger, Hunter. Last name is Noffsinger, and I'm a community outreach coordinator with the Sierra Club Virginia chapter and a resident of Virginia. And I'm speaking today in support of the EPA's proposed methane rule and that the EPA finalizes the strongest rule possible to protect the health of our communities and the environment. The current proposal is an important step in doing this. However, there's still more work to be done to ensure that the strongest possible methane safeguards are finalized to address climate change and protect public health. These things are ensuring that operators at wells capture associated gas and limit flaring of that gas in instances in which it is necessary for safety or maintenance reasons, strengthening the standards to address emissions from storage tanks by making the standards applicable to more tanks, and providing a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the Super Emitter Response Program, which is designed to quickly address very large leaks from the oil and gas industry by ensuring that provided monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. Methane has more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide over the first 20 years after it reaches the atmosphere. Even though carbon dioxide has a longer lasting effect, methane sets the pace for warming in the near term. In addition to its effects on the environment, toxic pollutants released alongside methane, such as benzene, can worsen asthma and other respiratory diseases, increase the risk of heart attacks and cardiovascular diseases, increase the risk of cancer, cause immune system damage, and even developmental problems in children. And living near unconventional oil and gas wells has been shown to shorten lifespans for residents 65 years and older. Toxic emissions from oil and gas operations are particularly harmful for pregnant women and fetuses and are associated with higher risks of preterm birth, low birth weight, and congenital heart disease. Children living near oil and gas facilities are at risk for higher rates of childhood asthma and hospitalizations from asthma. Carcinogens involved in fracking may also increase the risk of childhood leukemia. By strengthening and finalizing these safeguards to include improvements on storage tanks emissions, improvements to the Super Emitter Response Program, and more stringent flaring regulation would even further strengthen the proposal. These safeguards are essential to advancing environmental justice, slowing the rate of climate change, and keeping everyone's air clean and safe to breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Oh, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abha Saini.
Good evening. My name is Abha Saini, ABHA SAINI. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of a strong methane rule. I've worked as a biologist and senior scientist in biomedical research and development. I'm serving as chair of the Climate Reality Project, Philadelphia and Southeastern Pennsylvania chapter, and speaking today on behalf of over 200 members of our chapter. We are volunteers and concerned citizens who bring diverse personal experiences and professional backgrounds towards catalyzing a regional and statewide solution to the climate crisis through education, advocacy, and collaboration. Our chapter is part of a global organization, the Climate Reality Project, a United States nonprofit 501c3 with over 100 US chapters and 11 international branches, each dedicated to catalyzing a global solution to the climate crisis and working to reduce methane emissions across our world. Methane is a dangerous air pollutant with 86 times the atmospheric heat trapping potential of carbon dioxide over a 20-year timeframe. Under the current EPA proposal, this exposure will continue for at least another 4.5 years. Given that the United States is one of the largest global emitters of methane, we have the opportunity and responsibility to devise effective strategies for rapid and sustained reduction in methane emissions to limit near-term warming, improve air quality, and help mitigate the worst outcomes of climate change. We are heartened to see that the EPA is proposing stronger regulations by expanding the 2021 methane rule. We are hopeful that these federal emissions regulations and compliance requirements will finally lead to significant reductions in methane and greenhouse gas pollution from the powerful oil and gas industrial complex that exists here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the second largest extractor of natural gas in the country and the third largest extractor of coal. My additional comments pertain to the proposed 18-month state plan submission deadline linked to a 36-month compliance deadline. The proposal says EPA is proposing to require that states submit their state plan within 18 months of publication of the emissions guidelines, EGs, and linking a 36-month compliance deadline to the state plan submittal deadline. Further, there are no mandatory sanctions associated with submitting a late plan or accepting the implementation of a federal plan. Depending on when the EPA publishes the final EGs, which would then be applied to this new supplemental methane rule, the proposed timeline translates to at least 4.5 years of allowable dangerous methane emissions from designated facilities that will continue to accelerate global warming, climate change impacts, and decline of public and environmental health. We urge the EPA to reconsider this timeline. The fact that designated facilities require more time to fix their polluting infrastructure should not be a burden that the public must be forced to endure and suffer. The U.S. has already developed clean renewable energy technology that does not pollute our atmosphere with any methane emissions. We should use it. Time is running out. Over the next 20 years, atmospheric methane will trap 80 times more heat, ton per ton, than carbon dioxide. But we have about 6 more years to keep global warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius so that we can have the best chance of avoiding the most severe impacts of climate change. We urge the EPA to require rapid review process and prioritization for states with higher methane emissions from designated facilities such as Pennsylvania. Our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, can you spell your first and last name?
Sure.
Please. Thank you.
A-B-H-A, last name Sani, S-A-I-N-I.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Rodriguez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Alexander Rodriguez, Alexander Rodriguez. I'm an environmental justice specialist at a regional organization called Save the Sound. Save the Sound leads environmental action across the Long Island Sound region. We fight climate change, save endangered lands, protect the Sound and its rivers, and work with nature to restore ecosystems. I appreciate this opportunity to share why strong federal methane rules are important to me and my community. Our headquarters is in New Haven, Connecticut, a city that has long suffered from climate pollution and environmental racism. New Haven residents are vulnerable to a disproportionate burden of methane emissions from 6 high greenhouse gas emitting facilities. In the American Lung Association's 2022 State of the Air report, New Haven County was given an F regarding air quality, and that rating can be attributed to the overwhelming share of affecting facilities within such a small radius. Regular exposure to these hazards has aggravated over 20,000 people suffering from pediatric asthma and over 70,000 suffering from adult asthma. I myself have asthma, and so do many people I care about, and I'm grateful that your agency is taking steps to address methane pollution from the oil and gas industry. We must confront the climate crisis head on and protect the health and safety of low-income and BIPOC communities, such as New Haven. The proposed rule is a step in the right direction, and I encourage the administration and your agency to continue undergoing strategies that explicitly reject methane as a decarbonization strategy and implement a moratorium on the expansion of gas distribution systems. State regulators in Connecticut have recognized that expanding gas reliance and methane is a flawed strategy from both a climate and consumer perspective, explicitly rejecting the characterization of gas and methane as bridge fuel. as a bridge fuel and terminated incentives to expand reliance on gas for heating. We must reject the notion that methane gas is a bridge fuel, because the gas is actually 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Also, your agencies should strengthen this rule by limiting the wasteful and dangerous practice of routine flaring, better addressing emissions from storage tanks, and providing a clear pathway for community members to participate in the super emitter response program. Communities across the Sound are eager to safeguard our health and increase our climate resiliency. In order to do this, the EPA must ensure that we can access data and technologies to help reduce methane and other pollutants in the areas where we live and work. Communities across the Sound and I are counting on this administration and your agency to quickly address these concerns and to finalize strong, comprehensive, and existing source rules to cut methane pollution from the oil and gas sector before it's too late. Thank you for considering this testimony.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is James R. Turner.
Hello, I'm James Turner, James Turner. I live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm retired and a Sierra Club activist. For years, I pushed to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases so that my children and grandson can be spared from outcomes of a worsening climate. So my roof holds 5 kilowatts of solar panels, and I bought a Nissan Leaf for my intra-city driving, but individual actions are not enough. Positive climate feedbacks, such as methane released from the Arctic tundra, raise average temperatures even more than climate models have predicted. A concern in the Midwest is that corn plants will not grow well if we have repeated days well above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We can foresee, if things are not improved, an insufficiency of corn, which could disrupt food markets. So we need concerted action to reduce methane emissions, action that we can achieve only through government. This rule will gain needed time. During the first 20 years after methane reaches the atmosphere, it has more than 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide. So avoiding that 20 years of adverse impact can provide us a time cushion for using more wind and solar power and for using more heat pumps in our buildings. Along with other steps, this rule can avoid ecosystem changes that would be difficult to reverse later on. To avoid catastrophic social breakdowns, we must improve equity for all. We must take feasible steps to eliminate health adversities for disadvantaged people. More than 17 million of us, including nearly 4 million children under 18, reside within a half mile of active oil and gas production. Toxic pollutants released alongside methane, such as benzene, can worsen asthma and other respiratory diseases, increase the risk of heart attacks and cardiovascular diseases, increase the risk of cancer, cause immune system damage, and even cause developmental problems in children. It appears feasible for oil and gas producers to comply with the rule. The cost of required routine inspections, equipment, and third-party monitoring to address super emitters will be justified by avoiding methane-caused damage of our climate and public health. Flaring of methane for convenience is not justified. Reportedly, many flares have been found to malfunction or fail entirely, spewing methane directly into the atmosphere. A new analysis from Rystad reveals that alternatives to flaring are broadly available and are very cost-effective to implement. Low production oil and gas wells should not be exempted from the rule. Available data shows that low producing wells are responsible for about half of the methane emitted from all wells in the United States, despite that they only account for only 6% of our oil and gas production. I'm confident that our nation can produce more wind and solar energy to make up for any closure of those wells. Also, abandoned wells must be inspected until they are closed. Oil and gas companies must submit a closure plan and conduct a post-closure survey of those wells to ensure they are not leaking, because concrete plugs in the wells are likely to incur small cracks. I urge EPA to finalize and implement the rule quickly so that communities can realize the benefits as soon as possible. I forgot to say I'm a volunteer with Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amir Fareed.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Amir Fareed. First name is Amir, A-M-I-R. Last name is Fareed, F-A-R-I-D. I'm a Connecticut board member for American Lung Association and live in Connecticut. Strongly support EPA's proposed rules to limit pollution from oil and gas operations and urge EPA to strengthen the rules to maximize the benefit for public health. Sorry, my video is not working, so that's the reason why my video is not on, so hopefully that's okay.
Please continue.
I have loved ones that have health conditions that put them at greater risk from air pollution and climate change. There is an impact of air pollution, climate change in the communities we live in. Climate change is a health emergency, leading to more frequent and intense extreme weather events like flooding, excessive heat, drought, and wildfires. Also, longer and more intense allergy seasons, increased risk from waterborne and vector-borne diseases like Lyme disease, and worsening air quality. Climate change is a health emergency, but it's also a health opportunity, because reducing climate pollution will result in immediate and long-term health benefit. If we want to avoid catastrophic tipping points in the climate system, we must reduce greenhouse gases, including methane, dramatically and immediately. Strong actions from EPA to curb methane emissions from oil and gas industry would reduce the amount of greenhouse gases being emitted into the atmosphere. This would constitute a huge step towards slowing the acceleration of climate change and protecting human health. Oil and natural gas operations are the nation's largest industrial source of methane. Methane is a powerful climate pollutant. Its heat trapping capacity is more than 80 times that of carbon dioxide. The health impacts stemming from oil and gas operations impact the entire country, but people living closest to the oil and gas industry operations, including wells, face greater harm. The supplemental proposal being discussed will make significant strides to help protect the health of people living and working near oil and gas operations. Children are particularly vulnerable to both ozone and VOC, the volatile organic compounds pollutions, due to their faster breathing rate, proportion of time spent outside, and developing lungs. Reducing the level of VOCs and ozone would make an important contribution to children's respiratory development and health. A Yale School of Public Health study here in Connecticut found that children living near unconventional oil and gas developments at birth were 2 to 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with leukemia between the ages of 2 and 7 than those who did not live near this oil and gas activity. Studies shows that low health, rural, and people of color communities bear the brunt of exposure to air pollution and toxins and fossil fuels. I thank EPA for thoughtfully and deliberately considering the comments of thousands of Americans, including dozens of health organizations and hundreds of health professionals, and applaud the more stringent measures on oil and gas pollution being considered today. I urge EPA to strengthen the rule even further and then quickly finalize it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Our next speaker is Ada Sami.
Hi,
Good evening.
should I start to, can you hear me?
Yes, please spell your first and last name and provide your comments.
Sure. My first name is Ida, and my last name is Sami, Sami. So, hi, my name is Ida Sami, a resident of Tucson, Arizona, and I serve as an Arizona State Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force. I'm here to provide my support for the EPA updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operation in order to protect public health. I have worked in the area of climate change for more than 10 years, and I hold a PhD in environmental science. As someone who has dedicated my career to understanding and addressing the complexity challenges posed by climate change, I'm deeply concerned about the impacts that methane gas and other air pollutions from oil and gas operation can have on human health and well-being, especially for most vulnerable population. Methane gas produced by the oil and gas industries is a strong contributor to global warming, and it's damaging the Earth's climate. Already extreme heat and drought are two most important climate hazards in the Arizona, but adding the methane emitting, we can see that you can find more other components that can cause a variety of health issues. Eye, nose, throat, and lung irritation, headache, dizziness, nausea, tiredness are most common health problems caused by methane pollution. This air pollution is harming the health of millions of people who are living near or far away. Air pollution can travel long distance and harm people's health, but communities who are low income and who are living next to the oil and gas operation are exposed to higher level of harmful air pollutions. Long-term exposure to the oil and gas air pollution can increase the risk of certain diseases, including asthma, cancer, heart disease. Additionally, oil and gas pollution has been linked to an increased risk of neurological disorders such as Alzheimer's disease. Scientists have known for decades that air pollution is harmful for the health, and this is especially true for the people who are most vulnerable, such as elderly, people with undergoing health condition, community of color, pregnant women, children. Also, another thing with this pollution due to equity factors such as redlining and economic inequity. Certain groups, including community of color, outdoor workers, are suffering more from the pollution problems, and they are in the serious health risks. Reducing methane emission today will help clean up the air and protect human health and the climate. The EPA has an important role to play in making sure that these protections are put in place and followed so that our community, children, and the environment will be safe in the future. Together, we can make positive change and make sure that our health and well-being are safe from the dangers of methane pollution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Nakla.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Julia Nuckley. Julia is my first name. My last name is spelled Nakleh. I am from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. I started volunteering with the Climate Reality Project because I was so concerned about climate change that I felt I needed to do something. My two school-age children are anxious about what the future holds, and I want to lead by example to show them that every one of us can do our part. Climate change is here today. The goal is to keep the Earth's increase in temperature due to climate change under 1.5 degrees Celsius. Yet we've already warmed over 1 degree. We can no longer afford the luxury of time. We need to act now. Because methane is such a potent greenhouse gas, scientists have identified its reduction as one of the fastest ways to slow down climate change.
The International Energy Agency states that almost 1/3 of the global warming we see today is from human emissions of methane. We see evidence of climate change all around us, from wildfires, droughts, flooding, and more intense and more frequent extreme weather events. My area has seen a 360% increase in heavy downpours since 1950. This excess rainfall has caused me to spend thousands of dollars in stormwater mitigation on my property. I have seen evidence of climate change firsthand. People in my community lost homes during Hurricane Ida. In the middle of the night, my local fire department had to cut a hole in the side of a house in a harrowing rescue of the occupant. That house washed away hours later. Many communities have been impacted much worse than mine, particularly coastal communities and those subject to drought and wildfires. The extreme weather will only get more intense and more frequent in the future. Lives will be lost, homes will be destroyed. But the more we act now, the more we can reduce the impacts of climate change. Climate change is costing us dearly in dollars and lives. A new report from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration shows that extreme weather has cost the US over $1 trillion over the last 7 years and has taken at least 5,000 lives, and that climate change is a major reason why. These regulations on the federal level are very necessary since climate change from greenhouse gases knows no boundaries, and states such as Pennsylvania, where I live, are very resistant to changing how their fossil fuel plants operate. The cost of these new regulations is nothing compared to the costs that we will incur to the climate, our economy, and human lives if we don't take action. The more we do now, the more hope there is for the future. I applaud the EPA for expanding its methane regulations and establishing a super emitter response program. However, more clarification is needed as to how ordinary citizens who are being impacted can participate in that process. These regulations need to be implemented as soon as possible. We can't become complacent. In the years to come, we will need stricter and stricter regulations with the ultimate goal of eliminating fossil fuels altogether. The sooner we act, the sooner we can make the world more livable for my children and for all children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Claudia or Amy?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Just conferring with Nan or Jenny, do we have any speakers queued up?
We have Ashley, is it called, and Dan Clifford. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Okay, so Ashley Call.
Hi, my name is Ashley Call, ASHLEECAUL. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the proposed new performance standards to reduce methane pollution. I live in Independence Township in Beaver County, Pennsylvania. I support the proposed EPA methane rule and urge you to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rule to protect citizens' health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution, including small wells and routine flaring. My family lives within 3 miles of at least 8 unconventional well pads. We also live less than 10 miles from Washington County, Pennsylvania, the most heavily fracked county in Pennsylvania, with more than 1,800 deep shale gas wells. My wife is particularly sensitive to airborne toxins. She has barely stopped coughing since September. She was treated in December with antibiotics for what we hoped was an ordinary cold or a sinus infection, but the antibiotics did not help. At the time, she tested negative for COVID-19, so we know that it wasn't that. In 2022, there was a lot of permit activity locally, so likely more drilling. My wife continues to cough regularly. In addition to my wife's respiratory distress, We lost 3 pets in 2022, all due to kidney disease or cancer. Our next door neighbors also lost 3 pets. These were dogs, cats, birds, and a ferret. So these deaths were not specific to any one species. In the months and weeks before death, the animals each experienced any combination of impaired balance, weakness, vomiting, lethargy, fainting, and convulsions, which are all symptoms of methane exposure. If there's one thing that our township has more of than gas wells, it is livestock, some of which winds up in the U.S. food chain. Independence Township in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, is home to many known and possibly many unknown wells that are abandoned or orphaned. One of the roads in our township is named Tank Farm Road because fuel for the airport was stored there. Oil and gas has been ingrained in this township for decades. Some families here depend on that income, and I have no desire to hurt that business for them, but there's no reason to sacrifice the health of the whole population when safer management is available. On a recent leisurely walk through the woods near our home, I ran across an old well apparatus, certainly not in use due to the surrounding overgrowth. Well, we have no way to know. I support this proposed rules requirement that abandoned wells are subject to inspections until closure, and that oil and gas companies submit a closure plan and conduct a post-closure survey of these wells to ensure that they are not leaking. I would also support an appropriate form of leak management for orphaned wells. I do urge you to act more aggressively towards flaring. When companies routinely flare, we're exposed to harmful and wasteful pollution. Some Energy Information Administration data indicates that the US wastes roughly $1 billion of gas on flares each year. With the price of fuel so high right now, this is a waste that the United States cannot afford. The final rule should require that companies take the necessary actions to end the costly practice of flaring. Routine flaring. Once again, I support the proposed EPA methane rule and ask you to finalize it with additional cuts to methane in order to protect families' health from all sources of oil and gas methane pollution. Thank you for your work and for this opportunity to comment.
Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Clifford.
Hi, I'm Dan Clifford. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dan Clifford. I live in Atlanta and heard about this opportunity through Mom's Clean Air Force. I am speaking today in support of the proposed EPA methane rules, though I hope that you finalize the strongest and most comprehensive methane rules possible. I'm testifying today because I'm worried about climate change and the health impacts of methane pollution. I grew up in Texas, a state on the front lines of the oil and gas industry. I now live in Atlanta, Georgia, a city with poor air quality and increasing extreme weather and extreme heat fueled by the climate crisis. Actually, right now, as I am giving this testimony, we are experiencing extreme thunderstorms in Atlanta with tornado warnings north of the city, something that's becoming more common. Once spring and summer comes, days of extreme heat in Georgia threaten the health and even the lives of the most vulnerable members of our community. Methane is a very powerful pollutant. It endangers the health of those living near oil and gas facilities, like my relatives in Texas, and fuels the climate crisis affecting all of us. Methane is responsible for a quarter of today's man-made warming of the planet, and is over 80 times the warming power of carbon dioxide after. If we want to slow warming, we absolutely must cut methane emissions. It is imperative that we hold oil and gas companies accountable for closure plans, flaring, and leaky wells, and close every loophole that keeps us from cutting methane emissions. Thank you for your time, and I hope the EPA acts quickly to approve this rule.
Thank you. Dan, for the record, can you please spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Dan, D-A-N, Clifford, C-L-I-F-F-O-R-D.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bernard Goldstein.
You've had me set up for 7 to 8 p.m. And so I need a moment or two to get ready. I don't want the time to start counting. Hello, can you hear me now?
We can
Good, okay.
we can hear you. So, if you're ready to proceed.
Well, I am, and I beg indulgence if I go 10 seconds over because I haven't had a chance to cut it a little bit. I am Bernard Goldstein, Bernard Goldstein. You already have heard much about what in essence is an out-of-control train hurtling down the tracks, and of an industry that is contributing heavily to this loss of control. At age 83, I may not be the oldest who has testified, but as someone who has worked on smog in the Public Health Service Division of Air Pollution in the 1960s and during the Reagan administration, was chair of CASAC and then EPA Assistant Administrator for Research and Development, I might have the longest experience in this area. So I'll start with 2 history lessons and end with my recent experience as a faculty member, now emeritus at the University of Pittsburgh, as a visiting professor in Germany. In the 1960s, industry position was that it was neither technically nor economically feasible to meet California's proposed emission standards. But when California forced the issue, it turned out the industry readily had the technology. Unfortunately, neither of the 2 past EPA administrations has been tough enough on the fossil fuel industry. While I commend this EPA for moving forward, I am not all that sure they have gone far enough, particularly related to flaring. The second history lesson is the tenfold strengthening of OSHA's standard for benzene, a carcinogen often released with methane. 2 such proposals by the Carter administration were beaten back by industry, including in the courts, yet the tougher standard was accomplished by the Reagan administration. Scientific advances had overwhelmed industry's position, and industry found that they could just as easily meet the more stringent standard of 1 part per million. Today, we similarly have increasing scientific evidence that the fossil fuel industry heavily contributes to methane release and compelling proof of what we already knew in the Reagan administration a long time ago, that climate change is harmful. We need to demand marked diminution of methane releases from the oil and gas industry. Remember, in contrast to other sources, methane that is deep underground is not part of the global methane cycle until it is brought to the surface to be sold by industry. Finally, I was a visiting professor in Germany comparing EU and US approaches to shale gas in 2016. Almost uniformly, EU governments had reversed their initial decision to drill because it became evident in the US that there were environmental problems that were intentionally being miscommunicated. These included the insistent claim of decades of safe experience with hydrofracturing, yet this was with 50,000 gallons, not the perhaps 5 million gallons that are now well overcoming wastewater treatment approaches. Industry used a narrow technical definition to claim that fracking had never caused groundwater contamination. Despite knowing that to the public, fracking including events such as wellhead blowouts and trucks overturning. And the industry's insistence that a frack only took 2 weeks contradicted the experience of those living near a modern drill site who were subjected to 12 sequential fracks lasting 6 months. Finally, in a world containing Vladimir Putin and Ali Khamenei, we do have to thank industry for the technological advances that have allowed the US to become energy independent. But if the EU had drilled for their own shale gas, as President Obama urged in 2014, would Russia have invaded? Wouldn't it be better if the methane we are now spewing into the atmosphere were used to warm homes in Ukraine and in Western Europe? And if our industry was required to reverse their bad example, which led the Europeans not to drill because they saw how many problems were being caused in the United States. So my bottom line is that the EPA must forcefully get this train back into control. Thank you.
Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
If our next speaker is ready, Royshetta Ozani.
Hi, it's Royshetta Ozan. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And that's Roishetta Z as in zebra, ANE. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Royshetta Ozan, and I am a field organizer for Moms Clean Air Force living in Sulphur, Louisiana. As a mother of 6 living with oil and gas operations, I support a comprehensive EPA rule to cut methane from oil and gas operations. Though my town of Sulphur, Louisiana, SULPHUR, is spelled differently than the chemical element sulfur, SULFUR, they are one and the same. My town sits in the middle of a massive petrochemical complex and near several oil and gas operations, but its name came from it being the home of sulfur mining more than a century ago. I did not grow up here. I didn't pick this place to live. It chose me. After losing everything to Hurricanes Laura and Delta in 2020, I and my 6 children were forced to move in a FEMA trailer. The trailer was located in Sulphur, and so that's where we had to go. We left Westlake and we moved to Sulphur into the FEMA trailer. We lived in that FEMA trailer for 2 years. While looking for somewhere to go after it was time to move out of the FEMA trailer, there were no places available in Westlake, and so we had to find a home in Sulphur. All 7 of us, because again, I have 6 children. And so finding a home in Sulphur was easy, I believe, because of the massive amount of industry here. I believe that's why the homes were so much more affordable than in Westlake or in Lake Charles. I am very concerned about raising my children here near all of this oil and gas because of the air pollution released by those industries. One of those gases being methane and its associated gases. Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas pollutant that is fueling climate change and is responsible for 25% of the man-made global warming we are experiencing today. There are 8 LNG export terminals currently in existence across the United States. Today, more than 8 more facilities are being proposed in or near my community, and more than 20 are being proposed throughout the Gulf Coast. At a time when even leading global energy agencies say we need to end all new fossil fuel expansions, these projects are beyond reckless. Almost 3,000 people in Calcasieu Parish live within a 1/2 mile radius of active oil and gas operations. That's approximately 30% of the population. My neighbors and people throughout my region are still living in FEMA trailers, and yet oil and gas industries are steadily steamrolling more operations here. While I support the proposed EPA methane rules, I urge the EPA to finalize the strongest and most comprehensive rules to cut oil and gas methane pollution. The continued expansion of oil and gas, including LNG, stifles renewable solutions like offshore wind, which can create real opportunities for Louisianians and EJ communities everywhere. It is the mandate of the EPA to protect people and the environment from significant health risk. Air pollution from oil and gas operations contributes to significant health impacts to our most vulnerable population, including our children. I will not accept this as an outcome for my family, for my city, my region, or our collective climate. Please take action now to cut methane and protect our communities. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Our next speaker is Carissa Sip.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm following a tough act. I know a lot of people have said a lot of things. My name is Carissa Sip. It's spelled Carissa, and my last name is Sip, Sipp. I'm a volunteer with Clean Moms Air Force. I'm a mom and an engineer from Tucson, Arizona. I fully support the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations across the country. This is a critical step forward to addressing the climate crisis we are in. From major storms and floods to drought to elimination of biodiversity, we are at a crossing point, and the time to act can no longer be pushed down the road. This updated rule will not only be critical to moving forward towards addressing some of the climate crisis, but also help protect the families and safety of future generations. Family and children will benefit from this change, and it is needed now. A strong methane rule is important to me as an individual, as a mom, and as a community member. My youngest has asthma, and my oldest has a leaky heart valve condition with their heart. I am an asthmatic, and I have AFib. AFib is arterial fibrillation. It's kind of like you just have a regular heartbeat every now and then. It can lead to blood clots, stroke, heart failure, and other complications. Individuals with AFib just have many ailments and are particularly sensitive to pollutants and that the oil and gas industry release. Exposure to byproducts and pollution lead to harmful incident of stroke and incidents of increased concentration of harmful VOCs from oil and gas operations and petroleum storage tanks specifically has impacted my family. We have lived in a variety of geographical areas, East Coast to West Coast, North to South, and the impact of these pollutants ranges from hospital visits for AFib events, increased illness specifically for the lungs, higher asthmatic attacks, more extreme headaches after being outside, and heavier need for medication. We have endured a higher number of AFib and asthmatic attacks when living, working, walking, biking through neighborhoods and or by neighborhoods and roadways with storage tanks and or oil and gas production. This is not okay. Polluters need to be held accountable and prohibited from contaminating our environment at the expense of its citizens. We cannot survive a world without clean water, air, and resources. We can survive without flaring. I encourage the EPA strongly to move forward in closing leak detection loopholes, requiring zero emitting pneumatic controls and pumps, and holding equipment to higher standards, as well as requiring inspections of all wells. As an engineer, I know that we have the technology to do this and much better. There's satellites, there are imaging, there's all kinds of sensors that we can do this, and we can do it at a very reasonable, I guess I would say, burden to the industry. It's not going to overwhelm them, but it will overwhelm us. Please put an end to wasteful routine flaring as well. Burning off gas just because it's easier doesn't make it okay. Please consider requiring alternative and less wasteful ways like they do in New Mexico and Colorado. Stop routine flaring, stop super emitters, and monitor all wells. I want to reiterate my vigorous support for the EPA proposed rules today, but I encourage you, like all others here today that have spoken, move quickly and also move strongly. Be more aggressive. Help the people that you serve. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it. I know everybody's getting tired, so I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, Amy or Claudia?
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Hurtado.
Hi, good evening. I'm Liz Hurtado, spelled Liz Hurtado. I'm a field manager for Moms Clean Air Force and its Latino engagement program, Ecomadres. I'm a mother of 4 living in Virginia Beach, Virginia. As a mother, I made a commitment to always keep my children safe, which is why I'm here today to voice my support for the EPA's updated rule to cut methane and other harmful pollutants from oil and gas operations. There's an important step towards addressing the climate crisis and protecting the health and safety of children and families across the country. The facts about methane are clear. Methane can do a lot of damage in a short amount of time by accelerating climate change. Additionally, it's polluting the air that our children breathe and threatening the health of families across the country. Closing loopholes for leak detection and repair and increasing the types of wells that get routine inspections is an important step forward, but we must do more if we're going to act with the urgency of the moment. In Virginia Beach, we're already dealing with the profound effects of climate change in our rising sea levels, intensifying hurricanes, and recurring flooding. We should not have to face the added layer of worrying about the dirty air our children breathe. We must listen to the evidence. Methane contributes to ground level ozone, which triggers asthma attacks and interferes with children's lung development. Rates of asthma are often higher in Latino communities, with Latino children experiencing over 153,000 asthma attacks and 112,000 missed school days each year due to seasonal increases in ozone related to oil and gas air pollution. We must protect the most vulnerable. Prioritizing environmental justice in frontline communities is imperative, as they have historically shouldered an outsized burden from the impacts of air pollution and the climate crisis. 1.6 million Latinos in the United States live within a half-mile of an oil and gas facility. Oil and gas air pollution adds to the burden of existing pollution problems in underserved, low-income communities, exacerbating inequities and putting families at increased risk of serious health issues. Third-party monitoring is an important tool for frontline communities, and I'm glad to see it incorporated in this new proposal. But EPA must provide a clear pathway for communities and individuals to participate and engage in the super emitter response program by ensuring that approved monitoring technologies and data are accessible to all. Impacted communities, environmental justice leaders, and the general public should be frequently consulted and provide input to influence decisions related to the development of the EPA methane rule and to ensure an equitable implementation. We cannot continue to sacrifice public health. Protecting public health means keeping everyone's air clean and safe to breathe, and cutting methane pollution from the oil and gas industry is essential to this effort. I am hopeful for a future in which my kids breathe clean air, so I once again urge the EPA to swiftly finalize the strongest possible methane safeguards to protect the health of our children and create stronger protections for families across the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. No.
Thank you. At this time, we don't have additional speakers that are I guess queued up for us to call upon, but we know there are additional individuals who would like to comment or who have registered to comment. So if you have joined us and you're scheduled for the 7 to 8 p.m. hour, you certainly can go ahead and speak if you would like to. If you can let Nan know that you're prepared to do so, we can go ahead and arrange to do that. I just wanted to check and real quick and see if there's anyone that's ready and available to go ahead and speak before we consider a potential break.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm scheduled to speak from 7 to 8, but I'm using my wife's iPad. So I'm listed there perhaps as Lynn Graham, but my name is Bryn Hammerstrom.
Okay. Would you like to speak right now?
Or
would you prefer to wait till the 7 or 8 o'clock hour?
I think I'd rather wait a little bit.
Okay.
I just signed on. I was hoping to hear some of the comments, but I just got in and well, we had supper and I'd like to wait a little bit, but in 10 or 15 minutes, if there's a gap, I'll go.
Okay.
We'll add him to the queue, to the list. Thank you. We've got it.
Thank you, Joanna. All right. Anyone else before I call for a short break?
Could I just ask what time you'll have me scheduled?
Joanna, can you or Nan?
Are you able to see the chat box that pops up that has the list of the participants?
I'm not much of a techie.
Okay. If you'll just I'm not sure quite where you'll be. Well, it'll be, go ahead.
Mr. Hammerstrom, we have you scheduled for second to last tonight. So if you would like to go sooner, just let me know, okay? This is
okay.
Nan.
Thank you. I'll raise my hand or something. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to call for a short break. My name is Jeff Robinson, and I have been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared their comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. If you have questions about today's hearing or you're interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing star nine, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available.
Jeff, it looks like there's a hand raised.
There's a hand raised.
And we're going to add them to the, I think to the, after the break.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to take a short recess and we'll resume the hearing in 10 minutes. Good evening. Welcome back from the break. My name is Jeff Robinson, and I'm the branch manager in EPA Region 6, Office of Air and Radiation for air permitting, air monitoring, and air grants. And I'm chairing this session of today's hearing on EPA's supplemental rule, new source performance standards for crude oil and natural gas facilities. Joining me on the panel are Amy Branning, an attorney from EPA's Office of General Counsel for Air and Radiation Law Office, and also Claudia Smith from EPA Region 8's Office of Air and Radiation. I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking, and we'll carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us via the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Our logistics team will add you to today's agenda if there are any time slots available to speak. Please note, by registering for this event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of this virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing, event, or meeting. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call on you to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record. A 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. Our next speaker is Jackson Cantley Saba.
Hi, could you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jackson. My name is spelled Jaxson. My last name is Saba. And today I'm going to show you a painting that I did for what I do not want. I do not want this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, Claudia, Amy?
No, thank you very much, Jackson.
Thank you, Jackson.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Cantley.
Hello. Thank you. My son got nervous, who was just speaking before me, so I will definitely send in his speech that he worked on, but he worked very hard on that painting, so thank you very much for that. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Cantley, and and that's Jennifer, Jennifer, Cantley, Cantley. And I am the Nevada State Coordinator for Moms Clean Air Force based in Carson City, Nevada. I am here as a mother of 3 boys in support of the methane rule and ask the EPA to strengthen the final rule. This is important to me as I see that our generation is the first one to truly feel the impacts of climate change. And it's only going to get worse if we don't take action. We are the ones responsible for protecting our planet and in turn protecting the next 7 generations after us. Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas that contributes directly to the impacts of climate change, including higher temperatures, more intense storms, and loss of habitats. Here in Nevada, we experience climate change as increasingly intense fires too. The oil and gas operations that leak methane also leak other toxic air pollutants that can cause serious health problems such as heart and lung disease and asthma attacks. I am especially aware of this because I have asthma and COPD, and 2 of my 3 children developed asthma within the first 3 years of their lives. Nevada has dangerously high levels of methane, ranking 3rd in the country for emissions due to the industrial activities and the natural sources. One of the reasons methane pollution is top of my mind for me here in Nevada is it is now a new level of it is coming with growing methane mining industry here. Lithium mining requires opening oil and gas wells, which we know leak methane. Given the health impacts my community is already experiencing due to the oil and gas industry and climate change, more lithium mining and more methane leaks really scares me. Methane leaks from the oil and gas and mining industries are directly impacting my family and my community's health, both because of toxic air pollution from California. And I want you to know that I support the EPA's methane rule and would like to see the strongest final rules possible. The final rules should include strict methane emission limits as well as monitoring equipment for all sources and infrastructure. We must put people first in the creation and any new way to ensure that communities are most affected have a seat at the table. And by these decisions, having the necessary support and resources to deal with the impact. Thank you for your time.
You. Thank you. Any questions, Amy or Claudia?
Thank you. No questions.
No question. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kendra Pinto.
Thank you. My name is Kendra Pinto, Kendra Pinto. And I can't have my camera on. I'm sorry, my bandwidth is low. I live here in the Eastern Agency of the Navajo Nation within what is known as the San Juan Basin. I have lived here for a majority of my life and have seen the Greater Chaco landscape change before my eyes. Because I live in a frontlands community, I experienced the worst known health impacts first. The increase of fracking in my area has grown exponentially in the past decade due to the use of advanced technology, a technology that should better serve to protect the people and not poison them. Within that time frame, the amount of toxic pollutants that are emitted from oil and gas sites has increased, but the amount of oversight and enforcement by regulatory agencies has not matched that same slope. In an effort to remain active in my homelands, I took it upon myself to become a community organizer and seek information about oil and gas activities. I've given congressional testimonies and have also commented to the EPA several years ago on methane. I also became certified as an optical gas imaging thermographer in July 2021. Several trips into the San Juan Basin with the infrared camera literally shows the lack of enforcement in an area housing over 20,000 wells. Not the news you want to hear with the 21% staff vacancy within the New Mexico Environmental Department. It is highly doubtful the collective of over 40,000 wells in the state undergoes annual inspections with its current count of 2 staff members for petroleum storage tanks. Because of its rural and isolated area, the pervasive problems with oil and gas well sites will continue to emit hazardous toxic pollutants and not be given the necessary priority, a historic problem for the Chaco region. Malfunctioning flares have been found by Earthworks thermographers in New Mexico and will likely be found in our future fieldwork. Reporting these malfunctioning flares to the state doesn't always guarantee action is taken. Not something I want to hear as someone who has explored the open lands for over 30 years. With the increase in fracking and the use of fresh water, several large pools of produced water have been constructed in the community, a risk that the community should not bear when there are no immediate medical services available. No hospital, no fire station, and no police station. As bad as it sounds, folks rarely get basic services. Meanwhile, the oil industry gets catered to. An example I can leave you with is in September 2021, using the flare camera, an underground emissions event was found on site, recorded and reported via the 24-hour emergency line that is listed on the New Mexico Environmental Department's website. Quite a strange dilemma. For a week, no action was taken. It wasn't until a staff member with NMED forwarded my complaint to the operator. Even then, it took a couple of attempts to get the problem noticed and solved. Eventually, the site was shut in, excavated, and the operator replaced the pipe that had a 0.08-inch pinhole. There was no way to know how long the so-called leak was happening. I've returned to the site and have since filed several other complaints. This type of example is not uncommon for an area that receives little attention from regulatory agencies which may be in part because of the checkerboard issue, a problem that affects locals on a daily basis. The EPA must not waste any more time while frontline communities suffer the consequences of decisions that are usually made outside of the affected communities. Strengthening methane rules are a starting point in providing all with basic needs like clean air and clean water. EPA must accept credible evidence of pollution documented by community monitoring. Complaints from within affected zones are necessary to determine a brighter future and advance environmental justice. What better way than to listen to those impacted directly? Thank you for this time, and I look forward to positive changes.
Thank you. Any questions, Claudia or Amy?
Thank you.
No, thank you.
I have one quick question. Hey, Kendra, can you give me the date again of the September 2021 complaint or event?
I believe it was September 23rd, 2021.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Joey Cantley Saba.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hello, we can see you.
Okay. My name is Joey Cantley Saba. My first name is spelled Joey. My second name is spelled Cantley, and my last name is spelled Saba. Hi, my name is Joey Cantley Saba. I'm a part of the Kids Clean Air Force for Moms Clean Air Force in Carson City, Nevada. I'm here today to talk about the methane rule and how important it is for our future. As kids, we are the first generation that really feeling the effects of climate change, and it is only going to get worse. If we do not do something about it, we have to be the ones to protect our planet and make sure that the 7 generations after us have a healthy environment to live in. Methane is a gas that can make climate change worse in Nevada. We already seeing the effects of bigger wildfires, plus the leaks from oil and gas operations. Also let out other bad components that can make people sick, like asthma and lung disease. As my mom has asthma and COPD, and my brothers and I also have asthma. This is really important to me. Nevada is one of our states that is a lot of methane pollution, mostly from things like industrial activities and natural sources, and how we have a new industry coming in. Lithium mining that could make it even worse. We know that they mine lithium. It means that oil and gas wells, and those will also leak methane. On top of sulfuric acid plants, it is really scary to think about what that's happening in my state and how it could affect my family's health. I support the rule that EPA is proposing, and I hope that it makes it as strong as possible. The rule should have limits on how much methane can be released and make sure that all companies are checking for leaks. And it's important for the communities that are most affected by these rules are getting the help they need. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your feedback. Any questions, Claudia or Amy?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Joy.
Our next commenter is Maria Perez. Maria Perez. Okay, so we'll circle back around to Maria. Is Bryn Hammerstrom prepared? Oh, Mr. Hammerstrom.
I don't, oh, jeez.
We could see you.
Can you unmute me?
We can hear
We
you.
can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. So Bryn Hammerstrom, BRYN HAMMARSTROM. I'm a retired registered nurse. I live in north central Pennsylvania, which is one of the most heavily fracked areas of the United States. Obviously, Pennsylvania has a long history of oil and gas and coal and lumber exploitation. Our state has provided a lot of the raw material that built the nation from the 13 colonies up through the discovery of oil in Titusville and on. And we've paid the price for it with our whole state basically having been clear cut. So there are very few old growth forests left in our state. And we have whole areas of toxic coal slag piles and ruined soil from strip mining for coal. And now, of course, we're in the fourth after lumber and coal and oil. Now we're in the natural gas cycle of looting our mineral wealth. I have oil or Marcellus Shale and Utica Shale well pads in every direction from our home. In the south and the west used to be Shell, but Shell sold out to Seneca. And to the north and east were Seneca all along. So I am surrounded by producing natural gas wells. When the oil and gas, when the Marcellus Shale gas leases were first coming in, they of course didn't tell the people in the community what they knew was going to happen. Original landowners signed off their rights for as little as 10 or 20 or $50 an acre. Later neighbors who'd held out actually were getting as much as $2,500 an acre just for their mineral rights in an area where the land itself had not sold for that much. In other words, you could buy a farm for less than $2,500 an acre. And that's what the later signers got. And so as one friend said, when the oil and gas industry comes to town, first they frack the community and then they frack the shale. And so there's a lot of bitterness here between the early signers who got dollars versus the later signers who got thousands of dollars, between the large landowners who are getting a fair amount of money and the small or no landowners who have the frack trucks, the sand trucks, the clean water trucks, the produced water trucks, tearing up our county and state and township roads and bridges. And then, of course, I hope everyone's aware of the work of Dr. Brian Schwartz from Johns Hopkins University, who was given access to all the records of Geisinger healthcare system and called for the stopping of all fracking due to its adverse health effects on pregnancy, lungs such as asthma, and just general health conditions, including as simple things as headaches. The fracking needs to be reined in, it needs to be regulated, and as others have said, we do not need the methane destroying our atmosphere on the only planet we have, our Earth. Thank you.
Any questions or comments, Claudia or Amy?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Maria Perez. We see you, but you may be muted. Still muted. Can you look at the bottom left to see the microphone button? We can still see you, Maria. We just can't hear you. So
It's okay. I'm going to ask our technical support to reach out and help you, Maria. So we can come back to you in a minute. We'll see if anyone else is in the lineup. So don't fret, Maria. We know you're here. We'll get you in. We'll get someone to help you if you want to turn your camera back off. They should be with you shortly. And Dan, do you have anyone ready to speak?
okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Soren Simonson.
Shall I begin?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are. I imagine for some of you back east, this has been a long day. My name is Soren Simonson. That's Soren Simonsen. I'm with an organization called the Mormon Environmental Stewardship Alliance. Just a little background about me and our organization. I am an architect and city planner and environmental consultant. Worked for about 30 years in the private industry and I've been involved with an organization in recent years that's a faith-based organization working to advocate for our shared home, which is this earth. It's magnificent and beautiful, but it needs our best commitments so that it continues to be a resource that supports and sustains all life, including our own. I want to begin by reading a statement from our organization. This comes from our board, and this is specific to the EPA methane rule. There is nothing more fundamental to life than safeguarding the air we breathe and our climate. The EPA has taken an important step to live up to its public responsibility to address oil and gas pollution with its revised methane rule. We are all stewards of this earth. This means caring for our environment and for each other with strong and reasonable protections, using our natural resources with wisdom and prudence, and without unnecessary and harmful waste. The revised draft methane rule includes important provisions, such as inspections at small wells with leak-prone equipment, advancing technology, monitoring, and requiring inspections at abandoned wells. While the draft proposal begins to address routine flaring, EPA should ensure the final rule eliminates pollution from this wasteful practice. Let me just share a little bit of background. Of course, the impacts and the importance of this rule varies depending on where you are in a place like Utah, which has been a center for extractive industries, including oil and gas, this rule is particularly important for two reasons. First of all is air quality. The Uinta Basin in eastern Utah, which I'll be visiting tomorrow, has been noted to be one of the worst areas for methane pollution and with regard to air pollution in the US. There is much aging infrastructure here that's particularly susceptible to leaks. It's also a frontline community for indigenous populations. We're also very susceptible because of climate change. The Colorado River and the Great Salt Lake have been in the news recently because of not only the prolonged drought, but the exacerbation due to climate change. Our Wasatch Mountains, although we have much snow this year, we have for many decades been underperforming with all of the impacts of climate change. We need and very much want, many of us in Utah, this rule, although many of our surrounding states like Colorado and Wyoming have developed their own local programs for dealing with methane, which is both a harmful greenhouse gas and a very substantial air pollutant. Our state has not yet moved in that direction. And so we believe as citizens that we would benefit greatly from having a standard across the US, and one that we know would benefit us greatly, particularly here in Utah. We commend the work of the EPA and so many that have put their passion and their ideas and their energy into this. And we urge and advocate that the EPA move forward with this as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, Claudia, Amy?
Questions, thank you.
I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll circle back and we'll try Maria Perez again.
It looks like they're still working on her audio.
I agree,
worst case,
Joanna.
and worst case scenario, she might be able to call in. So we're going to hang on.
Yeah, that's
She should
fine.
be
I can just see it. It says connecting to audio and it's kind of waving. So we'll hold and give them a chance.
Maria, I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Jeff, you're muted.
We can see you and hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna just say goodbye to the tech support that is helping me with the computer. So, sorry, I'm sorry about all of this, but
no problem.
Okay, so I am going to have to leave here and okay, now I'm ready.
Okay.
So first of all, thank you for being patient and helping me. My name is Maria.
Are you changing to your telephone?
Yes, I'm doing it on my telephone. Yes, I'm on my phone. I'll do it here. I'm good. Are you good? Okay. Can I start? This never happens to me. I used to be a teacher and it never happened to me, but here. Can I talk? It's weird.
Who are you hearing? Are you hearing someone from our end?
Yeah, it's somebody from tech support from your end.
Okay. Can I ask Troy if that's you to mute or hang off? Sorry.
I think it's gonna be okay. I just kicked him out of my computer.
Okay, I think we're ready now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry and thank you all. So again, my name is Maria Perez and I'm a volunteer with Moms Clean Air Force, or Ecomadres, which, as you have heard, there are two organizations fighting to protect our children from air pollution and the impacts of climate change. I'm glad to really have this opportunity and show my support for this supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other pollutants from crude oil in natural gas operations. I'm currently the stormwater specialist at the city of Cedar Falls, where I live in. So I deal with runoff issues daily, with flooding issues, with storms and other things that are the result of climate change, many times the extremes results of climate change. I also have a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering. I have a master's degree in biology, conservation biology, and another second master's degree in water resources engineering. I have taught several years at the university and college level, and I've taught classes on the effects of climate change on water resources, biodiversity, and on human communities. I'm listing all of these degrees and experiences because I want you to be aware that I'm a highly informed person, not just a passionate person about solving climate change, but I am highly informed. And I know the role of regulation and technology on being able to handle or decrease some of the issues caused by climate change. I'm particularly supportive of this supplemental proposal, as it not only helps us reduce emissions, but it will also decrease emissions of VOCs or other harmful pollutants, and it will help the industry become more efficient. I wish the proposal will have a shorter timeline for implementation, as we really need to decrease emissions significantly in the short term in order to maintain the possibility of keeping the warming below 2 degrees Celsius. And it makes sense that we should eliminate any of these emissions that are not needed, like in this case, the ones that come from leaks or wasteful practices. However, I understand that we need to give industry some time to adapt. More important than my work in education, I'm speaking today because I know that I'm responsible for making an effort, any effort that I can, to reduce greenhouse emissions, so my kids and the community have a larger chance to live in a planet with similar conditions to the ones we have enjoyed. In our home, we have implemented many measures to reduce our family's contributions, but we're aware that those are just drops in the bucket compared to changing policies, mostly for the industry that is responsible for the larger emission of methane and other greenhouse gases. And that we have advanced, I'm hopeful that we're making large technological advances to reduce and sequester greenhouse gases, and that we have advanced so much in our general understanding of climate change issues. I believe that we can still avoid the worst consequences of climate change. I know that these policies will have an economic implication for the gas and oil industries, but not adapting them will have a much larger consequence for the entire world. I was not born here, but I have lived here almost half of my life, and I feel proud of being an American citizen. If we adopt these policies, we will not only reduce emissions in the industries in the US, but across the world. We're leaders, and each step we take will have an exponential impact when other nations adopt our practices. I thank you for the work you do, and I trust that you will pass these proposed standards and keep looking for more ways to solve the climate change issues and get to zero net emissions in my lifetime, so humans and other organisms can continue enjoying this beautiful planet. Thank you.
Jeff, you're on mute.
Sorry. Maria, for the record, can you please spell your first and last name?
Yes. My name is Maria Perez, M-A-R-I-A. Perez is P-E-R-E-Z.
Thank you. Any questions, Claudia or Amy?
I don't have any. Thank you, Maria.
No, thank you, Maria.
Thank you very much. I don't currently see any other additional speakers in the queue. Let me just verify that with Nan.
That's
or
correct.
Joanna. So no one's left in the queue?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anyone online that would like to speak or like to quickly register to speak? Okay. So I don't see anyone unless Nan or Joanna communicates to me otherwise. So at this time, we'll take a short 5-minute break. My name is Jeff Robinson. I've been chairing this hearing session. I want to thank everyone who has shared comments so far today on EPA's proposed action. If you have a question about today's hearing or interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9, and our logistics team will reach out to you to let you know if there are any time slots available. At this time, we're going to take a short recess. We'll resume the hearing at 7:56 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back from the break. My name is Jeff Robinson. I'm the branch manager in EPA's Region 6's Office of Air and Radiation for air permitting, air monitoring, and air grants. And I'm chairing today's session, or today's hearing on EPA supplemental rule, new source performance standards for crude oil and natural gas facilities. Joining me on the panel are Amy Branning, an attorney from EPA's Office of General Counsel, Air and Radiation Office, and Claudia Smith from EPA Region 8, Office of Air and Radiation. I want to remind you that today's hearing is being recorded and transcribed to produce a written transcript of the hearing. We will add the transcript to the public docket for this rulemaking and will carefully consider your comments as we develop a final rule. If you have questions about today's hearing or are interested in registering to speak, please send a direct message to attendee support in the chat box. If you're joining us by phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Our logistics team will add you to today's agenda if there are any remaining time slots available. I will note, though, we're at the end of our public hearing time. And I also understand we have one more potential individual who would like to speak. Please note, by registering for the event, you're agreeing to abide by the ground rules of the virtual hearing. That includes rules of behavior. EPA is committed to an environment of mutual respect and safety. The agency will not tolerate harassment, discrimination, intimidation, inappropriate language and images, or sustained disruption of the public hearing, event, or meeting. EPA expects all participants, including panelists, registered speakers, and attendees, to conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and civil manner. We will monitor and moderate this virtual event to ensure that common standards of decency are upheld. A quick reminder about providing testimony. When I call upon you to speak, please unmute your line. While you're providing testimony, you're welcome to activate your camera by clicking on the Start Video icon. Please state and spell your name for the record, and a 4-minute timer will be started when you state your name. So I'd like to call upon Joseph Hernandez at this time to speak. Thank you.
Hi. Nan takotetlet akondet abi rache nihinago bekhaudit eki yehot.
Joseph. All right. Go ahead, Joseph. Joseph Hernandez. Joanna, do you know if we lost him?
I don't see him in here. But he, sometimes it's easy to press the wrong button. I do it all the time, leave stuff. So let's just give him a few minutes since he was in before we closed.
Sure.
So we'll just hold tight just a few minutes. So we want to make sure we give him a chance. And I'll also take a look and see if we have any contact information for him. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
I think he's on his way back in. We'll get him set up in just a few.
Joseph, we can see you and hear you.
Okay.
So you're welcome to speak. We ask that you state your first and last name and spell it, and you'll have 4 minutes to give us comments.
Yeah, Joseph Hernandez Yenishe, spelled Joseph, last name Hernandez. My clans are Kloga Nishle, Nake Bashishi, Ashik Deshiche, Nake Deshinele. I live on the Navajo Nation in Shiprock, New Mexico. There's a pipeline right outside my house, and comes from the Chaco station. I had worked in the oil and gas industry, and I have seen firsthand the dangers in the field when you're asked to work 12 hours. I grew up, I was actually a volunteer firefighter too, in the community, and I remember responding to alarms of gas leaks in around oil and gas equipment. My family, we have an allotment in Eastern Agency of the Navajo Nation that's within the 10-mile buffer zone that's being proposed from Chaco Canyon, and there's a lot of activity of development. One time I was driving it in the area, and there was a big oil rig set up right behind a housing community and a Head Start. And when I pulled into that, I saw a man camp. I looked at the license plates, and the trucks, their license were from like Montana, Texas. They weren't from our area. And there was an elderly grandmother that was on her porch, and she told me that that they didn't ask for it and they don't want it, and that and so I just asked for. I'm just asking for stronger emissions, because it's impacting our communities. It's in our backyard, and we need to strengthen the emission standards. And I'm also working and educating our community members on, first off, what is methane. They got to know what it is, and so I think that's important that they understand that. So that I would like to conclude my public comment, and thank you for allowing me to have this time. I appreciate it.
Claudia?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Robinson. As mentioned earlier, I'm the branch manager in EPA Region 6 for air permitting, air monitoring, and air grants in EPA Region 6's Office of Air and Radiation. I've been chairing this hearing session. At this time, there are no additional registered speakers for this session. I want to thank my fellow panelists and everyone who has offered testimony today, and everyone who took the time out of their busy schedules to listen to today's hearing on EPA's supplemental proposal to reduce methane and other harmful pollution from oil and natural gas operations. As a reminder, you can submit written comments on this proposal through February 13th, 2023. Thank you again for joining us. The hearing will now adjourn. Thank you.